का स्वागत है। और मैं भाई बता नहीं सकता हूँ कि मैं भूल गया था, मतलब भूला नहीं था, बट मैंने जो है थोड़ा लेट हो गया हूँ आने में और गेम स्टार्ट हो चुका है। ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स लीड पे है। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट यही है कि ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स लीड पे कर रही है इस बार, और हम पहुंच चुके हैं अपने अपर ब्रैकेट पैसिफिक। पहला मैप स्प्लिट होगा, सेकंड जाएंगे एबीस और थर्ड में लोटस डिसाइड करेगा इस अपर ब्रैकेट को। तो गाइस जल्दी जल्दी जो भी नया जुड़ा है लाइक करो वीडियो को, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो। और एक और राउंड ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के नाम स्प्लिट मैप में काफी अच्छी दिख रही है, और स्प्लिट मैप उनका पिकिंग मैप है, तो बढ़िया खेलते हुए। पर गाइस जो भी नया जुड़ा है जल्दी जल्दी लाइक करो वीडियो को, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो। आप लोग सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते, जाके चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो जल्दी से और लाल बटन दबाओ भाई।
But you do have to go a bit all in, and they just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time, Yudotan hiding away in that corner, never was quite spotted by the stealth drone, and they just don't expect that showstopper coming out.
They have tried to go all in on some of these rounds, but Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been stopping them time and time again. Look at this, the barrier mesh.
Oh no!
They managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside.
No!
He hasn't checked for Poppy. Poppy's still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Pinchos, but he's going to skirt around it. He's still surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon's scattering across the entire map.
Oh, and there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still flushed out of position. Jitboy's able to gun him down. He's towards the back now. It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with yet another retake. 2-on-2, cruise out from Evan. Unfortunately, Jitboy falls. He swings, and that's Darian to pick up the double kill at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
Holy moly, I mean, and on one part of it, when I saw the map draft, I thought, okay, but you did just show your split. So you're going into a map against a team that always likes to cook up some crazy things, a little bit of anti here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no, we're still confident that we know how to play this map, that we know that we have several layers, especially on
Game
that defense,
OP,
as we
hi
saw,
Game OP,
on how to
welcome
hold
to
you
the
up.
stream.
And
कैसे हो भाई? मैं ठीक हूँ Game OP, तुम बताओ
I mean,
तुम
let's be
कैसे
honest, we can talk all
हो?
about
भाई
the theory,
लेट
but the
क्यों
viewers
आए
aren't really
गेमर?
quite seeing
मैं
what this
लेट
composition was
इसलिए
cooked
हो
up
गया
for.
क्योंकि मैं कुछ
Yeah,
काम
just
कर रहा
hasn't
था,
really been able
इसलिए
to
मैं
show
लेट
and
हो
stretch
गया।
its legs right now. I mean, so many times they tried to make something happen. At times, maybe it's, you know, Governor or Ban being able to slip through the cracks. But at the end of it all, you got players like Poppy who are able to slow things down. You got Kelly S on the deadlock, repeatedly annoying them with that barrier match. And at the same time, Yudotan is able to slay and strike a lot of them down. Not to mention, Crystal in with the outlaw at times as well.
So now flipping sides, I do think Talon would have loved to get just a couple more rounds here. Yeah, yes, it's double duelist, and so ideally a lot of people like to think they should have had more than 5, right? 6 or more on that attacking app. Quite frankly, I can still see a world where they would have been okay with maybe 4 rounds. But right now with 2, I mean, you lose a pistol again, you're just not given a chance to showcase what you wanted to do on the defensive half. So it starts with the pistol, and then once they go from there, again, whether it's things like the trap plays with the fault line and then the salvos, you're gonna have a little bit more control on when to use that utility rather than having to go blind into an all-in with no info, right? That information lacking on this side was a big part of the downfall of Talon's attack. But on the defense, you can always have multi-layer trap plays and just react step by step.
That's definitely
जो है
what they're
split
gonna want to do.
और आगे फिर
Just being able to have those double initiators just affords them so much. But right now, at the same time, Global Esports with a
जुड़ा है स्ट्रीम पे
slightly more like
जल्दी
balanced
जल्दी
team,
वीडियो को लाइक
perhaps.
करो,
It
चैनल
gets to
को
kind of take
सब्सक्राइब
their
करो
time
और
with things.
एंजॉय करो
Starting
VCT।
things off, it's going to be the Boombot down mid.
Oh, that's already a fault line out, though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move. And then you saw the blind side come out, too. So the flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol. Oh, shit, boys!
Oh my god, shot.
Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE's attack.
Still, though, crazy individual performance.
Oh, and I like the
मैं भी
group up here
ठीक हूँ,
from
गेम
Talon.
ओपी
They're not
बढ़िया
gonna
भाई।
send everybody
ग्लोबल
just 'cause
जीत
they wanna
रही है
know,
भाई,
are
देखते
they
हैं ग्लोबल
heaven,
तो
even if
जीत
they
रही है
plant A,
फिलहाल।
are
अभी
they
ये
all on
10-2
site? So
लगा
they're
हुआ
getting
है
that
तो
information is
ग्लोबल
good,
तो
but you have
जीत
the
ही रही
numbers
है।
advantage. So
उसमें
staying
कोई
grouped
चांस
up,
तो नहीं लग
try
रहा है
to make
मेरे को
sure that they
हारने
can
का। ये
combat
पिक
wherever
मैप
the
है
push
उनका
is.
और इसमें काफी
So
अच्छी
using the
नजर
drone
भी आ
just
रही
for
है
added
ग्लोबल ई
measure.
I don't
स्पोर्ट्स।
know about Darian. They haven't actually gotten into heaven just yet. Ban is able to save
Oh,
himself,
nice
though.
shot यार, नाइस पिस्टल।
Just quick as well. Bearmaster trying to fend off stairs, but
3v2 रह गया है और
salvos
ये
are going to
TL
stall and
के
slow
पास
them down.
बहुत
Everyone from
अच्छा
Talon
चांस है
already
कि वो ये
grouping up
मैप
into the
ये राउंड
site.
जीत कर
Sight lines
एक
being
बोनस
held as
खेले।
well. Yudotan Gonna try to play around the timing of it just to watch if anyone does peek out. But man, still being
ये
such
round
a
मुझे
menace
लग
with
रहा
the
है कि
back of
हो
sight.
गया
It's all
TL
down
के
to
लिए.
Kelly. Yes, now the paint shell's in his
Oh my
face.
God,
Stunned
2v1.
up, able to take down Premier at the very least, but then again comes Ban.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room. Now you've got, potentially, in theory, another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try to snowball that by. Good flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think the round starts to fall apart.
और ये डिफेंडिंग मैप है यार, मानो ना मानो ये डिफेंडिंग मैप है.
Starting things off with Jit Boys especially towards the back of the side as well. But now onto the next round. I mean, we have seen how Talon
डिफेंडिंग
start
मैप
things
में
off not too
स्प्लिट मैप
shabbily,
हम
you
जीत
know, in
सकते हैं
previous
डिफेंड
half,
करके,
but
क्योंकि अगर यहाँ बोनस अच्छा
GE
जाता है
will
उसके
answer
बाद
back.
आपको एक और राउंड
This
मिलेगा.
round all classics.
तो ये ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स का सेविंग राउंड है और वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा पिक्स निकालने की ट्राई करेगी और राउंड जीत गई तो इससे बढ़िया कोई चीज नहीं होगी. उसके बाद टीएल के लिए ये मैच खत्म ही हो जाएगा. मैच सेकंड मैच पे जाना पड़ेगा उन्हें. टाइमिंग हो रही है ब्रो, लेट्स गो.
But Ban does get one to even the numbers.
4v4 रह चुका है और एक ही तरफ बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के बंदे. नाइस शॉट यार. Oh my god. Nice shot भाई. Oh lovely bro. Let's go.
It is. He lands and slams everything.
Let's go.
Set up for him. Ban, the
What a round by TL.
Well, I mean, you know, you get an ace, I would say that if you're Cruz, you're okay with that sacrifice on ramps, just to delay them just a bit. Try to funnel them into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window. Nice and calm. We got to remember, Ban obviously used to play a lot of that jet as well. Used to play a lot of that op himself. He's
Nice
used
shot,
to
yaar, Yoru Ban.
these long-range angles.
Very good, Ban.
That's something this team needed to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine it's such a huge morale boost. Not to mention economy as well. He's onto the op this time.
So that op gonna bounce back and forth. Look at the gate crash already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push-out trap play. They want to utilize the fact that they might have slightly weaker weaponry.
ये राउंड काफी मैटर करता है टीएल के लिए.
Taking so much
TLN के लिए.
space. Ban straight into garage. But GE thinks better than that.
ये बाइंग राउंड है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का.
Round 2 around mid.
Oh,
Poppy
timing
actually
bro.
takes it to the op.
A good
Oh,
hold from
gone.
Poppy, holding that off angle close to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from Poppy to wait for that operator, and now that's a big investment gone.
ये भी टाइमिंग होगी भाई.
Still though, okay, GE trying to regroup back towards A, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Jit Boys.
ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स जो है एक ही तरफ प्रेशर बना रही है और ये पे काफी बंदे, 3 बंदे, 4 बंदे
when they
जुड़ते
start to
हुए
call
पे.
Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information over by ramps. You're still seeing just the fade you to those
पूरी
who know
टीम
clear
में पहुंच चुकी है और ए आ रहा है गाइस. ए पुश करा जा रहा है
not quite there just yet.
ग्लोबल
It's
स्पोर्ट्स
just
की
Jit
तरफ
Boys
से.
trying to pinch through. So now you just
और
have to
यहाँ
hold
backstab
and see if you can
timing,
delay
but
on the
फंस
site and then
जाएगा.
go for a multi-pronged retake. Does he
Oh my
give the
god,
angle?
एक kill.
Jit Boys, he
Nice.
gets the kill.
Oh, but down on the side
lovely,
for the
yaar.
falls. So Global able to flood down the site now. A little bit of screens pressure as well. Crystal up around the sides. Jit Boys with the Vandal now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a little bit more space for his team in with the stars. Bricks it a little bit of down. Governor onto the
Nice,
Spectre,
2v1,
does a little bit more
2v2,
damage
2v2,
too.
sorry.
Jit Boys swinging off the attention away, but then shut down by Kelly S. A bit of a
ये
slam
राउंड
through
जाता
his
हुआ
screens, and
TLN के
unfortunately
लिए
Cruz
और
down the
ग्लोबल
low HP
स्पोर्ट्स ने
will
अपना
fall.
बाइंग राउंड
That
जीत
is
लिया है,
GE up to 11.
जिससे वो पहुंच चुकी है 11 पर. और अब ये मैप मुझे लगता है ऑफिशियली फिनिश हो जाना चाहिए. बट एक और बाइंग राउंड है क्योंकि TLN जो है वो बोनस राउंड खेल रही थी अपना. तो एक बाई राउंड और है उनके पास. अगर वो ये राउंड हारती है तो ये मैप उनके लिए ऑफिशियली खत्म हो जाएगा और ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स अपना पहला मैच जीत जाएगी.
to win that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork from Kelly S and Yudotan, and that's going to be the second timeout
और
for
अपना
Talon.
दूसरा टाइम आउट ले चुकी है TLN. तो गाइस जो भी नया जुड़ा है इसी बात पे जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो, लाल बटन दबाओ.
Definitely needing to try to pick up the pieces with this timeout.
Now, something we also need to note is Frost and
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने
Juvenile,
अपने
right, the
दोनों
current
टाइम आउट
esports, they
यूज
did
नहीं
face off
किए हैं
at
इस मैप
champions when
में
Juvenile was still with
और
Leviathan.
उनके टाइम
And
आउट
that was a
स्टिल
match where
बाकी
Talon
हैं.
looked like they had a very good
क्या
chance of
अभी
taking
भी
it,
आपको
but
लगता है कि
Leviathan,
कमबैक हो
they
पाएगी?
wake up, they're
बताओ.
still able to hold on to
लाइक
that
करो
win
वीडियो
2-0,
को,
and then, of course,
सब्सक्राइब करो
Leviathan
चैनल
makes a
को.
pretty
लगता है कि
deep
अभी भी
run all the
कमबैक
way
कर
into the
पाएगी TLN.
bracket. So I know
global
that's something
esports जीत
that
रही है ये
the
मैप
coaching
और जा
staff
रहे हैं
of
हम
Talon
सेकंड मैप
Esports wasn't quite
एबीस
happy
में
about. They thought they might have had a
गेमर
golden chance to
फाइनल
try
कब
to
है
break it into the
फाइनल 9
playoffs of
तारीख को है भाई
champions. Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they shake it off. They say, okay, we're rebuilding, you know, around Primi anyway, right? We're trying to work around Primi as that new addition. Now we go through the offseason. They looked like they were experimenting a lot, trying to really hash out some of the issues they were having. Right now, we're not seeing a good result out of it.
सब करने से अच्छा है गेम प्ले
It's one hell of a run by
क्लिप
think about
बनाओ
it. You know, the coach is coming involved as well. But
भाई नहीं होगा
once
मेरे
again,
से गेम प्ले अच्छा नहीं होगा मेरा गेम प्ले
really
ऐसे ही
is
रहेगा
just
भाई
Primi not quite having the opportunity
भाई
so
गेम
far.
प्ले तो अच्छा
Hopefully
नहीं
on the
होगा मेरा
defensive side a little bit more, and we start things off with just quite a bit towards mid again. Governor coming back into peak.
Yeah, very, very
Risky.
Yeah, risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peeks there. Catches sight of one member over by Ramen. And Governor's just going to be able to try to hold on his own, just trying to delay with the boombot as well. So it allows Talon to still go for a fairly default position. Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in. Because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they peek out, though? So many smokes coming out. Still no contact.
Just holding. Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot anything out either. Darren managed to stay and avoid.
भाई देख के सीख ले तो अच्छा हो जाए क्या पता भाई
just to check, that's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming up from Cruz, but how long do you wait? Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're seeing, okay, the Yoru's behind you, where do you go? But now over in heaven, Governor's able to get that 1 kill as well. Gate crash, it's gonna be expired. And there's the fault line just to delay. Now you know with only 20 seconds left that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up. There's a gravity as well. They're gonna try to fill the site.
The time of it.
18 seconds.
Now you got to worry about the back as well.
Watch party वो करते हैं जिनके
trying to
fans
flood
होते
into the
हैं
site, but
जिनके
look at the flash and set ready. Primi holding on the sight lines as well. Elbow blocked off, down to the site. That's Cruz in with second kill. Primi onto the other as well. And Talon manages to
भाई मैं
strike
देखता हूँ ना
back.
तो यार स्ट्रीम ही कर लेता हूँ फिर
So Talon this time,
मुझे
the
देखना
patience
अच्छा
of
लगता है
holding on to things like the fault line really scares GE into, okay, where do we push forward to get some more information? We didn't really get clarity in mid. We didn't see any reactions. They were
और
trying
fans
to bait
अभी
out
नहीं
some
है
sort
आगे
of
चल के
movement.
fans
Then
भी
you
हो
see the
जाएंगे
Ural come out, but you're not quite able to chase it all the way through because you've left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he going to go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your raise as well, so now you're just caught in mid, and then it's a timing play from Talon, and they're starting to find some footing.
Okay, ये एक और इको है ग्लोबल esports का और ये अगर जीत जाती है
Now with the guns as well, hopefully able to keep a bit of a streak going. GE a little bit passive though. They the alt orb. Goes in for the swing. Look at that outlaw towards the back.
Oh, lots of members spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells in case they decided to pile on, and Unitas still gets a long range fight. He is onto the site.
A quick reaction. Jitboy is able to kind of come back and refill that space with the judge. And now towards the back now, Cruz unfortunately gunned down.
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the grav net right into the repeak. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see it obviously some more for set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously weaponry not on their side. However, Annihilation available. If GE wanted to try to make a play for map point, which I would not mind, you're 6 rounds ahead. I would like to see a little bit of risk taking, because if you use the Annihilation, limit them down to a 2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
एक गन आ चुकी है यार
not too much information on where their opponents might be.
एक फैंटम और एक क्लासिक के साथ
clear a lot of the
ये
corners, so a bit of a double
nice round. Let's go.
It's the setup,
11-6 comeback हो रही है क्या guys?
Jitboy is able to shoot them down.
Starting to catch up. GE has to remember that they're not quite at 12 just yet. However, once again, lots of ults online. Is it going to be an ult dump on this round? It looks like it. They're set up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings and where they want to clear. Perhaps over for that deep paint shells to try to clear things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the play is.
Shot, yaar.
The real question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the scoreboard, you see all these ultimates online, they're gonna leave A relatively empty. So it's going to be a retake, you have that Rolling Thunder, and you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I like the fast push out of mid, you really just want to force them into one of the sites.
Yeah, G makes a thing for it. So straight into the A side.
Shot.
Ban kind of leaves it open, so a bit of a retake setup. The off shot does take one of the players down as well, so that's instant value too.
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
Trying to keep that there. Rolling Thunder, though, will connect into the site, but Jitboys kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy avoids it for now, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity. Udotan able to spam and spray through as they all try to push out off of the Rolling Thunder.
GG हो रहा है guys.
It's all down to
Match
just
point जा रही है Global
He's got the
Esports और
tries to
finally
peek
match
out, but
point
Udotan
12-6.
takes him down once again.
तो पहला
It
मैप
is
आ रहा है
GE up
Global
to map
Esports के
point.
लिए.
Poppy with the perfect timing on the Cosmic Divine. Completely ruins the Rolling Thunder. Talon wanted to try to wrap into the site ASAP. You look at the angle, it wasn't just for ramps. It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk, we're going to push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divide, look at this. You peek out of it, you still have to take the 50-50 afterwards. There's a little bit of that distance right next to the wall. It makes it such a nightmare to peek out, and now GE at 12.
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not connecting. So now, huge opportunity, especially with some of the ultimates right now. Talon, though, still trying to fight back. They take space outside of Garage.
See how long they wait, though. It's a double team, so they want to try to set up a trap play, but this is what Poppy's been doing the entire map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets information, and then he sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Primi catches sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle. Little bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for backup. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
Trying to go in for it. I mean, all three of them trying to go in for maybe the trade setup as well, right? Peeking off of each other, but the Boombot now comes out, just defend even more of them back. Peeking out of the cage, unfortunately, the timing of it all, it's just a setup for GE to react back into the utility that they sent through. Primi tries to stay alive into the corner, have one and done. He's able to get away with two, but it's still not enough.
Jitboys still owning a sheriff as well. See if he can get in range to pick anything up, but Poppy looks like he's ready to shut that down. Now look at the positions. I mean, GE all ready to just pick off these 1v1s. Over by Poppy. He's not looking. Jitboys, does he find a timing? He does! Now a 2v1. 1v1 down to Crystal versus Jitboys.
Just trying to hold out around Spike.
क्या ये मैच
He peeks
और
out,
ये मैच
and that's gonna
फाइनली
be the
जीत लिया
headshot just in
ग्लोबल
an
Esports ने
13-6, Global Esports ends the first map.
पहला मैच जीत चुके हैं भाई.
Really
Let's
well
go.
played from GE, and I think we saw a little bit of the undercooked moments from Talon even in that last round. They're trying to peek out of that ramps control. They still had so much util. You have to just invest with the explosions to take over areas and then hold on to it, but they hesitated. They sent Governor out alone with just the drone. It doesn't quite check the right corner, and Crystal's able to gun down the Rays and then take space onto the site. And so we're going to have to see a little bit of retooling from Talon, but for now, both teams will have to focus on to the next map, which is going to be Abyss, where Global Esports did look shaky last week.
Yeah, it was that 13-3 loss up against Team Secret, so maybe a slight chance for Talon to really strike back, but then again, who knows if Global Esports has to really cook something back up.
I'm not sure if they're Udotan's family or they're just father and son, but here to cheer on Udotan. Could be family. We'll have to double check with the production, but either way, Udotan gaining a lot of fans both in Korea and globally, and I would just say Global Esports gaining a lot of momentum in the fandom. Meanwhile, we talked about, the Des talked about how important it was for Talon to try to get ahead, to try to move forward, to try to get to Masters Bangkok onto that home field, and right now they're already on their back foot.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel too great. It is double elimination, but you still want to get as much as you can possibly get. Still though, on towards split right now. It just is Global Esports being able to stop and slow a lot of them down, especially in that first half.
Yeah, Split's starting to look scarier and scarier for GE. Now 2 wins already here in Kickoff, and it just looks like they have really good protocols, really good timing reads, really good movement across the map, right? Information from A, and then Poppy makes a move B. Poppy gets information, you make a move A. There's just a lot of cross-map macro coming out from the team, and I gotta imagine a big part of that is not just the prep, but Kelly S is IGLing as well. So want to give a shout out to this entire roster, but that's gonna be GE leading 1-0 against the 4th place team of Pacific last year. A team that made it to champions. We'll see if Global Esports can continue, but before we move on, we'll have the analyst break down the action from Split.
That's right. Global Esports does cinch the win of their map pick of Split. And, you know, this is in a best of 3.
Second
But
map
you
की
know
तरफ
what?
जा रहे हैं,
Compared
FB
to
से
yesterday,
second
which
map.
they already
क्या
looked
Global
fairly
Esports
good. I
close
think they
करेगी
cleaned
second
up
map
even
में ही?
more. So any of that first day jitters
या third map तक
last
जाएगा
week
ये?
is, I
बने
would
रहो
say,
यार live और
mostly
like करो
shaken off
वीडियो को,
now. And they
channel को
looked
subscribe
excellent.
करो.
They had full control of this map.
Yeah, dominant. That's how I describe that map very much. You know, the Talon's performance reminds me of G's performance in map 1 last week.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it didn't seem at all composed or all there. Like, I really see what Talon were trying to do. To me, it feels like this composition was cooked up to deliberately counter what GE had here, but we did not see it deliver at all. I didn't see a single tail break of the Sentinel utility.
No, I didn't see the paint shells breaking any of the Senti util. I thought they were going to play quite a bursty style. They played very slow, defaulty, 1-3-1s. Look, well, to be fair, they did try to throw some executes in there, but not only the positioning and the anchor work from players like Papi, as well as some of the reactive utility, really nicely placed grav nets, deadlock walls, things like that. Even the grav well coming in from the Astra. You had great prowlers as well on the slower rounds from Crystal, and Yudotan is a bona fide star player. Like, if I'm Patrick who's sitting at home, I'm sweating for my position in the duelist role. This is a guy who, he was playing Senti in the off-season for Global Esports, but duelist is his most played role across his career, and he's already shown that he can take over games, and now he's doing it on the Tier 1 level in multiple different games. It's just fantastic to watch this man step up into Tier 1.
Fun fact about Yudotan, he actually used to be on Talon way back before franchise was around. Yudotan was originally on Talon Esports, playing in the Challengers Philippines. But you know what, here, I think what sucks for you guys is that neither of you put him on your team, and he would have been a great addition to it. Now here, Papi, his control of B was excellent. They just could not, Talon could not get in at all. And they just, the pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like Teo on your comp there, you should be pushing it a lot faster.
Yeah, I definitely feel like with this double duelist, I
Reina
wanted to see
main
them
पहला
go
मैच
heavy
कौन
burst,
जीता?
especially
Reina
more
main
towards
पहला
the
मैच
side.
जीत
I
गई
felt like
Global
they were working
Esports,
middle long,
bro.
and it just looked like they got picked off in their default so consistently, which is
रोने
what
की
you
क्या बात है
can't
भाई
do against this the comp of GE, because it allows them to kind of stabilize into that mid round, and then when you lose your burst power, it's nigh on impossible.
I mean, even in this last round, Yoru gets isolated despite investing the ult. Look at all of this reactive utility, the Nightfall coming out, you had the Gravwell as well as the Deadlock Wall going down, slowing down Talon before they can scale into the site and burst and actually get themselves into a comfortable post plant. And that's where, as the GE comp, you're going to struggle a little bit more. It's all about using that Senti util to be able to hold things down, to be able to stop them getting out of the chokes, and it never felt like Talon could get into a comfortable position into the game state that they actually want. And I have to say, look, the defense from Talon was a lot more convincing. They had a lot better ideas. Look at this A main control. They had a lot of set plays that they were using.
क्या
Ban
use
on the
करते
other
हैं
side
लोग?
of the map that did get onto this team
गजब की
offline. Yes,
ability
it did
use
get picked by
करते हैं.
Papi. Look, we don't need to show this part. This is kind of not really the point, but at the end of the day, Talon had some great ideas on defense. They just dug themselves way too deep of a hole, but you can't really blame anyone but yourselves when you choose to play attack first on Split and you comp change into what you've already seen from Global, and the read doesn't work at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Talon, they just love to cook on Split, and the comp looked right. Honestly, the comp looked right.
You're loving it.
I thought it was good.
It's
From the
okay,
agent
guys.
select, I thought they had answers to what GE had, but this map seemed just like a lot of execution mistakes to me, which is a real big issue. This is what I spoke about, where if you start down that bracket, you can come in slow. So now it's on them to recover.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have their chance on Abyss here. As Chobra pointed out, Global didn't have the best showing last week on Abyss. It was the first map, and some of us might say it's first day jitters, first map jitters. But then, you know, there are a little bit of holes in their game plan strategically. So it's really hard to say. This data, of course, is from the off-season, I believe. So obviously, this is why we're not seeing Global stuff up here. But what are you making of this second map now? Do you think Talon's going to be stepping back up, or is Global going to continue on this momentum here?
I hope so. I'm expecting a better map 2 here. I think GE didn't show what their Abyss could have been. So I think they'll have gone away and refined some things. So I expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and I expect Talon to hard reset after this game. It's a dominate. You won both pistols, but you got dominated. So it's that same idea of you just want to throw that out of your brain and go, let's come into map 2. Let's play our actual game here now, team.
sorry, the issue for me with Talon's Abyss though is like they have looked shaky. You know, they barely beat Secret. They had some rough games against some of the Korean teams in the off season as well. So similarly to what you saw, I think was it DRX picking Pearl or one of the teams picking Pearl in the opening games where they didn't have great results in the off season. You know, you do have to take those with a grain of salt at the end of the day. But them picking a map that they didn't perform well in the off season actually ended up backfiring and they lost it. And you had both teams trading their map picks. So look, Talon's going to have a lot better of a read, a lot better of an approach. I feel like both of these teams are quite inconsistent in general, though. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see the maps go one apiece, and then we head on to the third map, to be honest, especially given GE's showing, because, like, you know, Secret made them look like they were completely lost, like they were just getting executed, they couldn't hold the execute. They're playing a very active comp where they actually need to interact with the game, go and take some map control, go and take some ownership on the defense, and it felt like they just were always behind the 8 ball. They weren't taking map control too much, they weren't making pushes, and I think they're going to have at least gone back and reviewed that and maybe worked on it a little bit since then, though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Kelly S. had pointed out with the addition of Darion, it does enable them to switch their gameplay style. So without Patrick Hu here, I think now they're doing a little bit of push and pull. They're saying they normally would play this really aggressively.
But
now, I'm pretty sure they went back and worked on this. There's no way you're going to let this come through a second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their homework, Talon, on the other hand, you're right, they looked so inconsistent on this map of the offseason. When Primi made his debut here, they looked fantastic.
But जैसे ही वहाँ semi-final start हो गए, हम stream
Primi
जरूर
was in,
करेंगे
I don't even think he was playing a duelist, but they've obviously swapped things up. Primi's back on like a hard jet on Abyss.
रात को अमेरिका की करेंगे और
It's
दिन में
hard to
भाई
say, are they
Pacific का तो
gonna
होता ही है
figure out what works for
तो
Abyss?
दोनों
Are we
करेंगे,
gonna get
tension
that
नहीं है
same Abyss during Primi's debut?
I mean, I really hope so. I would like this to go all the way to map 3, to be honest, but I think it's really hard to predict because Frost and the coaching staff there at Talon are not afraid to mix things up. You know, we've just seen it in map 1. They are not afraid to take risks. So again, I would be expecting something different from them.
They've changed their comp every time in the offseason. I think 3 Abyss games they've played, they've adjusted their comp every time. So there's, especially looking at a lot of the other teams, like Gen G, for example, they're playing the same comp almost every game, whereas Talon, they're changing their comp almost every game. And like that's the thing. That's why I feel like this team is so inconsistent. If you just don't have the same stable comps, the same stable roles, it's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing, but then you have that split attack side and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen from Frost in his interviews, his podcast, he's always trying to stay one step ahead, keep him guessing a little bit, have special comps to face specific teams. But you're right, it's really hard to master it at that point. Gen G was so good last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it the same. They fine-tune, they make it better, and better. So
it's a Korean approach, you know, just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's consistent. Look, I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your players can't execute it in the server, then that idea means nothing.
Well, you know what does mean something though?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is their 4th game in a row, I think, of changing up their comp. We're going the double controller with the Viper mixed in, and Primi is on the Deadlock this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw him opping on Pearl, so they're really backing the Darion up here.
I think it's a very natural fit for Darion. You know,
दोनों
he's
के
played
पास
a lot
Deadlock
of
तो
Jet,
नहीं
he's
है
done a
भाई.
lot of opping, and
उधर
I do
एक
think
ही
Chamber can
Sentinel है,
provide
इधर भी
a
एक
lot of
Sentinel है.
valuable, I
Sova,
don't want to say utility,
same.
but a lot of value impact.
Viper.
You're seeing other agent changes as well.
Yeah,
Crystal
double
is
controller के साथ
onto
जा
the
रही है
server. You
TLN.
got the breach for
एक
Kelly, so
controller
they're
के
really
साथ
swapping
खेल रही
a
है
couple
Global
of different
Esports.
things around for this Abyss
Global
game.
Esports कर रही है पहले
Yeah,
defending
I am
और
liking this.
TLN
I
कर
love when
रही है
teams go back
attacking.
and
तो let's
rework
go
all their
map number
weaknesses,
2.
and it looks
Start
like they
now,
both
guys.
cooked
तो जल्दी
something up,
जल्दी
and
से
I
और
have
like
no
करो
idea
वीडियो को,
who's going to be
चैनल
the
को
better chef.
सब्सक्राइब
We're going to
करो.
go
हम
over
पहुंच
to our
चुके हैं map
casters to
number
take
2
away
में.
map 2 Talon versus Global Esports.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big changes in the compositions on both sides. Now, I know, you know, everyone in chat, Reddit, everyone's already still looking at Talon and saying, Primi's still not on Duelist? Like, what's going on here? But, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, because the current Neons we've seen is much more about baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if Primi set up for some of that fragging power.
Okay, so food
convert
critic
और
Chobra
पहुंचेगी
is
तीसरे
kind
map
of
में.
liking what
क्या ये
Talon's
map
cooking
यही
up here.
decide हो
Well,
जाएगा
I
ये
didn't say
match?
like. I just just said that we gotta wait and see.
Gotta wait and see.
सीरीज यहीं डिसाइड
We
होगी या मैप
shall,
नंबर 3
give
जा रहे
them
हैं
a
लोग?
chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double
Oh
controller
my
as well. But
God,
right
oh
now,
my
that
God.
impact from the chamber already coming through.
Yeah, and we're just going to get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle, but Crystal's still here as well. And then there's the support from Kelly S. Once again, keep your eyes on the movement of Kelly S because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about that chamber, though. The Des touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information. So I'm curious what kind of positions Darion takes.
Especially with how he holds sight lines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven. Governor down, Poppy comes back in for the trade. That's Primmy gone, and you're working against numbers at this point. Yudotan gets yet another. Ben, what are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with a ghost, but Poppy swings out after the ball line. That's instantly the round handed over to Global Esports.
Not the start you wanted after that first map, but you'll just have to pick it up once you get a chance to get some buys in. Meanwhile, Global Esports, Darion not missing those shots, gets the very first kill with the headshot, and then he's able to finish off the Neon as well. We should note, I mean, it's been a little bit, but you know, Darion, he played a lot of Chamber. They touched upon, he used to be a Jet player, he used to be an Opper, but you look at his overall career, it's still his second most played agent. So, I mean, this is going to be like the back of his hand for Darion on Chamber.
Just one heck of a sniper. Especially on the B side of things, it definitely works out incredibly well, but right now...
War Spy coming out from Talon, all half armor, all stingers, it's just going to be a full push in. Okay, going for the barrier mesh as well. They want to go for a full wraparound onto the A side. I don't mind it, and they will able to punish Yudotan. They punish Kelly S as well, and now Crystal all alone. Just the Sheriff, he gets stunned against the stingers. Gets one, not able to connect onto the second.
That's a flood instantly into the site. I mean, Kelly has heard the footsteps, but with the Guardian couldn't quite fend off, you know, all that incoming footsteps. Not the last player now, it's just Poppy. And Ban picking up that Guardian, able to make it ring. Poppy down with the headshot. So Talon strikes back off the quick Force Spy on the second round.
And that is a bit of a one-and-done Force Spy, but it's a very aggressive one as well. I mean, the speed that they're able to actually not just go through vents, but they wrap around all the way the bend of mid so that anyone in vents doesn't really have an exit, right? You go out there main, you're getting pinched. You come out from vents, you try to fight there, you're getting pinched. You try to go back to spawn, you're getting pinched. And that's only doable because it's the Deadlock and the Neon able to block off any sort of fast rotate from the defenders.
I think it's also a little bit of that Viper wall from Ben as well, though, right? I mean, it's kind of impressive. They keep doing the same thing. I mean, you got to keep an eye on that for the future rounds. But right now, back into B. Darren's already swapped sides over onto the A site.
Now Poppy just going to get pushed away. Doesn't really take damage there. He's able to get out.
Still space afforded, and now Talon pretty much kind of gets the free sight, right? It's just classics. Kelly S jumps over, actually managed to land yet another shot, but thankfully Talon managed to bring things back to their control. So now it's pretty soon, spike planted. How does GE try to deal with this?
और एक और राउंड जीतने की तरफ बढ़ चुके
हैं। You shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने सबसे बड़ी गलती कर दी वहीं पर जहां पर वो अपना बोनस राउंड हार गए जिसकी वजह से
meanwhile for GE, I mean barrier mesh,
उनका ये
maybe you try
सेव राउंड रहा और सेविंग राउंड में भी वो ये राउंड मुझे लग रहा है कि हार गए हैं तो एक और राउंड TLN के पास आ जाएगा और वो लीड लेगी एक राउंड
play around it still. Yeah, maybe trying to get the turret force online. He had the sight lines, but couldn't quite react in kind as soon as a little utility was placed. So, quick reactions from Talon again. And now just high-low setup.
Let's go, one more round for Talon. Let's go.
Yeah, just trying to make it sound like he picks up the gun and leaves and then decides,
देखने को मिलेगा हमें या यही डिसाइड करेगा ये सीरीज को.
Over towards my ultimate. Not going to happen though. Everyone's still a little ways away on the side of GE towards those ults, and Kelly is wreaking havoc on the site. But right now, Talon, they look a lot more locked in than they did over on Square.
Definitely working a lot better, especially with how they're taking things.
Talon को discipline के साथ खेलना पड़ेगा भाई, जीत जाएगी. मुझे लग रहा है. Map number 3 होगा.
Still blocking off quite a bit of mid, and you can see that it definitely forces G to invest some players into at least playing around mid a bit more.
Oh,
deep recon for a very aggressive position. These are the things you can afford to do with that chamber. We saw some of that chamber coming out from the Americas as well, where you're able to take so many different off angles with that rendezvous.
Pulling it. A little bit of an off angle though from this side.
Oh my god, how?
Quite deal with the slide,
so how still alive?
Yeah, that was kind of dicey. I'm
भाई
surprised he
जिंदा
even
कैसे है
stayed
अभी
for
तक?
that first shot, just knowing that it's a Neon, and you were just barely spotted by the drone, but perhaps hoping that they didn't quite recognize it.
That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of experience with
Damage
as
आ
well,
गया।
like dealing with Neons. He did that in VCL just last year.
और 50 seconds बचे हैं
If he's
दोनों
able
ही
to maybe
टीमों के
land some of those
पांचों
crazy
बंदे अभी
shots. Now, we
alive हैं।
mentioned that toxic screen
तो
earlier,
किधर पुश
obviously,
करती है
just
टैलेंट
as
देखना
any
है
double
और
control
बी
is
की
putting
तरफ
in a
मुझे
lot
लग
of
रहा
that
है
pressure, cutting
ज्यादा
off some of that rotate, and then Ban putting pressure onto
पोजीशन
Ben's
दिख
right
रही है
now
और
as
बी
well,
पे पुश
trying
कर
to go
दिया
for
है
deep wrap around
5v5 अलाइव है
Annihilation.
दोनों
It
ही
is gonna
टीमों
be
के
able to
और
catch
ये
Yudotan.
पहली
That
किल आती हुई
shuts off of the
ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स
defenses.
के लिए।
Poppy?
He's hiding away. They're not quite sure. Has he dropped or has he not? They can't quite make up their mind. He
और
drops. He's not going to get
एक
that
किल
kill.
के साथ ज्यादा
Remy
नुकसान
holding
नहीं।
the angle, able to react in kind. Still though, you're
4v4,
taking a look
4v3.
at how Ban is effectively lurking out from the back.
2v2.
G, they try to push on through. They're still up in towards heaven, trying to
Timing,
make use of
bro,
some of these sidelines.
timing.
A Crystal, he actually
Oh,
hears
not
Ban. I mean,
timing.
kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to
Let's
take
go.
him down. And
Equalize
there,
हो
final
चुका है
shot for
ग्लोबल
Darren to
स्पोर्ट्स ने
slam
ये
down
अपना
GE,
बाइंग राउंड जीत लिया
able to
है
equalize
और
scoreboard.
फाइनली इक्वलाइज कर दिया है
I don't think there was any sound there. I think that's just
मैप को।
really,
अभी
really
तक
big
4
heads up
राउंड
play in
खेले
the
हैं
fact
2
that they
राउंड
have
TLN
yet to
जीती
see
है और
the
2
Viper.
Global
Whoever
esports.
made that call and said,
काफी
watch your
ज्यादा
backs,
क्लोज
we
मैप चल
haven't
रहा
seen
है
Viper.
देखते हैं क्या
That
बनता
is
है
the
भाई
calm of the round right there. That's the call you need. Because if it wasn't for that, Ban was able to get a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because
अगर
you already
वाइपर
have
वहाँ
that up.
टाइमिंग
You
कर
already
देती
have
तो
Darren
मजा आ
watching the
जाता
site. You
चेंबर
trusted
को
him to
लेने
get
का
that information. What a good hold from GE.
ग्लोबल
Being
स्पोर्ट्स
that
फिर ये
spot
मैप
over Darren, I mean,
हार सकती
Crystal,
थी क्योंकि
you
बाइंग
gotta
राउंड
love
हार
the
जाती है एक
cohesion
और
of the
सेव
side
करना
of G, and right
पड़ता
now back into it. It's Darren
बट अभी
taking that
फॉरवर्ड
aggressive
ऑफ
space
करते
once
हुए
more.
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स
Pushing out this time, and Remy waits for it. Good
shot,
punish.
bro.
Knows the
Deadlock.
mind of someone who wants to op.
Remy
Does he suspect the second? He's waiting for it.
Crystal anticipating a possible
Okay.
push out as well.
Avoid
He's gonna
करी
have to
peek.
back off
So one
now.
1-1
Yudotan with a good hold, though.
दोनों
I mean,
टीमों
anytime
ने
you're
अपने
playing against these double
एक-एक
controllers, it's
बंदे को
either
खो
you try
दिया
to
और
push out
जेट
yourselves, or you kind of just have
बहुत
to
लो
wait. You
है
have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better. And GE, this is something they've cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
Yeah, able to work with it this time, especially with Poppy into the
Push
stars
कर
on the
दिया है
side, so he's able
TLN
to
ने
kind of relay through. But
और nice
unfortunately,
entry guys
Talon
nice
this time
entry
managed to come in with the flood. 2-3 players all through the smokes, and Poppy wasn't able to hold it back. So a bit of a retake scenario now without the numbers. GE gonna have to try to at least maybe get some picks. They do have the op, so it might be a save as well.
Yeah, something to consider because your
राउंड
econ
लग
is
रहा है
all
TLN
over
ने
the
ले
place right
लिया
now. The
है
credit's
अपने
not
लिए
quite evened out
एक और
for
बार
GE.
TLN
So if
लीड
you
कर
believe
सकती
that the
है
operator's
ग्लोबल
really,
स्पोर्ट्स
really
से ये
important
राउंड
for
जीत
those
कर
defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save, and Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky
टाइमिंग हो
kills. But
सकती है
the wraparound
गाइस
from Governor, he wants to punish
गवर्नर ने
the op.
टाइमिंग
Finds one.
ओह
Okay, we'll finish off the
नाइस
kill.
नाइस गवर्नर
Knows he doesn't quite have the opening anymore to chase for the second.
और यहाँ
Cool,
सेव
but
नहीं
dicey.
करने देना चाहिए
That
मारना
is
चाहिए
gun picked up nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
ओह
Didn't
टाइमिंग
spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying,
Okay.
all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough.
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने
Just
ऑफ
wait.
सेव कर
Not
लिया
really take that risk.
कैलिन ने एक और राउंड जीत कर लीड बनाई है एक
Control.
राउंड की
Definitely a bit of an improvement for talent, but nonetheless, I mean, being this aggressive and being this active and being able to take those guns away, being able to take the site and flood it through the smokes that
यहाँ
way,
विप तो किया था गवर्नर
clearly
ने
shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon
ये round
just now, round
important होने
5,
वाला है
is going to
Talon
be
के
very
लिए।
representative of just how every round
अगर
should
यही
be
राउंड
playing out
जीतती है
for
तो
them.
फिर
Get
तो
some information,
सेविंग
if you push
लगेगा
out,
ही
they
हाफ
punish
बाय
GE,
किया है
and then
अभी
they divide them
ग्लोबल
in mid,
स्पोर्ट्स
and
है
then it's a flood with the Neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in
ओह
mid!
हाउ
Going for the fight, down to the tour de force, the
check
first
क्यों
shot
नहीं
down
किया
at the
यहाँ
Governor,
पर?
and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
A main already given up, trying to hide away from that drone.
A
Looks like
Guardian.
Yudotan might have been hidden.
वन वेंडल वन फैंटम वन ऑफ
Cosmic Divide, you do have your own to
जिसके
try
साथ
to
चेंबर
counter
के
it on a
साथ
retake.
आल्ट है
Oh man, another repeat with the
Ooh.
op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal still
Oh,
holding strong
ये
on
round
defense.
आ
So
रहा है
they feel
Global
comfy
Sports के
on
लिए
the site,
भाई।
and Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, bit of a
3v4
mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
Trying to use that little pocket that might have been
Jet.
available on the Cosmic Divide to fake
बैक
them out.
साइड जा
But
चुकी है
I
ऑफ के
don't
लिए
think, I don't know if G even heard them.
ए
'Cause I
साइड
don't
मिल
think
सकती
we
है
saw
क्योंकि
Kelly
लोग
is
पीछे
past
जा
that
रहे हैं
wall.
और वॉकिंग कर रही है
Yeah,
यहाँ
now they're
पे
second guessing themselves. So surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh no. But still, I mean, just close enough to the side and having the numbers to possibly make something happen. Surely now they hear that Spike Tap
और
Yeah, but
ये
the
काफी
wraparound
अच्छी
coming in from
पोजीशन
Crystal,
ली है
that's going to be big. And
टैलेंट
Jit
के बंदे
Boys,
ने।
he might just let Kellius
अस्त्रा
slip
के पास
through and take out one of his
चांसेस हैं,
teammates.
बहुत सारे चांस हैं कि वो
So in the position, a
एक
little
दो
bit far
पिक
too
निकाले
deep.
टावर से।
While the rest of his
चांस
team
है
just
उसके
kind of
पास,
holds out
काफी
around the
अच्छी पोजीशन
spike.
होल्ड करके रखी है
Cruz
अस्त्रा
further
ने।
back, so that marks Crystal.
बैकस्टेप
Gets
है
off.
ब्रो।
Just to throw out the recon, Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and the angles. Crystal,
Nice.
unfortunately,
3v3.
shoulder spotted out.
और पोजीशन बहुत
That's
अच्छी
then the
होल्ड
cosmic
कर
divide.
रखी
Do
है
they know
टैलेंट
that
ने।
Heaven's being held?
They
Remy.
should now.
He knows.
Because you saw that reaction coming out from the spike tap, and you saw the sonic sensor
No
as well. Just
time.
not enough
No time,
and
guys.
GE will have to back off. That should be another round
Oh,
for
one
Talon.
more
They're on
round
the
for
hunt. They gotta
Talon.
get out of
Let's
spike
go.
radius
2 round
anyway,
की
and
लीड हो
Kellius
चुकी है और
will survive
maybe
just
मुझे
barely
लग रहा है
with that Vandal.
हम मैप नंबर 3 जरूर देखेंगे क्योंकि ये मैच टैलेंट ले
So
रही है
once
मुझे लग
again,
रहा है।
I mean, sure
ग्लोबली
you get
स्पोर्ट्स
shut down
थोड़ा
in
सा
mid, but
टफनेस
it's the
दिखा रही
same
है।
idea, right? You're still able to push the chamber out. You threaten him to force a rendezvous out. Then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of util in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out, the fake, and then doubling back onto A site. Good call from Cruz.
Just being able to hold it from Heaven as well. Additional angles to work with.
अभी भी एक बंदे के पास पैसे हैं और ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स ने आई थिंक अपना पहला टाइम आउट ले लिया है। 2 राउंड की लीड है टैलेंट के पास और ये अच्छी कॉल है ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्योंकि पिछले मैप में उन्होंने कोई टाइम आउट यूज नहीं किया था, तो इसमें टाइम आउट लिया है। अगर एक और राउंड जीतती है टैलेंट तो फिर लीड बढ़ती जाएगी, तो इस टाइम ये टाइम आउट लेना बिल्कुल।
Don't get free information, and you will just accept the fact that your rotates will be late. So what is the adjustment now? Do you invest even more util to try to go out? I mean, you could, but if you do at that point, you actually just have to commit to a fast flank. And what if Talon just responds? And then what if they just put a barrier mesh and say, nope, you're still trapped in A main, no information, we're just going to hold you there and trade util for util. So I think you have to start to think 2 steps ahead. I like the idea of the chamber in mid, trying to get that first pick. That's fine. Maybe you repeat that, but the reaction afterwards, rather than just re-clearing mid, maybe a sudden push out somewhere else to constantly keep Talon guessing.
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able to fight for that neutral ground, but at the same time, it's just wondering about how Talon's able to work around it, or if they're holding on the other sides, and especially, again, working with that double controller setup that they have. Mid is always kind of in contention.
Gamer commentary finally start. अरे gamer भाई अभी कहाँ start
Just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and
Normal
eventually
चल
they'll
रही
be
है
able to
अभी
secure that
बातचीत।
for themselves.
हाँ मैं तो
And they
इतना
make it
बोल
sound
भी
like
नहीं
they
रहा हूँ
left.
जितना
So
पहले
it's an absolute trap play, and Darian
फाइनल में
can't
हुआ
quite
था।
land that shot. What a jump peek out from Premi with the outlaw.
It's just shut down, but now
वन वेंडल के साथ ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स अपना 6th राउंड खेलती हुई और ये 7th
a
राउंड
bit of
है
an
ये।
eco round for GE, but still tough luck. I mean, starting things off that way.
Yeah, I don't mind the piling on to B, right? If you get a kill onto Kellius, maybe even the Rolling Thunder if the time allows for it to try to just win the round out of attrition. But it's going to be a hard fake. Talon not taking any chances. If they get a reaction out of here, they'll immediately go into A site, still creeping forward, but they start to see some of that util come out on B. So the main force will be going into A.
Yeah,
The Hunter's Fury baited out onto that plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his job.
so
Plant
unfortunate
कर
with
दिया
the
guys,
ult
tell
being
him.
drawn out. Rotations back into the A side. Okay, Viper's pit up as well, just for added measure, but now in towards fence, and
काफी
boys
अच्छी
holding it.
पोजीशन होल्ड करके
Bit
रखी
of an
है।
angle, spots them out.
नाइस शॉट
It's a
यार
double kill.
boys।
And now there's not much you can do. Poppy not going to be able to find that kill instantly. Yudotan did pick up the Phantom,
ग्लोबली
but
स्पोर्ट्स
the
एक
retake
और
itself
राउंड
looks kind of
लॉस करती
impossible.
हुई।
Okay, Jit Boys, he might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Yudotan's going to get him from behind.
2v2
One enemy remaining.
Now Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the spike. Looks like he's not going to be given the option to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a rifle himself, so he could just save that over. And that's going to be the choice from GE.
ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स के लिए एक चीज अच्छी हुई कि उनके पास दोनों
5-2 lead for Talon.
गन्स
What
के
a
साथ
choice
उन्होंने ये
there.
राउंड
I mean,
को
you talk
सेव
about
किया
fakes
है
like
तो
these,
नेक्स्ट
especially
राउंड
when
उनके लिए
you're ahead of the
इंपॉर्टेंट है
econ, is it
क्योंकि
really
3 राउंड की
necessary?
लीड ले ली है
But just
टैलेंट ने।
given the fact that, okay, we don't know where else they've pushed out from, we don't know what the rotations looked like, but they should be going for a stack. I don't mind it, especially because it's the Neon, right? You can try to get out, usually a little bit slippery. You're able to buy a lot of time. And Governor, I mean, he baits out the Hunter's Fury. That's more than you could have asked for.
So much value. At the same time, I mean, a bit of an eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Yudotan pushing down mid to take down Ban.
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well. So yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from. So that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding on to that position. It's still a double stack. So this requires Talon to now use util. But the question is if you have to use the rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Yudotan push out from mid once more? Because there's still a full minute left on the clock. Just holding for now. GE pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a default position.
Banking a lot on the stack, and at the same time trust in Poppy to just hold down B. He's continuing to jiggle, so doesn't see anything. It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be able to really displace that crosshair as much. But Darion, he gets tagged.
Fast lane up as well. So trying to slip on through with that, the relay vault now out. Kelly's not quite able to react with it. Second rendezvous now used, but unfortunately, just animation not quite up in time. Darren gets scunned off, and that's going to be down onto Crystal. Out from heaven, trying to work alongside it. Kind of avoiding the annihilation, which didn't quite connect into him. So not too bad for now, but
काफी close है global
esports
esports
as well. It's been blocked off. Yudotan though, still able to let a bit of a shot.
Yeah, and sees Chip Boys as well. Chip Boys are taking so much damage. He's now gonna have to hide away. You know he's trapped.
2 CD, 1 tower.
And it's a 2-man push out from spawn. They gotta take out Chip Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy, and then a repeat from all three members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
global esports ने
Losing
अपना
players
buying round,
initially
important
thanks to
round
the
था
Neon,
global
but
के
then
लिए
at
वो
the
जीता
same
है
time
उन्होंने.
just being able to
Let's go.
hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot
round
through.
काफी competitive और काफी close
for his
रहा.
teammates to come on through. The crosshair
global
displacement at the
esports
end there,
ने
just
last तक
perfect.
patience दिखाया
Retake
और
protocols.
अपने patience को
Yeah,
बना के
honestly, the
round
site hit
जीता.
itself was very
काफी
good.
अच्छी picks
I
निकाली थी
almost thought
governor ने,
Kelly
उसके
S
बाद
pushed out too far forward. He had the rolling
ये
thunder.
round
You
lose
could have
किया
used
है
that to buy
Talon
time
ने.
as well. Maybe give time for Yudotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. But at the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch it up. Push out from B side with the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give up so much space here.
Round push करते हुए.
Oh, Dario with a nice shot as well, holding that
यार.
close off angle. Man, that's the toxic screen down. Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what GE wanted even last week, was just let Poppy do his thing on the A site. We try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
3v5.
Works out.
Take flight.
Drawing out the Baron
पूरी
Mash as
team
well,
alive है
so
global esports
maybe
की.
regrouping, breaking that down, and using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven gives them more options into the site.
Nice shot, guys. Nice
Pick out
shot.
from Cruz, but they have to continue to play
Out
aggressive.
use.
Prairie with a nice hit,
Oh.
but Poppy gonna utilize that
2v3.
rolling thunder to his advantage.
One
They
tower,
sub ults
one
as
main.
well for Talon if they want to make sure they can secure this round.
Found them.
And possibly anticipating that they are playing that post-plant position with the ults as well, so maybe needing to kind of push out against it. But Cruz hanging further back. Now's the timing to set up that Hunter's Fury. Sends off those beams. Shitboy's able to hold out the front side of things as well. But
Oh, but-
Poppy's still able to fight back, now holding the angle. Spike getting stuck. Kelly S gets it just
One
in
more
time
round full of
for G to
global
pick up the round.
esports.
I think
काफी
Cruz
combo
assumed
करने की
that
try
maybe there
करी,
wouldn't be enough
सोवा
time,
और
but either
उसका
way,
ने
he didn't get the
कामयाब
tag out to
नहीं
Kelly
बना.
S either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kelly S was never, ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kelly S, and that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
global esports जो
Same
round
time,
जीत
so
रही है ना, वो
much
फर्स्ट पिक
impact
निकालने
from
के
one
बाद
player,
जो उनको
Poppy,
राउंड्स मिल रहे
in
हैं, जो
these
पहली
rounds
पीक
on the
वो
map for
पुश करके
GE.
निकाल रहे हैं
Next
2
round coming
राउंड
through,
से.
and there's
उसके बाद ये
switch up their
राउंड जो
setups.
यूटिलाइज किया है वो
Darren alongside
इसी वजह
Yudotan on
से
towards A now.
यूटिलाइज कर
Hold for
पाए
that
हैं.
information.
Yeah, and that's going to be, that was meant to be a trap play there for Yudotan, just hiding him away with that trademark, but now they realize it's not
Talon
going to
के लिए ये
happen, so
round
you just leave the
important है.
operator
अगर ये round
alone,
नहीं
trying to go
जीतती
for a
है,
fast rotate, but you're
तो
already a
उनको
step late. The
eco
Neon
करना ही
starts
पड़ेगा.
charging in, grab net launch. Can you hold on to site, Crystal?
Oh,
It's a double team between Crystal and Kelly as a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets the third, and shuts down the entire
3v3,
entry. Spike
3v4.
dropped on site.
drone
So
out
he's
to check as
still
well. He
alive.
dodges the shock dart, and that it is
Nice
for
round,
Yuno to come in
one
with
more
the
round for Global
blades.
Esports यार
GE
इक्वलाइजर
equalized the
होता हुआ
score
Global
thanks to
Esports की
Crystal's
तरफ से
efforts.
What a good hold. The
तो
duo
10 rounds खेल
between
चुके हैं
Crystal
20
and
में
LES.
और दोनों ही
Two
टीमों ने
IGLs
क्या मैचेस
bonded
दिखाए हैं
together.
पहले
They're
5
on
राउंड
the
रहे
site. Good trades. Crystal set
टैलेंट
up
के
for the
नाम
kills.
और अब
And a
5
good
राउंड्स
read as
देख
well
रहे
from
हो आप
KLES.
ग्लोबल esports के नाम
GE
सो वाले
coming alive now,
3K
bringing
किया
things up
इस
to a tied score of 5-5,
Round में
and suddenly Talon, they looked so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Just trying to figure out, you know, what Talon's movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks, really stifles their momentum. And once again, we're back to the same setup.
And this time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger, and he's just holding close next to his smokes. They will force Talon to move away. Talon has to start working the map. They've kind of just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose it. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not working. A lot of room to re-clear mid and A main.
Deploying drone.
Especially mid, though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They managed to do it. Hunter's Fury out, though, and then in kind from Crystal. And there it is, back in through. And Yudotan, just on the timing of it, spots out Ben as he tries to make the movements happen.
I love this from Yudotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a poor position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main or not? Oh, but that kill opens things up. Dear Governor could continue to be bait. He's not quite checking for having too many angles for him to check how low, and he's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make up their mind. Once Governor got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the spike gets planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Danger as well. He hears the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing out, gets the kill, and then the spike dropped. 15 seconds left, and Poppy's still able to double back to hold down that site. 6 rounds for GE.
You don't ever assume you can break into Poppy's sight. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor down. That's what he's done his entire career. I mean, Talon, it looked like they were starting to push and pull and try to find these gaps and creating these gaps, but they weren't ever able to actually thread it through that gap.
3v2 बना के ही रखा.
The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, the first half right now. But then trying to come in with the stack into the B site now, just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into KLES, but Yudotan with the off angles, a second kill, looks for the third. Trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the spray, it commits, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect. It's the Annihilation that connects into Poppy as well. So back to even numbers now.
Talon के पास अगर वो lose नहीं करती man advantage पे ये round easily
last round, so you just go for it. Trying to draw their attention, trying to get them to peek. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site, but they're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the off shots. That's a distraction. We gotta keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The timing's perfect for Crystal. Now trying to scout out where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE. They still need to get the kill and go for the defuse. Tries to jump in. Gets one kill. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half, but Van is not giving him that chance. And Talon will barely tie things up in the first half.
6-6 के साथ
crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back into it, being able to find those two players. Yudotan tries so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon
निकाली और well played
able to work around all of it.
Global Esports ने काफी अच्छा comeback किया है, जहाँ वो 5-2 पे थी, equalize कर दिया है पहले half को, तो ये मैप काफी close हो रहा है guys, बने रहो, second half जल्दी start होगा, 1 मिनट में start हो रहा है, like करो वीडियो को, channel को subscribe करो भाई, जो भी नया जुड़ा रहा है अभी, जो भी नया जुड़ रहा है इस पे.
If we see that timeout come out before the first half ends, but Frost and Jovi having faith in their players to try to reclaim some of those rounds, and now they will be going onto the defensive side themselves. So curious to see how they play things out. Obviously, no hard sentinel. Not really going to call Deadlock a hard sentinel. I know she's got traps and walls and whatnot, but a little bit of a different category compared to the Cypher and the Killjoy, traditionally speaking. So what do we do here? Because it's going to be tough to just trust Deadlock alone to buy all that time. However, it is primmy, right? So put up the barrier mesh, maybe you get a kill or two, peek back and forth, jiggle, he could be a great anchor, but how else are you using that Viper? That's gonna be the crucial category right now, and how you deny information, but also delay. When is that single snake bite going to be used by Ban to make sure they get valuable information off of it?
Absolutely, and there's just so much delay at hand. So you got to think, you know, starting things off 6-6.
इसको हाफ स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस, हाफ स्टार्ट हो गया। टेलन के पास भी 6, ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के पास भी 6। ये मैप के डिसाइडर राउंड्स हो सकते हैं, इको राउंड्स। तो ये इको राउंड्स अगर ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स जीतती है तो ये लीड बनाएगी, और टैलेंट जीतती है तो उसके लिए मैप नंबर 3 के डोर्स ओपन करना हो जाएगा एक तरीके से। काफी ज्यादा क्लोज मैप देखने को मिल रहा है हमें। और ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स ने पी पे पुश कर दिया है, काफी क्लोज पहुंच चुके हैं।
But Yudotan, he's taking so much space. They suspect it. They'll push him back out. That's important. He's going to be able to give up that space now.
Relay back in. Grafnet out as well, just in case he was right around the corner, but able to
Nice,
hold out
Governor.
not far enough. Governor, though.
Okay, 4-4.
Yeah, big pickup from Governor there.
Okay.
Just making sure that he's ahead, making sure that they can disrupt some of the positions. But Kelly's, do they check for him? It's a good setup with Yudotan. It's a good crossfire. Yudotan gets the trade, keeps Kelly's alive for another kill onto the side of GE. Now suddenly a 4v2, Talon no longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay. And Kelly's is just dancing in between these members. Once again with Yudotan, it's 2 kills to each name, 3 on the board for Yudo for the entire round.
So effective at working alongside each other, being able to hold out from danger, allowing Kelly to stay alive and continuing to wreak havoc towards the back of the site. Just deadly.
And these early kills really means a lot. I thought Governor did a good job of making sure he pushes Yudotan out. Then he gets control of boxes so that they can start the retake, so that it's not a very oppressive post plan coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kelly's is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
Oh, that's a good hit. Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these aggressive push outs, but holding just on the railing. Jip Boys is, I mean, he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold here until I get a kill. Oh, they get the spot. Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant Jip Boys. They're really committing out to this fake. I mean, if he can get a kill, it would be great, but do they ever quite peek out?
Damage ले लिया है.
I was wondering if Darion maybe even tries to get ahead of it to peek below from above, but obviously with the toxic screen there, you're opening yourself up when that screen goes down.
पांचों बंदे alive हैं और 50 seconds बचे हैं हमारे पास.
If he does spot out anything up or towards
bonus
Ben, then he's going to see that there's nobody there.
दिख रहा है हमें global e-sport का A side
well for Talon.
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the Bear Mesh on A. However, they now realize Jip Boys being sent all the way deep for the flank. Nobody there. Bear Mesh will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
30
yeah,
seconds
it takes
left.
a bit of time. And in that time, Yudotan sets himself up on top of the boxes. And a little bit of crosshair displacement as well, but back into it. Spikes has been planted for main, so that's where they're gonna hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have classics. You didn't invest anything extra into this. No reason to overextend. The only thing will be Jip Boys. He's already on the flank. See if he can get an exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here. Because there is no further chance for Talon to try to get any sort of advantage in this round.
Yeah. Don't want to give them any alt orbs.
And Darion wants some alt orbs,
Still
though,
holding, yeah. Okay, Crystal.
Okay, he's gonna go forward, try to just get whatever he can.
पांचों बंदे अपने alive
And
रखने का
just with the Sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes into Spike. Nothing really lost there of value, right? Just the Sheriff. You're not losing any investment, you're also not giving away an ult orb to the opponents.
Apart from the round lost.
ये round important है Talon के लिए.
Apart from that,
ये
so
round
far so
बहुत
good.
important है क्योंकि उनका buying round है
hands,
और bonus round खेल रहे हैं global e-sports. तो इस buying round को convert करना होगा win में. अगर इस मैप को जीतने की तरफ बढ़ना है उनको.
They're able to do. I like that they just choose to say, okay, you know, we're just gonna give that up. And now GE up ahead. We are going to see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that Sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their hands.
There.
Bought up and pushing
close
up
is mid.
through this toxic screen already. And the drone might have spotted out a little bit more as well.
It's a fast hit. Toxic screen completely ignored, and you expect to push out, but
Nice.
Darian not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from
unpeak
Kelly
ke
S, but that's the spike
Nice,
down.
nice.
Now Ban, he needs to be careful where he chooses to
free.
position himself because he's going to be open
Timing,
from a
it's
lot
called
of different
timing.
angles. He's just going to have to fight his way out.
Holds it from the closest off angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's playing against. So
Three,
instantly
three.
Spike picked up,
B side में
Brisu
चुकी
planted
है
onto the side, the full 3-on-3 retake.
और तीनों ही बंदे
Now
मुझे
Poppy
लिंक नजर आ रहे
reclaiming
हैं.
that area as
Wow.
well. He's creating another cross angle. Talon,
कोई
do they
विंडो चेक
suspect it?
करेगा या टाइमिंग
Because it's a
करेगा
3v3.
पापी.
Do you imagine? Oh, they spot each other, and Primy's very
no
quick with it.
timing.
So now it's out to Yudotan, gets ahead of it at least a little, takes down Primy, goes in for yet another swing, has the dash anyway, but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel, Yudotan, and wants to go out for the kill, but
Let's go,
Cruz
Talon ने
able
एक
to
round
strike
और
back
जीता है. Well played,
against
Talon.
GE. A
ये
round
राउंड
picked up by
बनाया है
Talon.
सोवा ने. Let's
Cruz
go.
always so trustworthy when Talon
Tying round
most needs
जीत
him.
लिया है
I
और
was thinking
bonus
against
round
Yudotan and
हार
Crystal, it
चुकी
looked
है.
like they were pretty
Nobody
well
sports.
trained and kind of going back and forth with the bait and switches, but they never quite were able to peek out at the same time. And Cruz just reads it perfectly, says, this is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for Talon Esports. Oh, very quick on that pickup against Yudo, and then he's just ready for it. Obviously, both Silvas knowing the location of each other. However, that was their buy round, so that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for Talon. So you'll collect some of the half armors, but you're just going to hold on to the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
Let's go.
Just trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now. A little bit slightly
ये
different.
राउंड important
to
है global esports के लिए.
Kind of
बहुत
pad
ज़्यादा.
up the A side a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the Sonic
ये round
sensors
हारते
here,
हैं
so
तो
that if
जरूर
you
eco
choose to
जाएंगे.
try to wrap around on bridge, try to really flank onto that back site, there's double Sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick peek out. Then he tried to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything. Talon trying to get ahead of the movement. Drone going to get spotted on A main at the same time. And so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but Governor with a nice pickup with the hero rifle.
Just being able to duke out against Min. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier before, just the oppressive toxic screen again from Ban forces them to use util to re-clear mid.
Okay, with the berry mesh out, now on that timing, past the minute mark onto A main as well. As Talon, all eyes trained onto mid. It has to be a flank no matter what, otherwise it's a wild rush in the last 20 seconds. Looks like right now it's going to be that B side.
Oh,
and
nice,
be lined up
Governor.
for him. That's a double headshot. Able to control that spray, and now Spike down as well. It should be the round for Talon. And GE, they're already positioning themselves away to safety, going for a save.
No other option. That's the best they can do right now. Not for Talon. The setup really works out incredibly well.
global esports
And
save
they're able to
करती
upgrade
हुई
their
और
weapons. That's a
एक
big
और
part of
बात
this as
ये
well, right? We
equalizer
realize
होता
that
हुआ
off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to
बहुत
buy up.
close
So they
map
say,
रह रहा है
okay,
ये.
we take the loss, and now they get a thrifty for
पहले
it.
half से हम
That's going
equalize
to pay
देख रहे
off
हैं.
dividends
एक
for
दूसरी
Talon
team
as they tie things up.
comebacks
8-8.
कर रही है,
This
equalize
map
कर रही
has
है.
been neck and neck, and you know, we got
काफी
big
ज़्यादा
time
close
over
map
on the
है.
desk, always wanting all three maps. He wants maximum Pacific Valorant, and we might be on track to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible. Especially with how everything has been playing out so far. Talon is definitely showing that even though the split wasn't quite the best map that they cooked up, still putting Primy on some of these other agents and being
global
able to work
esports ने
alongside
दोनों time out
a
use
lot of
कर
the
लिए हैं.
utility this way definitely gives them
पहले
more
मैप में
value.
एक भी टाइम आउट यूज
Now
नहीं
it's
किया था.
just like the reverse of the first map. It's going to be
Again, map
GE
में
using up both
एक
of their
पहले half में
timeouts
use
before
किया,
Talon
second half
even
में
needs to
दूसरा
call a
time out use
single
कर लिया.
one.
और दोनों
Talon
time out
held on
use करते
strong
हैं.
in the first half, realized what their win conditions would be going into the second half. They made it that 6-6, and once again they even things out at 8-8, and GE will have to figure out an answer here on their attack.
I can imagine it's definitely possible, though. I mean, the fact that they're coming in off of this 13-3 loss to Team Secret last week, they've already made the adjustments. They're also adapting on the fly to things. Definitely looking a lot better for this team overall. But now onto the attacking side, that's where they're starting to face some of these problems that they've never quite faced before, especially against a team like Talon, pulling out the double controller setup.
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid-fight unless you land all your shots, sure. But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of Talon is too oppressive for a mid-battle. So going in fast onto that B site, now I wasn't quite sure if it would be a 5-man hit, but that looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for GE.
So straight on, headstrong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades finds that whole side's been vacated.
But this is what I wanted to know is earlier, if you go for a 4-man hit and try to hold them off in mid, because there's a very big likelihood that there's going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it, quickly falling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well, and the rendezvous from Darion. It's a bit of a risky situation onto Danger, but he will have one more chance.
Yeah, watching for it. Bit of a rolling thunder as well, just to buy further time too. It does connect into so many of the players from Talon. And here comes Yudotan alongside Darren. All that's left now. Jit Boys playing up around stairs. Has to kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. And Yudotan still making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Bladestorm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
This works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We've still got extra backup, and now once again, a little bit of a harder fight now onto the A side, but Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
So continuing to try to hold for it, but it is that double sonic sensor setup on the A side again.
Nobody wants you for Cruz, just going to be the eyes to make sure that they don't come towards Primi. If they do, he'll notify him. Primi's ready for that shot. He's always so clean with the rifle. They know they're coming.
Trying to break it. Primi thinking about pulling out the utility.
Yeah, but he holds. Barrier mesh off the drone to make sure there's no quick follow-up.
So now that's a bit of util and a bit of a rotation being pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being repositioned, not quite spotted in mid just yet. Darion never peeked out, so this is the whole idea after that timeout, right? Is put pressure on one side, do they push out of mid, then Darion picks up the kill. But you're never really going to try to aggressively fight in mid because you just don't have the advantage. Now with a lack of information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taken down. Yudotan, not quite spotted. Oh, maybe it looks like he has been. Util trained. Uh-oh. He's just gonna hold on. They're not quite sure if he's still there or not, but Yudotan's just going to wait.
Then you gotta look for Ban's position closer towards the B site. It was such a good spot. He wasn't spotted or anything, but now GE thinking back to rotate.
But they heard him. Ban heard them start running. You look at the positions, Talon, they're still holding strong, and Jitboy's just making sure it's not a wraparound through mid. This is going to be an absolute crash, and they just have to sprint in for the spike. It's only 10 seconds left. The op trying to get a shot, and there's the overdrive. It takes down everybody as Primi and Governor hold on to the site. Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A side and mid, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of information that Talon had was Ban as that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past Danger over by the B site.
Hearing for all of it. Once you're down onto the side at 10 seconds left, I mean, your only option is to truly go for the kill. Just can't quite get the spike down safely anyways. So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious. Use a drone. Peek back out. You know you want information because otherwise you haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
Not really seeing anything yet still though. I mean, thrown out towards B side now.
All right, the real question will be, are they aware of Ban's position while they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double setup. Ban already gets one. Now it's a double on the site, Yudotan, but Jit Boy's still alive, and he's in position to start to back out safely to regroup. Backup has arrived. Jit Boys actually doesn't quite need it. He's going to take down Yudotan as well.
Somehow inside of the smoke, and now all that's left, I mean, Crystal alongside Darian. At least Crystal on the site, so maybe looking for some kind of an opportunity. Have the spike.
Just trying to see if they can maybe get out some extra util, get a free kill with the operator. Crystal, he's going to get one himself. And Darian still watching over by Heaven, but they don't know if there's been a cross. There's the annihilation, and that's going to catch him. There's the spike all the way getting drawn out. Darian, you got to make a choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike right in the middle of enemy territory.
No, keeping themselves inside of cover as well. There's no chance whatsoever for Darian, even getting clipped in the back as he tries to cross on over into safety. Truly trying to find and extend their lead right now.
Yeah, first time they've reclaimed the lead since round 10 when GE tied it up 5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much. You know, 10-9, it's anybody's game. This time it's a good hold from Talon. Great double team between Jit Boys and Ban. All those smokes really working out to their advantage.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean, thanks to those smokes, able to peek wide outside of Rafters. Next round coming through now, and the adjustment is going to be a 3-stack on the B side for Talon.
Yeah, with the operator as well. Oh, and he catches Yudo before he takes flight. Shutting him down.
Do it as well. And thanks to the smokes, being able to still hold the ground.
Let's go. Double digit or
it's just going to be a reset from GE. They don't really have information anywhere else, right? This was an all-in, especially given that it's not really a strong buy. You just have that Stinger in hand, and then the Sheriffs. So they just hope that the silence is going to bait out Talon to reset, which it does, but Talon's not missing out on much either. They still have an operator, they still have the numbers advantage, and they will just be able to regroup, still leaning heavier towards this B site.
Right here.
You got the numbers, why not? And Primi is safe enough on the A site, so straight into it. Global trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves towards backside. The wall bang not quite connecting. So at least the spike goes down. Crystal from long range with the Sheriff as well, still able to connect it.
Oh, you don't want to give these 1v1s if you're Talon. Using that Cosmic Divide just to try to get through. There comes the 100 Fury coming out from Crystal. Is it going to be able to? No, it's just going to buy time. Not really doing too much damage. Ban now already on the side. That's a good catch with the grab net as well. And Crystal, all alone, just has to go for the shock darts. It'll get some chip damage in, but someone already pushed up. Yes, he gets a kill for his troubles, but the round will still be going over to Talon.
sacrifice kara hai bhai.
Man, I mean, you know, giving those 1v1s Talon, I love the fact that they were much more careful. Yeah, they gave one over to Crystal from long range. But even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have the confidence that if they're able to set up, they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well. Isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number advantage.
बहुत जरूरी है भाई, बहुत जरूरी है ये राउंड जीतना ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स के लिए.
Thinking about how G might be able to fight back, but so far the B hits not quite working out. And if you're thinking about A, that's where now the Viper Spit comes up.
Viper Spit on top of the Sonic Sensors. That's a rough sight to get into. So the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank. And Prim's ahead of it. They know they gave up some good control. He's up on Heaven, waiting for that vent door to break. Sonic Sensor as well.
Nice,
and then a nice catch from Jit Boys. GE starting to fall apart. They're all over the place in mid, just giving up these free peaks.
मुझे लग रहा है मैच पॉइंट.
There's another one for Governor. He knows the chase has to come through because otherwise GE, they would have to wrap all the way back around spawn. And that's the only place you can really come in from again. Just full faith in Ban's Viper's Pit.
Yeah, at this point, there's not too many options for GE, right? The Viper's Pit in his phase, and if they do double back in towards mid, you're thinking about the op. It's just what are you going to do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try to kind of save.
ये guns save करेंगे.
I mean, they were trying to go for that ult orb sound and then the runaway with the fade.
Try करेंगे.
There's no reason for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE.
जितना मुझे लगता है कि save करना
चाहिए. This roster, they have done unnecessary moves before. Like all last year, there have been some overextensions. overextending. There has been some overheating. So I like the attempt at a bait, but that's the most they could have done. Like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh, they really just have to wait for the time and go for that save because your credits aren't looking good. And now it's going to be map point for Talon, one step away from taking us to the third map of Lotus.
All right.
Okay.
2025 Talon. Still, though, kind of affording at least a kill in towards GE. You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Let's go. तो टैलेंट को आप देख रहे हो आप मैच पॉइंट में और एक और राउंड आ चुकी है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स 2 राइफल्स के साथ आएगी मैच पॉइंट्स मतलब 2 गन्स के साथ वैंडल्स 2 वैंडल्स के साथ मैच पॉइंट खेलेगी ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स
Being able to keep that still. Got you. That's right. I mean, now working against map point 9-3. I mean, how do you find, way back into this map?
1 Guardian, 2 Guardian, 2 Vandal, and 1 Alt.
Shields.
Chamber Alt पे खेल रहा है
It has to be Darian, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor. So they're going to try to hold them off on A. See if you can bait out some of that extra utility, maybe force them to think that it's a chamber on this side, but that toxic screen again makes peeking out of that A main so easy for Talon. You just take it step by step. And Darian, he's just going to look for these rotations. But Talon, do they even commit to it? I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into A main. Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in. But you never were meant to fill this site. Look at Jitboy's position. He just wants to hold on to back site.
This is all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now at the very least. And they're going to have to try to hold it so far back. Back into its nest, back towards main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the floods through stairs as well. At least the stars are up. And Poppy's trying to work alongside them, but the fast lanes in his face. Darian just to watch his back. Darian unfortunately gets gunned down by Jitboys now though from stairs. And Poppy doing his best to try to anchor around the site. And off the timing of things, that's when Cruz comes out from the back. Poppy gunned down. Crystal, the only one left. He's way too far from the site. Sends out the recon, but Jitboys is sticking the defuse. And there it is. Talon closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map 3.
The pieces from Talon there to wait for Cruz to fully get the flank. Governor jumps down and he just says, well, it's either you coming to the smoke for me when I'm only the shorty, or we're just dancing around until I get more backup. They slowly just encroach onto that site, and then the moment Cruz gets that kill onto Kelly S, suddenly everybody floods right onto the spike. It's a great retake from Talon Esports, looking a lot better on this map too, and maybe the disc was right. Maybe it was just that, first game back on the big stage jitters, and Talon has shaken them off.
So much of it. Just seeing how effective this composition can be as well, especially on the defensive half. You're seeing all of that utility come into fruition. The double sonic sensor setup on towards the A site, and Pan just being such a menace, especially throughout on his Viper's toxic screen all throughout the map.
Yeah, it's just been a great map from Talon. Everyone really doing their part. Governor also playing the bait when he needs to, but really able to go for those op shots when he needed as well. And Jitboys really coming back alive as an anchor, saying, hey, when I'm given the chance, I can do the same thing too. Poppy is a pretty good player, but Jitboys was one of the OG rookie controllers here in VCT Pacific, and he's shining once again. Talon playing their composition to perfection as well. You mentioned it, things like the toxic screen, the sonic sensors, it was all set up very, very well in favor of them, especially on that defensive side.
That said, though, a few successful rounds for G nonetheless. Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been doing quite a bit of damage, carrying that performance over from the first map. So hopefully being able to see a bit of that in the third map as well. But for now, I mean, this has been such a good second map for Talon. How does this really all shake up? We have to toss it back over to our analyst desk to tell us everything.
Everything? There's so much, though. There's so much to talk about. Talon finding the wind in their sails for map 2, bringing us to a proper full series here. This is what we want to see. We want to see a good game. And this was very interesting. Talon seemed to have figured out a lot of things. This is a lot better than we expected. Global, though, coming back a little bit there. But I don't know. I think they need a little bit more time to rework their Abyss.
Yeah, I like the changes that they tried to make. Obviously, they tried to shake things up, bring in the chamber, but I didn't really feel it have a ton of impact. I didn't see Darion really manage to pick apart Talon in a way a chamber would.
To be fair, it wasn't really his fault. Like, Talon was doing a fantastic job of neutralizing him. You'll see some highlights of that later on that we've taken from the game, but you know, the utility and the way that they push him off those angles, the amount of times that he just got droned off the line by Cruz, he really had his impact minimized. Yudotan is really the one that actually kept them in this game. I mean, it's the stars for GE that make them a consistent roster time and time again. That first half was very back and forth. I actually thought Talon probably could have got more out of their attacking side as far as I'm concerned, but fumbled some of the rounds in the mid round and the XVX. I think at the end of the day, it's GE's attack side that really let them down. Like, he had one or two really good calls off of the attack pause, which I'm assuming is coming from the coaching staff, like the Rolling Thunder round on B in the after plant. But after that, they really didn't seem like they could figure out how to attack into the comp that Talon brought here onto Abyss.
The big thing for me was Talon's retake on B. They felt very, very comfortable giving space when they needed to and taking it back. I liked what they were doing with their toxic screen on Viper as well to kind of lock out that mid and A control. It gives you a lot of sequential control. I just felt like they really understood how to play defense on this map.
They also kept changing up their approach. Like, some of the rounds, the site was left completely wide open. There wasn't a single player playing on it. It was just a toxic orb. Some of the rounds you had someone in a toxic orb and just buying time, and then they had a cute little setup that they were playing.
Yeah, I think they had a lot prepared for this. And this is what Talon has been saying that they have. They said, we're really good at macro. We've got so many different things up our sleeves. And and we saw a lot of it displayed here.
I mean, this is a great start to the first gun round. You see, this is the first round that Darion gets an op-out. It's exactly why they wanted to mix up the chamber to try to get him more involved in the game, as opposed to the Cypher. Drone comes out, instant stun, forces him to TP off the line. He can't even be allowed to take a shot. Then we go into this B after plant where you have the Annihilation that hits the rotating player. And although Talon didn't win this round, this is a great example of how they're able to play the macro well and push and pull the rotations and neutralize the effectiveness of the op.
Yeah, I definitely liked what they were trying to do in terms of macro this game. This was a great round where they understand that the strength of their comp is in the post plan. So they're able to kind of set up this kind of fake towards B, end it back on A and find a completely free and open site. And then you're post planting with your Viper roll, you have deadlock traps, you have Astra utility. Trying to retake into this is hard.
I mean, this kind of reminds me of Nongshim does, to be honest. He's sending the Neon in, that's pulling 3 or 4 rotations to the other side of the map. You get the kill on the player that's deep A main that's holding an info line, and exactly like you said, deadlock wall on spawn, Viper ult across the site. That's an impossible retake when you're already 15 seconds on the other side of the map in terms of rotations and the spikes ticking.
Yeah, exactly. There was excellent use of Neon, especially when you're doing a lot of swinging from site to site. And this is, again, the specialty of Talon. And when it works, it looks so good. And we could see it happening there, especially with their macro plays. I'm curious now how Global is going to be tackling this. Going to Lotus is going to be our next map. And that's it's a big map. Talon, historically, we saw this happen in stage 2. They got, 0-13 by Paper X. They didn't do so well near the end against Jet G. It wasn't great. They like Lotus, though. They either pick it or they let it through every single time.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The real GE fans out there will remember it. Last year in 2024, obviously I was there. We played against Talon. Map 1, we stopped them. Map 2, we lost a very close map, and then we ended up losing map 3. So I feel bad for the guys in GE. I feel bad for the people at the watch party there. You don't want to relive this nightmare. So I hope GE can bounce back stronger into this map 3.
This is a map where you have no idea what's going to go on. Like, Talon, I think, lost like 13-2 in the offseason to Gen G on this map. GE, I don't think we've even seen them play Lotus yet, so this is just a bloody coin flip as far as I'm concerned. You have no idea what you're going to get from either of these teams, but even if you did have some tape, you had some data of what you thought was going to happen, you've already seen both of these teams continue to change their comps map to map to map and try to get better reads on each other, try to go for a little bit of an anti-strat based on what they saw compositionally, or maybe what didn't work for them in the case of GE's
Lotus map सबसे खराब है.
I'm expecting a chaotic.
तो यार ठीक map है, मुझे ठीक लगता है.
This will be messy.
I'm expecting some crazy picks as well. Both
जब
these
मैं नहीं
teams
जीतता तो
don't
मुझे
mind a little
लोटस
bit of
खराब
cooking.
लगता है. जब
They
तक
don't
जीतता हूँ सही
mind,
लगता है.
trying different things. So
मेरे
I
साथ
think
तो ये
I'm
scene
It's
है.
a crazy idea. I just want to pitch this one. I know this is insane, but what if you put Primi on a duelist? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
What? We can't have that. Talon would never do that. They would never do that. Primi on a duelist. Why would we give him so many kills and
Might work well.
let him entry? But I think it's interesting, though, because the way we saw Primi actually play when he first came in, I think there was a little bit of refinement that was needed, a little bit of discipline that he needed. When you're coming into the tier 1 pro play, it's so different than pulling off rank. So I can almost understand why they haven't really put him on Duelist yet, except in the off season. So maybe they're still working
Let's
on a couple
go.
things. But this could be the map. This could be it, Pilski.
I hope so.
I think the biggest difference when you're coming in from ranked is not necessarily the gameplay, like your own ability to perform in the server.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes down to like how you are as a teammate,
Right.
your communication, the much more intangible things that we don't necessarily see from up here.
Yes.
So that could definitely be one reason they moved him away from Duelist, if his communication style didn't naturally fit, if he was a more quiet player, for example.
I will also say it really feels like, especially in these last two maps, the Talon approach is sacrificial duelist, space creation. You're seeing Governor run in on the Neon. They were playing Yoru Raze on the previous map. They really want the duelists to not necessarily be
मैप
fragging
नंबर
out, but
3
instead to
जल्दी
be
स्टार्ट
playing
हो रहा है
within
तो
the
गाइस
system.
लाइक करो
And then
वीडियो को
Primmy's
चैनल
being
को
put in
सब्सक्राइब
roles
करो
where,
एक सब्सक्राइबर
as
दूर है हम
the
250
Deadlock or
सब्सक्राइबर
in
कंप्लीट
the
करने
case of
में
the Teo on
जल्दी
the
जल्दी
first map,
सब्सक्राइब
he can
करो
come
और
in after
काफी
throwing the
ज्यादा
util
क्लोज
or
मैप
playing a
देखने को
certain
मिले हमें
position
दोनों
where maybe
ही
he can utilize his mechanics
पहला
and then
मैप
get more
जीती
involved in the mid to late round. You know,
ग्लोबल
you want that
ई-स्पोर्ट्स
player
स्प्लिट
with the
एंड
really good
अभी जीत
fragging
चुकी
power
है
involved
TLN
in closing out the round in the
तो
important
मैप
stages
नंबर
of it.
3 जो
Yeah, I think
नोटिस
that's a
किया
really
जाएगा
great
वो
point,
ज्यादा
one I hadn't
इंपॉर्टेंट है
necessarily
दोनों ही
considered.
टीमों
It
के लिए
definitely seems like they really want to open up
और
the
कौन
game
उस
for
मैप
Primmy,
को
keep him
जीतता है तो
alive
बने
until the
रहो
most
जल्दी से और
important bits
लाइक
of the
करो
round where
वीडियो को
he
चैनल
could
को
really
सब्सक्राइब
use
करो
his
भाई
talents to close things out instead of, you
I
know...
mean, historically in TAC FPS, your entry player is not your star player. It's usually your weaker player that you send in, you know, they create space for the rest of the boys. But Duelist is a fragging role in Valorant, so it's a bit of a contradiction in some
इस
cases.
मैप में मुझे लगता है दोनों टीमें या तो रेस खेलेगा रेस खेलेंगे सिमिलर या नियॉन जरूर
Things are just
खेलेंगे
different. Things are crazy, which is why we've
गवर्नर
been
मुझे
seeing some
लगता है
crazy
रेस
things, and
खेल
I'm glad
सकता है या
both these teams are
नियॉन खेल
cooking. Some
सकता
of
है
them absolutely,
Maybe too much.
yeah, like I don't know if that was the right recipe, but it's cool to experiment a little bit, you know, change it up a little bit, see if it works or not. And I also want to talk about some poll results. We had a poll by the fans. Who is the better coach? As in one of you two, for our fantasy
Well, it's
team
clearly big
here.
time, but what did the fans think?
It was indeed big time, but it wasn't by a lot. It was by 51%. So
Oh,
you got some time to win them over with whatever you got. But we do have map 3 on the horizon here. It's Lotus, and we got
गवर्नर ने ले लिया रेस
on the
और उधर से
we got ban on
no
the deadlock.
duelist
Oh, we
what the
got
fuck
Teo
guys
and Chamber. Okay, break this down,
कोई
guys, 'cause
duelist नहीं लिया
they're
है
still cooking.
ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने
We have
तीन
Deadlock
Sentinels,
versus
एक
Deadlock
controller,
on Lotus, which
एक
is something we
initiator
don't
के
see a
साथ
lot.
जा
The
रही है
Chamber,
यार what the
I like
fuck
that they've gone back to it. I think Chamber can bring a lot on Lotus. I think it lets you lock these angles, and I also think it gives you this kind of contacty more style on attack where you're able to kind of explore space.
What are GE gonna do on attack? They've got a stealth drone and that's it. Triple Sentinel. What are they gonna do to take space, Vic?
I'm so excited.
Okay. All right, casters,
Map
we're
number
going to
3
send this to you,
start
and
now
I'm going to
guys
watch your
जुड़
brains
जाओ
just
जल्दी
kind of
से स्क्रीन
explode
के
with
साथ
this
लाइक
one.
करो वीडियो को चैनल को
Well, thank you
सब्सक्राइब
very
करो
much. But
guys
maybe
Map
have we
number 3
considered the
start
fact
हो
that
गया भाई
GE, they're so big brain that they realize if we go 12-0 in the first
Final
half, we
map.
don't actually need to attack much. Like that's a plan. I mean, the Des mentioned it. Talon's been 13-0 on this map before. Now, I also want to bring up the fact that Talon,
Best
this
of
is the
3 का
composition they
final
played when
map
Primmy debuted in VCT Pacific last year. This is a composition where they said, all right, Primmy, come in, just frag out on Clove, right? Just go out, and he comes in, he gets a 4K against Team Secret in that very first round, and then they were able to win 2-0. So going back to a bit of a classic comfort pick, comfort composition for themselves.
I just love that they still have that 13-0 spray
वहाँ
on them
तीन
on the
Sentinel
talent side.
They'll never
Oh
live it down
my
themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
डिफेंडिंग
That's
अगर
what you
जीत
always kind
लेगा
of feel like when you're the one in the
Thailand में तो
driver's
ये
seat.
मैच
But
जीत
right
लेगा
now,
मुझे
you know,
लग
just a
रहा
little bit of space in towards B already.
तीन
Prowler to
Sentinels
clear
के
outside
साथ
of
खेले
Mount.
Lotus without
And just
duelist
taking B first and then trying to make them guess, is it B or C? Governor seeing if he can get a cheeky little hit as they peek around the barrier mesh, but Global Esports not taking any chances. They already have full rebel control, and then on C site, that shear wall is still there. And this is why this Vice is becoming so popular across all the regions, across all the different maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that out. I mean, it's already 2 walls from the side of GE that are drawn out. Now the salvos as well. And it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no shear wall available, it's just the guns for KES right now. Still able to track Governor down,
nice
Poppy into
stuff.
the back site. But Jit Boys able to fight back.
3v3.
Now into the site, and that's where the Barrier Mash comes up from Ben to block off Waterfall. The
timing,
spike will go
timing.
down in favor of Talon.
Yeah, Crystal's just going to be
Nice.
stuck there on his own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're going to back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights. Ban looking for the flank,
waterfalls.
but they realize it's not going to be there. All three coming in from Waterfall. Is Talon ready? We've got the salvos online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the smoke though. They don't expect
Okay,
that
can we do-
whatsoever. Darren able
Okay.
to trade back, but now 1-on-2. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them? Swings
Nice
out, but it's
shot,
gonna be
let's
the
go.
classic that undoes him.
Let's go,
Talon
let's
picks
go.
up the pistol.
टैलेंट
I
ने
mean,
एक
full
राउंड
faith
जीत
in
लिया है
Bad
3
there with
सेंटी
the
के होने के
absolute bait
बावजूद
and switch from
3
Primi, just
सेंटिनल्स
jumps
खेल रहे हैं
around and
ग्लोबल
then says,
स्पोर्ट्स
it wasn't me.
Oh my
And Bad's
god,
there
ये
to pick
क्या
up the
देखने को
kill.
मिल रहा है
It's
मुझे.
a good pistol round. What I really want to give
जब
credit
guns
to
buy करेंगे
Talon
तो
is
बहुत
you
tough होने
mentioned it.
वाला
They
है
drew out
Talon
the
के लिए
walls. They
push
drew
करना
out the salvo.
3
They drew
sentinels
out
को.
the razor vine. All this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown.
Man.
And then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, you know, we saw a triple duelist way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking? Maybe not yet,
nice
because
shot,
Darren is
yeah.
here and ready to play.
Okay.
Instant shot into Ban, but has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
Yeah, takes a bit of a hit, but not
Chamber
really
is
getting
very
too
low.
much value outside of that. Yeah, you take away the deadlock. That's going to weaken the post plant just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not able to keep control of C-Mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now, he does have the Phantom. That always worries me a bit when you leave the rifle alone. You never know when a nice headshot's going to take you out. But he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious to push out for extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now,
Oh.
Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little bit more effectively. They are doing their due diligence of clearing out a lot of the potential angles at the very least.
Yeah, now there's so little information that they might just consider going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It could have spelled
Easy,
trouble,
guys,
but
easy,
GE got
easy.
antsy. They started moving, which gives a little bit of space, but
Nice,
can he
Governor,
get out? It's
nice.
just outside of range. And Jet Boys gets an
Nice.
double Governor there for the cover as well. Everybody
Oh
getting
my-
taken down by Jet
Oh,
Boys.
really?
Look at how he actually bypasses a lot of it with the
What a
shot in
push,
step
yeah,
two
Talon,
down
what
in
a
towards
push.
Darren, the last one left. He's the
बहुत
one who
सारा
only got the
discipline से
kill
push
against
किया.
Ban.
One more
Gets a
headshot.
second, not too bad, but has to continue pushing up. And this is where, you know, you're starting to think, like, are the retakes really possible in GE's favor?
Nice
They
shot.
continue
Let's
to peek
go.
out,
एक और
but
round
Primi in with
Talon
the
ने.
outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever.
इको राउंड
2-0
जीता,
to
बोनस
start.
राउंड जीता, अब बाइंग
Just a
राउंड
little
है.
bit of
फर्स्ट
damage
बाइंग
with
राउंड है
that
ग्लोबल
headhunter.
स्पोर्ट्स
Now
का.
Darien 3 away from the Tour de Force as well. That's going to be
काफी
very
इंपॉर्टेंट
important.
लग
You
रहा है मुझे
mentioned
ग्लोबल
how
स्पोर्ट्स
good
के
are
लिए.
the
कुछ अच्छी
retakes going
पिक्स
to
निकाली
be when you're
चेंबर ने.
having this tough of a
बोनस
time.
राउंड
But outside of that,
ग्लोबल
I mean, it's going.
स्पोर्ट्स
Oh, he
जो
gets
सेव कर रहे थे उसमें
behind him
काफी
with it
अच्छी
as well
पिक्स
as
निकाली.
Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that,
अब
once you
most
get that Tour de
important
Force,
round
once you
है
get the
ग्लोबल
operator,
स्पोर्ट्स के लिए
hopefully
क्योंकि
you're
वही
not
राउंड
really
बाय कर रहे हैं.
pigeonholing yourselves into these
तो
5v5
ये राउंड को
4v4
विन में
retakes.
कन्वर्ट करना ही होगा.
You really do have to
3
come up with some
sentinels के साथ
multiple trap
of
plays,
course
or
खेलते
at least
हुए.
the guided salvos to block a lot of it all
Oh
early
my
on towards Rumpel, but still the spams work out,
One
not
gun
too
gone.
bad. Governor gets
दोनों
away with at
टीमों ने
least
अपना
one.
एक
Now
एक
tries to hang back, Prowler comes in for support.
गवा
We have
दिया
to
है.
note that Primi still hanging out by
और-
C as well. He's watching down with that outlaw. Doesn't
One
spot
gun is
anybody
very
pushing
low.
up. The one way now gone. And he'll be able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should
देखा
still
जाए
make
तो
some noise on A
3v4
for the
है
time
अभी
being until the
क्योंकि
barrier
गवर्नर
drops.
बहुत
But
लो
they'll
है.
slowly pull away and try to inch towards C site.
And here
डेडलॉक की
still
टाइमिंग थी.
not spawning out too much. He's trying to sell that fake by rotating the doors over. No footsteps whatsoever. The rest of his team slowly into its B side. That Prowler, though, does give a bit of a tell away, and Kelly S instantly calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal starting to think back in towards a possible B
Nice
pitch.
shot यार.
Continuing to push
Ben.
up. Gets away with another kill.
And there's the barrier mesh as well, so no one going to
और-
be able to funnel in through. But Yudotan, I love this position.
Deadlock
He has to get
timing,
ahead of
bro.
it. He has to get two, but he
Oh,
misses
wave,
on that
bro,
wide swing. Not
wave.
quite expecting them to
Wave,
just not
wave.
fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. There are the salvos, but they should
What a
be able
shot
to get
by
out. Lots of damage
Talon,
taken, so
yaar.
Ban now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure this round.
Very likely bonus now, but Kelly S hearing the hops. I believe Ban has spotted him out as well, so at this point, just kind of jiggling along even further.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's going to need some rounds on the defensive side.
Some. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the Vicelock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7-win streak on Bind alone, and it's been quite dominant and impressive across other maps as well. Very popular. And one of the reasons is, especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional in terms of the push and pull across the map.
But on
And,
Lotus?
yeah, a lot of it is choke points, but on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Not quite. Apart from the second round where Darren got a couple kills, but down into it again. I mean, we're looking at another potential GrafNat Salvo setup, just to control A once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in now.
Yeah, ready to just fight on Rubble itself as a 3-man and then push forward. They're not gonna find it, so it's just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly written. I mean, Primi already sees it as well. This is something that Talon's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before the 40-second mark, which is amazing for Talon.
3 rounds each to Talon.
Stuck in health. Stealth drone to gather more information as well, but here comes Yudotan! A second kill and a third from Crystal now! All shares, but it's still able to ring out thanks to the information that they're getting. Primi, though, in with the Outlaw, but they don't quite have the shields. He goes in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Yudotan, but the instant trade from Crystal rings back.
That is disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, this is a call not just on the eco, but something they've picked up on from Talon. It's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the 40-second mark before they actually make their execute. So now we go out and fight. We go and fight. We have things like the Salvo. We still have things like the GrafNet. We're able to take control of at least one fight, 2 or 3 times around, depending on the cooldowns. Now they have upgraded rifles. This is a bit of a stat here. Governor. I mean, the creds are fine. If he can make the showstopper, that'd be a win for him as well.
10 seconds. Okay, nice shot.
On the other side.
So
just
finally,
when you thought Talon might have been able to find a huge lead, breaking with bonus, GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
Global को अब एक और राउंड बड़ा शॉट डेडलॉक बधानी गाइस
with the annihilation.
and अभी रिप्ले देखा है डेडलॉक ने बहुत ज़्यादा ही बढ़िया शॉट्स
coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that outlaw out and ready. And so now the operator in the hands of Darian, and then they'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least.
Oh,
Governor!
Nice
He just sprays into Yudotan!
Okay, Governor ने
nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it. That smoke!
Nice
Can't just go out of it like that, but Primi instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustments on the macro rounds between the two teams. This time, Talon really brings up the speed. Oh, and Primi's just digging deep into enemy territory. This is already a save.
Had the numbers to go for it, so nonetheless just makes it work. And with the op in hand, there's just not much else that can be done. 3-1.
That works.
Talon's gonna hold.
It's just gonna be that save here from Darian. Just keeps his back covered with that trademark. And he'll just wait to see if he can get an extra kill. Now, on the side of Talon, I mean, for sure, you'd see if you can go out hunting. Well, maybe not hunting with the knife out, but man, just seeing if he can close the gap there. Now they have that information, and Cruz is the one that you want to try to get this kill. Get that Nightfall ready. Get that snowball rolling on the attacking side. But he can't leave the spike just yet. You just never know, so he's going to stick around. That's just going to be the hold, it looks like, all the way to the end. Once the timer gets close, Cruz will peek out. But he's not going to take extra chances. They're okay with how things look going into round 6.
So far. But right now, I mean, also just seeing some of the adjustments into how the Talon might want to deal with that early A Rebel control.
Yeah, the Rays can still get ahead of the GrafNet. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expecting Talon to respect that combo, because the salvos take some time too to really land behind, and they're trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble. So it hasn't quite worked out. Holding on to the util for now, Kelly S, he knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out.
Let's go, let's go.
He'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the Shadows as well, I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GDE. But this is, you know, the full side granted over for Talon. They get to kind of hold even more space as well. I mean, look at how they're able to push further in towards spawn alongside that one-way. Stealth drone does alert to Jit Boys at least that there could be a push coming out. But look at how his team comes back in just to stall it with paint shells. Armageddon sent through too.
Yeah, Jit Boys doesn't really have an exit there, but Primi refills the area. The decay allows him to get a triple kill off of the Nightfall. Primi holding strong in the back of sight. GE falling into pieces as Kelly S, the last one alive. He goes back out for a fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus for the Thai rookie.
It doesn't matter what agent he's on or what role he's playing, he's still able to frag out. Just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
10-1-4 for Primi. He's just been allowed to explore the map, go out for frags, and run free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok as they play their opening match in the second round of the upper bracket here in VCT Pacific Kickoff. Still has the not dead yet as well, so you know he can take some more risks. That's been sitting in his pocket for quite some time.
This could work out effectively, knowing that possible chamber or advise on the other side. So
no.
Straight into the smokes, swapping over to the right clicks as well for Governor. Onto the classic, Baramesh instantly up, and once again, another C site quickly taken by Talon.
Yeah, I love the switch into the classic there just to make sure that you're using it as that shotgun. And you hear the knives coming out from Crystal trying to break that barrier. So you know there's forces in Waterfall. This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but Ban, he has his eyes set.
Not much debate on it. Know they're working against the Sheriffs as well, so needing to stay tucked inside of cover. Ban will at least draw a bit of information out. Actually takes the duel against Yudotan and wins it as well. Now on towards Waterfall, and that's already gone. So the only last one left has to be spun, and that's when the Boobot comes out from Governor. Does spot out a couple of Sheriffs at least, but that's when the spike's about to go off, so the rest of them being able to back off just in time. But Kelly is still taking down Governor, so not too bad. A little bit of something for GE.
Oh, the triple sentinel on the triple sites, but really not able to utilize that. So much disrespect for the util coming out from Talon, and it just seems like Talon perhaps has had a lot of experience playing against the Vicelock combos. I don't think we've seen a team yet in all these matches with Vicelock where they're able to just draw out and nullify all this util before the 40-second mark. It's honestly impressive.
Global esports के पास
Just being able to
डिफेंडिंग्स में राउंड नहीं है, अटैकिंग्स तो बहुत मुश्किल होने वाली है क्योंकि ड्यूलिस्ट ही नहीं है.
There's a timeout. I mean, you need it because right now the answer, it's just you're not able to find it. Flipping through the pages, and GE not able to sort it out on their own, so the coaches will be stepping in. I would love to see a little bit of adjustment on the util for that rubble fight as well. Right now, the only actual damage you're able to do is with the salvos. So if anything, I mean, maybe just going for actually denying complete rubble control, keep them stuck behind on the routes, on those steps, and then go for a triple peak, maybe go for some spam. We'll have to double check their economy, but obviously something like an Odin would help tremendously here, and they haven't really been able to buy up. They only had that one big investment at the operator, and that hasn't worked out.
Possibly the Odin, and they might have to go in for some light shields as well if they want to keep their utility up, but at the same time, I mean, maybe a bit of a double-edged sword. This is where, you know, Talon on the attacking side, they get to really kind of stifle some of these setups that GE might have, given how Frost is being proactive on his own time.
अगर Talon जीत रही है मैच, तो बहुत ज़्यादा global esports के लिए गलत हो रहा है. तो पहला मैप बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया तरीके से जीती है. Second मैप काफी close हुआ और ये one-sided नजर आ रहा है 3 sentinels के बाद भी.
But a little bit iffy.
ये राउंड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है.
Because the only place you should really be going out is with that operator. So barrier mesh used to even bait it out, but they still sent a second prowler. I mean, Talon had the read on this for sure.
Yeah, has been, you know, Darren on this chamber so far. So of course trying to make another op work once again, but it's already been drawn out. However, it is the Vice this time with a sheer wall towards the A site. We'll see if Kalias can do anything with the setup.
Yeah, it's not really well positioned for him to try to get a kill off of it immediately. They will now set up the smoke as they see that util come out. So that smoke should let you know that someone is watching out here to try to get the kills, and they hear it. So Shearwall already taken down before the 40-second mark as well. Now the only thing you really need to worry about is where is the deadlock, where are those sonic sensors, but Jitboys hears it. It's a setup on the C side.
That's more information being picked up by Talon. Kind of fully aware of what G's setups are right now, so being able to flood into the C side. Primi from the back lines takes a shot in towards Poppy, and that's the C side broken up.
I mean, this is just textbook.
You guys are amazing,
you see the
bro.
paint
You
shows
guys
for
are
the sonic
amazing.
sensors. Shipboy calls it. It's thrown from long range right as it pops. You send Governor in. He's passed. He displaces the crosshairs. Then you're ready for the trades. I mean, Vice, Deadlock, Chamber, none of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
Discipline के साथ push कर रहा है Talon.
Despite every single roadblock
एक
being
और
set up
round
against
आता
them,
हुआ.
Talon are able to bypass it.
5v3.
And now with the
Post
spike planted,
plants के
everyone
बाद
holding out for
बहुत
mounts.
सारी abilities
It's a
हैं
bit of
post
a
plant के लिए.
huge firefight. They have the ultimates to work against potential incoming retake as well, but
और global
thanks to the
esports को
economy,
पता है कि वो
she's
ये
gonna
map
have to up a save.
और ज़्यादा creds के साथ lose करेंगे इसलिए
And,
दोनों
I
तीनों
mean,
बंदे
Talon right now,
save
yeah,
करते
they
हुए.
have a deadlock, but again, they don't have a hard sentinel. But with GE's comp and the way they've been wanting to play
One
around their
more
own
round for
defensive
Talon.
util, they're not able to abuse that either, right? There's no fast push to try to crunch on them. So
Seven
Talon,
one.
they've been free to literally sprint from site to site to site and chain util or chain destroying all the util.
तीन
baiting out the
sentinels के
chamber
बाद भी
rendezvous,
अगर
things like
defending
that.
नहीं
The
जीतती है
fade, you
global
only need to
esports
worry about Prowler for the
तो
chamber. The Raze
attacking
only
तो
the paint shows
possible
for
कैसे
the
हो
sonic
पाएगी?
sensors. And then the sheer wall, whoever's there, you just jump peek it way before the 40-second mark, and you're good to go.
best discipline के साथ
That's been the
Talon
whole
अपना
game plan. I mean,
gameplay दिखा
everything's
रही
being
है.
bypassed. So we'll see if, you know, maybe G continuing to switch up their positions does give them a bit more variety, a bit more of an advantage, but so far has been Talon's game all throughout. Now back in towards C-Mount.
Primi just accepting that, okay, you know
I
what?
have to move.
Yeah, unless you spam, I'm just going to stay here, not give that information. Try just to check for the chamber. Yeah, so because of that aggressive Razor Vine, they were suspecting that the chamber might be pushing out. Once again, that it might be a setup, but not finding that, trying to just fish out for that location.
And trying to get ahead of things as well and just continuing to, you know, press onto that rotating door. Doesn't spot
finally
anything
first
on the other
pick,
side.
guys.
Kalias
Finally.
spots a bit of a barrel and will spray down, but Jitboys pushes back in just to find that trade. Darren receives a bit of contact in towards the A side as well, so fires off a shot, but unfortunately that Prowler forces him to rendezvous even further back again.
बहुत ज़्यादा
But it's
discipline के
still
साथ push कर
wraparound.
रही है यार
Crystal, he's
global.
ready for a cruise. He's not quite aware of that off angle. Crystal, can he get two? That's the spike stranded. Two members of Talon separated from each other.
Spike down.
Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Expects one more, but there's the paranoia. He needs to survive the stun, just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and
nice,
Primi will
yeah.
close the gap.
In with the shorty. So that's the spike retrieve now. 20 seconds left.
3v2.
Barramesh comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to fend it off is Poppy.
But you have not dead yet. Primi has to be the bait. Primi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high-low, and it's a drop down from Jitboys. Enough time
2v2.
for the spike to get planted. And what happened? What
2v2.
happened to the annihilation? You know, Tiny still gets the kill, but the spike has been planted.
Not dead yet, used. Supreme, now he's on the timer. At least just buying a bit more time off of the spike for Jitboys to hold his position. Primi now pushes up for the move in towards Waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything.
Okay, 1v2
Jitboys
Jing,
has to try to
Jitboys.
step in, you know, maybe a smoke to come up, but
क्या एक clutch
it's
होगा?
hunted for stairs.
या एक और round
It's a
आएगा
little tricky for
global
him to play
esports के लिए.
against. Working alongside Primi Smokes now, but hearing the footsteps,
Nice
it's
round
Darian
global
in close
esports.
range with
Finally
the
एक round आता
headhunter
हुआ.
that shuts him down.
Finally global
GE
esports के लिए
manages to
एक round
find
तो
one
आता
round
हुआ.
after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't
7-2.
clean. It wasn't the way you wanted it, but right now you'll pick whatever scraps you can get. If you're GE, you just got to try to get to 5 no matter what it takes. Keeping that operator in hand is important. This was a big kill, trying to deny them tripping that sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the Vice utility. But really it comes down to Crystal digging deep, recognizing that Talon's just been pushing and pulling across the entire map.
Now watch that impact found. Truly, Chris still being able to find those 2 kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time. So despite Talon getting the spike down, round not quite there. Darren now being able to buy out the op. A bit of a higher setup just to throw things off in terms of positions, but still being able thwarted by Talon with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed. That's going to be it. Good scan. But that really only has to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react, again, with your sonic sensors, with your shear wall over on B and C.
That's really what they've got with this composition right now. So holding a lot of this the passive ground outside of pillars. Well, they don't quite have the utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used. So Crystal just staying stuck inside. Maybe work alongside some of Poppy's smokes. But then you're back in towards, again, that defensive utility with a shear wall, sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in, flood over the wall. You do have the pain shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're clearing close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the Vice. He's just gonna get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many targets. They use that against him. Poppy outs himself from behind the pillar. Yudotan now on the site. The Sherwood comes up and lines him up for Yudo. He's good for 3, defending the site on his own. Working around the barrier mesh, finds the 4th. He's not able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports.
One backstab, guys.
Crystal. He wants this fight so bad, and he gets it 2v1.
One more time, Global
Both
Esports.
coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor skirts around the salvo. There's only so many positions he can be, and he gets spotted, and it's a clean shot with the headhunter.
Such a huge round, thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pinch, and even with the salvo to flush him out of position. Tiny sliver, and Darian connects the shot.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good. Poppy just couldn't quite make up his mind. Do I go for this or not? It's stuck on the steps. Maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive. And the shear wall still activates because the Vice hadn't died just yet. And Talon gets caught, lined up for the shots from Yudotan.
So after the next round, we're starting to see where maybe some of the scans can really push and pull Talon across the map for GG to set things up. It's a bit of individual performances from players like Yudotan, but hopefully being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the off. Doesn't spot too much out. It's Governor with a showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're going to hold close. Governor continues to push them away. This time constantly creating space towards A, so anytime that A to B rotate could happen. But look at G's position. They've changed things up. They're trying to group up a bit more to try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the re-clear.
Just continuing to hold down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an option into the A site. Yudotan snipes down the first, Darian for the next. And as they continue to try to find a bit more, everything's being blocked off. Now Crystal still holding the same position.
Premi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights? We're just going to go for the re-clears. Crystal, ready for it. Spots 1. He's ready for the 2nd. That's a 3K for Crystal as he brings the 4th round win for GE.
Talk about the spray down to the last round of the first half, and it still is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think this adjustment, it might be a bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information. If they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much. I mean, I can only imagine, you know, being one of these team owners, team managers, watching your team play when you know it might be doable. Oh, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time from Ban. Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darion's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it. Maybe looking for the baby door to escape. And that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding up from stairs either.
Sonic sensor broken on C. Draws out another smoke coming out from Poppy himself. But off of that, GE, the idea has now been the same as that previous round. Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darion gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a Sonic sensor to delay on B site as well.
And Crystal continuing to jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it as soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is.
Boy.
Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor tries to get underneath him and will be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No! Kellius denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time to hold, but 15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sidelines. GE will be able to strike back to end the first half with a 7-5 scoreline.
Honestly, given how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be able to get to a 5-7 scoreline. I would argue with the composition, sure, Talon still looking solid, but GE looks rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper-aggression the moment you get contact, the instant re-clears, the instant pushes in, and they were able to remember that just in time to stabilize and stem the bleeding in the first half.
It's just so darn impressive with how they were able to find it that quick, despite the, a bit of a swing back and forth. But now this is where you really start to think, right? Though they might have found those adjustments, how does this composition work for the attack?
I mean, well, I hate to say it, but you still got to keep a lot of eyes on Darion, right? As that chamber, you're the one who can take those aggressive angles. You're the ones who can take that aggressive fight, try to open things up. Yes, you have things like the salvo and the combo with the grav nets to try to fight off rubble, to try to get that early space, but at the end of the day, somebody needs to force Talon to use this util early to take these risky fights, and that's got to be the chamber.
That's a lot of pressure on the Singaporean shoulders.
See if he can live up to it. Started gaining his footing a little bit with that operator towards the end of that first half. But can he keep up the heat all the way to the end? What a momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
Truly. Buys up on the Headhunter as well, so maybe looking for some of those opportunities now. It's definitely not going to be easy though. I mean, thinking about a lot of these sight lines, and Talon, a bit of attention brought over to the B site.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready, but here's the C's play. The C's need right off the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off. Getting a hard read, saying where else are they going to go? The rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C Mound. And now the Prowler just to check it. Will get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
ये 2-3 राउंड डिसाइड करेंगे ये
Nothing there.
अगर टैलेंट जीतती है ना ये राउंड तो काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाएगा क्योंकि ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं है सामने वाली
do what they
टीम के
did on
पास
split from before, right? A couple of taps in, maybe someone peeks out, maybe they find a shot through the Baron Mash that way, but Talon smokes it off to play safe.
All right, clearing out tree with the drone as well. No tags just yet. There's the Sonic sensor. There's the GravNet ban. He wants to go in for the kill. He gets one. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. He needs to try to get two. Oh, just barely not able to land the headshots.
Still, yeah, just a bit of damage done nonetheless.
ओके एंट्री तो बिल्कुल दे दी है
That will be the spike for GE, now trying to play out from stairs with the boombot. Governor will be able to get ahead. That's Darion down. The rest of them all playing from the back of tree.
All three
Surely with the Prowler and everything else being sent through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
It's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE. Oh, they're trying to hold on to tree. Poppy gets taken down, but now both of them in the smoke. They have to separate on the site. Primi goes in. Brave spearheading the site. He catches the site of the last member, and Crystal will get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
Has the assist for the pick-me-up for speed boost as well, so just goes in for the swings through the smoke nonetheless, and the whole team able to collect in through onto it. you know,
Tough
gotta
to have
credit
globally sports
Poppy
के लिए
Fish
attack
trying to get ahead of that paranoia a little bit as well, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough to fend off so many players from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
Yeah, and I think a big one was that boombot play from Governor, right? Swings out as soon as it gets the tag, and he's able to take out the chamber,
अगर
which
उन
would
लोगों
have
के
been
पास
a
मेन
lot of
एडवांटेज है तो
danger
वो
for that
आराम से
retake.
भी
So
टेक कर
opening
सकते
things
हैं
up
क्योंकि फर्स्ट
for
पिक
his team.
ड्यूलिस्ट टू पिक्स
Talon
निकालनी होती
double
है आगे जाके
outlaw. Wow. I don't
mean,
mind it though.
You know they don't have mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off of those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now you're just going to try to snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
Oh, and there it is.
That's one. There's the Pinchos as well, and the push out, and Talon says, no way you're not getting into any of these sites. Spike dropped, only Darian and his headhunter.
Cruz with the crouch spray as well. I mean, what is Darian gonna do now? He's maybe thinking about Cruz pushing out from the back lines, but that is gonna be it. That is all that they can write. Governor,
ग्लोबली के लिए
everyone
स्पोर्ट्स
flooding
के लिए
through
मोस्ट
Mound that way.
इंपॉर्टेंट राउंड
What else can
बाइंग
you truly
राउंड
do?
17, 6, and 5 for
अगर
Premi.
बाइंग राउंड आती है
Again,
तो
it's just
डबल
really
डिजिट करेगी
gives us a little
यहाँ
bit of a
पर
throwback to his debut match. Able to
वो
just
शायद
run
उनके
free,
लिए
pick up the
खतरा बन
frag,
सकता है
and be that
मोस्ट
menace on
इंपॉर्टेंट
the
राउंड है
map as
बहुत
that
इजी
glow
इनको अपने आराम
really
से
seems
खेलना
to
होगा
suit him like a glove here.
अगर राउंड
And
जीतने हैं
Talon
और
now
ग्लोबल
trying to get ahead once again, 9 to 5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map, just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
See how it can work out. Starting things off with a bit of a wallbang opportunity.
Okay, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor
first
takes
pick,
a bit of
Governor.
a risky fight. I think just because of that first whiff, he got the tag onto Jaren. He wanted to stick to it, but not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jit Boys all the way back over to B and C.
And Global is just tapping on those doors, you know, trying to bring some of the attention back over onto the other sides as well. Just Cruz to hold outside of Rubble for now.
Oh my god.
Great
All
angle
guys
though.
are
Does
pushing
tag Crystal
A.
down to low HP.
Yeah, he still wants to stick around, trying to work away from that stealth throw. Peeks right after it. He
Nice
gets 2 with the
shot
ghost
यार
as well.
पेड
Huge value found.
2v2
Just
ही है
insane
guys
value
2v3
off
है
the
ये
outlaw
क्योंकि
into the ghost. Now
बहुत
Mirror
low
Mesh
है
trying to block off any further rotation. The spike should get planted, but
Oh my
Poppy,
God,
ooh,
oh
we
my
needed to
God.
stay alive for extra
2v3
value.
एक
Now it's a
और round
3v2
मुझे
in
लग
favor
रहा
of
है आता
Talon.
हुआ है टैलेंट के लिए और
Trying to
डबल
catch him
डिजिट
off in
जा
the
रहा है
rotations, but without the numbers, it just doesn't quite work out too well. Position not quite favoring him either, so down to it. Primi
Finally,
with the
1v3.
angle takes down Crystal. It's all up to Yudotan. Might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. He goes back to heaven. That's a little bit too clear. So dodges the flash and tries to re-clear through the smoke, but does he know that Jit Boy's on the other side? He anticipates it, but the spike is being stuck. Ben, he gets the round for Talon.
Oh, the
भाई
plant
साहब,
positioning
बहुत
just
close हो गया था
inside the
भाई
box,
ये।
and he's not quite able to get the spray. He
1v3
doesn't have enough
सिचुएशन को
bullets to do
1v1
so.
बना
That
दिया
hurts.
था टैलेंट
Honestly, I like the way Yudotan thinks
Globally
so. He
Sports
takes
ने
the
बना
high risk,
दिया था
high
ये
reward
round
play to
अपने
just
लिए।
peek out of the smoke instead of
Finally,
dropping down
Talon
all the
ने
way
अपना
around
double
heaven.
digit
That
कर
seems
लिया
too
है और
obvious.
अब 2
I just
rounds,
have to win
3
the
rounds
1v2.
दूर है अपनी
And he
win
goes for it. But at the
upper
end of the
से।
day, it's not great positioning. And honestly, even if they won it, it would have been off of heroics, right? At the end, it's still Talon really able to keep the number advantage throughout the entire round.
So much all throughout for sure. So Outlaw still being kept, but there is that Odin now in play on the A site. G tries to go for the quick B hit instead. But unfortunately, Talon's all prepared for it. Jit Boys and Primi, they're able to hold down the exits.
Yeah, I get that this was an eco, but I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you've heard the Odin as well, what are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's going to be 11-5 after this round, and you're going to have to make sure that you do not let Talon get to that match point. You have to regroup and consider, okay, what did we prep when there's an Odin coming out? What did we prep in the future when an operator comes out? You have to think ahead many rounds in a row now.
But when you're down against this many rounds, it's just tougher. And without the numbers now, G slowly trying to creep forward through. Darian maybe trying to sneak into the A site.
Nice shot यार
Darian
global
draws a little bit of fire, trying to create an
Oh,
opening on the
V3,
B side, and it's going to
okay.
work for the time being. Primi showing
बन
his
रहा है
back,
round
But
अगर ये
GE just
global
not
जीतता है ये
aware of
round,
that timing just yet.
बहुत ज़्यादा most important round
But
होगा ये.
with this much time passed, I think Talon starts to just hold, right? There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well. Oh, he takes the fight, actually drops down to Darian. That is going to be what creates that opening.
Still down to the one-on-ones. Primi will be able to strike back. And there's that pickup now, tries to go a little bit more aggressive alongside Jit Boys. The flash will be sent through. Primi is good for the hit ahead. And down to Jit Boys taking that duel against Poppy as well. Flushed out of position thanks to the flash. Talon still being able to keep it through 11-5.
Premi and Jit Boys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Premi taking out Darren was so big there, because otherwise the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either. But now, GE, no duelists. How in the world do you break through things like the Odin?
I mean, you see some glimpses of what Darren can bring to the team, bring to the table, right? But still, in terms of the macro, it's just not quite there on these agents. Looking for the sight lines and everything, but the Odin just being oppressive with that suppressive fire.
The Tejo not quite showing us the value just yet in this combination. And as a result, the Vice Lock, I mean, they've never really been in a position. Obviously on defense, it was getting ruined, but you know, the post plant's not quite coming through yet in the second half. And like you said, it has to come down to Darren. We mentioned that at the beginning of the map, but how do you set him up? Is Rubble really the best position to try to set him up early? I'm not so sure. Maybe fighting for that mountain control and then going and re-clearing once you get another chance with things like the salvo. Maybe using the stealth drone to re-clear Rubble and then reposition Darien all the way back there. A little bit of push-pull, CHC rotates, a little bit more macro movement to try to throw Talon off, but Talon, the moment they find an opening, they've been tightening the gaps.
Last chance,
there,
global
right
esports ke
with that
paas.
outlaw. I mean, we don't see the Fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G is ready for that type of adaptation.
Most important round. Last
Talon,
chance
though, off
hai
the timeouts as well. Also getting proactive on it.
You want to play? Let's play.
And it's just going to be the full Rubble commitment and then Poppy on the lurk, but here comes the pinch and there's the hot. Oh, Poppy wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the shear to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time in space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
Spike planted.
Being able to shoot them down, Poppy. Sheer wall as well. Now continuing to hold the back lines, knowing that that's where they are coming from. And at the same time, you do have Darien on that tour de force marking down the baby door as well. So last one
match point aata bhai, confirm aata
Talon
Talon ke liye. But
yeah, just going to hang
I don't
back.
know why.
All 5 members left alive. And now you have those ultimates online as well for
समझ
Global
नहीं आया क्यों
Esports.
push किया
One more
लोगों
chance
ने.
to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate. They've got the wombo combos. It's only going to be good for one. GE
11-6.
now climbing up to 6.
Comeback
Still
हो रही है
5
क्या?
more rounds to
Comeback
go
real
if they want
कर
to
रहे हैं
tie
क्या
things up.
Global Esports
It all starts off with a bit of a morale
एकदम
boost right now.
confidence build हो
Being
चुका है
able to
लोगों
flood in through the A site, hearing those footsteps towards the back, and Poppy just having that huge potential to anchor and hold down his ground.
Yeah, and this is another part of the Vice Lock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It cannot be destroyed. So it works as that sensor for your flanks. It actually keeps Poppy safe from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the potential pushes out from Talon.
They'll continue to play that same position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team tries to push on up. Darren this time with a full operator.
Now with this, if they can try to push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they could even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position. Looks like it's going to be an A hit. Uh-oh, Darian and Kelly's kind of stuck there. That's a good paint shows right in the corner. Darian needs to open things up, but they're just not giving him an opportunity. Nightfall at the ready if they hear the entry start to happen.
Talon के लिए match point है guys
well. Unfortunately, it just keeps players from Talon on the A side closer to it anyway. Bit of a trip for info. does spot out Jit Boys. So the Annihilation.
Oh, it tags him as well all the way through the Shrouded Set, but it's behind the wall, so they are able to save him. Counter Annihilation just to push them back. It's a good hit. Ban gets one kill. Darian for the trade, but it's an absolute mess as we see Crystal being drawn all the way to his death. Poppy left alone. 1v2. Can he shine? The clutch master. He hasn't had many opportunities today. But this may be the most important one. Spike in range, but only 20 seconds. And look at Jit Boys' position. Already trying to throw him off.
So much to consider, but if there's any time to make it happen, 1-on-2 is the time. 15 seconds, and he's going for the quick sprint into the C site. From the shadows from Jit Boys, though, in towards Mound.
Gotta go for that safe plant. But Jit Boys should give the information of exactly where this is. Cruz is ready for the spray. Poppy gets it! Jit Boys down to 36 HP. Poppy finally ahead in this clutch. 1v1. Going round and round. Jit Boys tries to smoke it off. Keep him guessing. Keep him locked in around the spike. Jit Boys, he makes the wrong assumption that it's CT and Poppy. The clutch master once again.
What a round, Poppy.
7 rounds now. Only 4 apart. A complete momentum shift.
वो एक मिस्टेक के चक्कर में ये लोग मैच पॉइंट नहीं ले पाए और अब इनको इको खेलना पड़ेगा। ग्लोबल esports अब कमबैक की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ वो टाइम आउट मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट था उनके लिए और कमबैक कर रही है भाई।
That's just Poppy.
I mean, that's when you know you've made the right pickup in the offseason. Like, this guy has been bringing them so many impact rounds. Week 1, now week 2. This one round may have been everything. GE now ready for their own trap play here. It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that. He's on fire right now here on this Lotus. Now trying to see if there's any sort of push out. Is there a Prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay, nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait. Right? We're not taking any of those extra chances.
A gift.
So close to it.
सब जन ए पर पोजीशन ले रहे हैं और ए की तरफ भी आ रहे हैं। इनको रिवील हो गया।
Safe, and now the Prowler being used to retrieve information.
Okay.
Now, only one gun fired, but it's still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I got to bail out if we want any chance. It's got to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke so you don't try to get extra reach off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam. But Poppy's already got the flank under control.
Being able to watch that at the very least. Now with things being planted out closer towards main, they're able to hang back. Where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through.
Just
given the guns.
And just lining up together, waiting for the spike to go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag. Maybe a cheeky little kill. Does have that Bucky in hand.
ये राउंड तो ये लोग सेव क्या खत्म करेंगे उसके बाद ये बाइंग राउंड करके मुझे लग रहा है कि मैच पॉइंट होगा। लाइन पे खत्म हो रहा है ये मैच। 39 हो रहा है। 39 हो रहा है ये।
Darian just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that turret of force, but nobody will peek him in time. Just see Outlaw lost. Still lots of credits on the side of Global Esports. I like that. Min-maxing as much as you can because that is exactly what you need in this situation. Looking at the ultimates, Cosmic Divide online for Poppy. That's another execute that you can do, work around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon starting to bank up their ult points as well.
Being closer to it as well. I mean, possibly being able to push it over the edge to match point now.
Showstopper still online. That's got to be the big one for Talon if they want to try to secure match point. Combo used on A. Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
Gamer comeback. भाई पता नहीं देखो comeback चल तो रही है Gamer भाई. जब तो रहा comeback हो रही है. TLN जीत जाएगी.
Not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren marking the angle. He tries to kind of poke and prod through to the C site.
Comes the Prowler. Oh, it's a nice wide swing as well. Governor baits him in, knows it's going to be the re-challenge.
अब ये cooked हो रहा है भाई. Talon के लिए cooked
That's
हो
a
रही है.
big kill. So much of the map now given over to Talon. They have so much control. You still have Jit Boys holding on to Rubble. B main completely under their control until the reclear comes in from Poppy. It's all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Brimy's able to take first shot.
Poppy's got to win this fight. He needs to open an extra option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill. But meanwhile, Crystal tries to get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to push them away. Lands right at Crystal's feet. And Poppy, yeah, you had one clutch, but will they even give you the opportunity? 30 seconds left.
एक और clutch Poppy के लिए.
He gets one. Spikes down. He has a chance. There's a not dead yet. They just want to draw
Finally,
time.
match point
And
TLN
Jit
के
Boys
लिए.
will not miss that chance. 12 points on the board. One round away from ending this best of 3.
Having those numbers, putting up that not dead yet as well, just so tough for Poppy to make it happen. Down to it at the end. I mean, look at this little combo to hold down outside a pillar, just to give them so much more space taking down their end.
Yeah, and I love that talent, like Cruz just not giving that fight. And things like that, where you just understand, okay, the win condition is just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance to open up the map even more. Don't allow GE to start to regain control around the map. Darian takes a lot of hits this time, trying to weave in between. All right, you heard the Vandal take it out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that operator. Governor is ready for it. What a setup from TLN. And that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the op dropped. Rubble given over once again. Trapped in B main. Here come the paint shells. Here comes the paranoia. The absolute chariot of talent pushes through.
हो रहा है guys, TLN ने निकाल लिया है अपना
I mean,
best
running
of
out
3.
of options, but still trying to keep themselves in the game. Knowing that there is that potential op that's kind of rotating over across the map. A bit of that deadlock utility on the C side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. It looks like they might want to use that, but there's no reason for Talon to budge. There it is. Premi gets ahead of it as well. There's the refresh on the smoke. Okay, not fast enough. Kellius gets it. The flash is ready. He antis it, but he turns just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
So now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least alongside the Cosmic Divide, but Governor gets ahead of it. Pushes alongside the wall and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy. All down to Kellius. Comes in with a shorty,
Nice,
but Governor,
let's go GG
point
TLN.
blank range, still makes it happen.
Finally,
Talon closes out the map.
Best of 3.
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in maps 1 and 2. Why is Premi not on Duelist? Why Governor looked so good on that Sova? What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Premi leads the board, and Talon Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
Just such an incredible evolution of Talon as a team. Sure, you swap around some roles, but ultimately every player has kind of leveled up the control that Governor is showing right now. Just working alongside his team, making those reads happen, firing off and landing those op shots.
Really, really good play, and just recognizing the win conditions, recognizing how GE adjusted in that second half. And that's where this team being together since the end of stage 2 on Talon Esports, it shines. That experience comes through for them. And GE, they put up a great fight. But this one, Talon, everything on the line as they try to take one step closer towards Masters Bangkok, trying to play in front of that home crowd. Quack, you and I were both there when Ascension happened in Bangkok. We saw what it meant for the fans there, and they would like nothing more than to represent their home region at a Masters tournament.
Oh yeah, especially when Scary was back on that stage. Now imagine if it was Talon. But that said, we do have the winner's interview, so let's throw it to the stage.
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interview and GG Talon. Where is my governor? Governor, hello. Yes. Hello, governor. 탈론 거원호 선수 인터뷰 만나겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Hello. If I could stand right there. Yes. 와, 오늘 어비스에서 다시 돌아오면서 탈론이 달라진 글로벌 e스포츠를 상대로 승리를 했습니다. 좀 예상했던 대로 경기가 풀려갔는지 좀 예상 못했던 부분 때문에 놀란 경기가 있었는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요. Wow, that was you guys faced the new global esports, and did you guys expect the day to go like this? Were there any surprising moments that you had today?
Well, it was a new team, so obviously completely different roster from last year. So, I mean, we came into it confident, obviously, but I think the important thing was we didn't underestimate them. So going in, like, there was still a lot of prep because it's just a completely new team. But no, I mean, I think they played map one, kind of caught us off guard a bit, but you know, we focused up and just did how we did in scrims, and then it went well.
이제 전에 만났던 G이긴 하지만 선수들이 다 바뀌었기 때문에 새로운 마음가짐을 가지고 오늘 경기를 풀어갔고요. 사실 첫 번째 맵 스플릿에서는 예상했던 것보다 너무 이제 상대가 잘해줘가지고 당황하긴 했지만 연습했던 대로 탈론의 방식대로 경기를 풀어갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이제 저희가 또 어비스에서 프리미 선수 태호를 보고 많은 분들이 놀라셨는데 어쩌다가 프리미 선수가 태호를 맡게 됐는지 그 뒷이야기를 좀 물어보고 싶어요. A lot of people were caught off guard with Primi on Taeho. So what kind of conversations led to that conclusion? Can you tell us about that?
I think one day he just said, "I want to play Taeho, bro."
It was him?
Yeah.
And
He
you guys
wanted to
were
play
like,
Taeho. Yeah.
and he was like, and you guys were like, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it worked out role-wise because, I mean, I know we got kind of owned down split, but role-wise, it just made more sense for him to go on Teo so that me and Joseph could go, or me and Ben could go the double duelist. So it was a mixture of like, it just worked, but you know, he kind of wanted to do it as well.
일단 프리미 선수가 나 태호 하고 싶어라고 팀에게 먼저 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이게 아마도 프리미 선수가 포지션을 태호로 이렇게 변경하게 되면서 거버너 선수랑 벤 선수가 투타격으로 이렇게 조합을 잘 이끌어 나갈 수 있는 그 조합도 괜찮을 것 같다고 생각을 했다고 하네요. 그리고 일단 저희는 퍼시픽에서 탈론의 좀비 컴포지션만 놀라운 건 줄 알았는데 오늘 3 감시자를 보고 엄청 놀랐어요. 그 상대 3 감시자 조합을 봤을 때 좀 어떤 반응이었는지 그리고 그 상대로 좀 경기 풀어나간 그 심경도 물어보고 싶습니다. I thought that the Talon zombie comp was what was the most surprising in Pacific, but you know, their composition, 3 Sentinels, triple Sen on that. What was your thought when you guys saw that, and how was it playing against that?
It was a lot of obviously stall. They had a lot of utility on defense, so I think we said right away just play slow and you know bait the util out. We don't know what to expect. It's a new comp as well, so just playing slow just went in favor for like, you know, both of those things. A lot of stall, and it's just we didn't know what the hell was going on, but you know it worked in our favor.
Yeah, definitely. That was very clear. 이제 아무래도 또 이제 상대가 센티넬 감시자의 그런 스킬들을 많이 소진시키기 위해서 탈론 쪽에서는 좀 천천히 경기를 풀어나가는 방식을 이렇게 선택했고 그렇게 해보니까 경기가 우리의 우위에 좀 이렇게 잘 풀어나가진 것 같게 된 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 다음은 또 퍼시픽의 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 T1을 만나게 되는데 좀 각오를 먼저 들어보고 싶어요. Next up is T1, the Pacific powerhouse. What are your expectations on the next match?
I mean,
Lot
we're a
of
good
pressure?
team, but you know, obviously it's still to win, and you know, just do our best.
Well, this is technically your first match at Kickoff, so this is your first match at Kickoff, right? So
Me?
yeah.
No, I
Well,
played.
this year, Talon, this
Oh,
is the
this
first
year.
guy.
Yeah.
all right.
Okay.
Alright. T1 뭐 당연히 긴장되긴 하는데 또 막상 해봐야 알지 않겠냐라고 이야기를 했습니다. 텔론의 거버너 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Talon's governor for the interview, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
Thanks, Bella. And correct, this is the very first step towards Masters Bangkok for the Thai team of Talon. And they made a complete reverse situation here, considering how the first map went when they put Primi on that clove. Things changed a lot on this map and their performance here. And it's hard to say, is it because they were playing against 3 Sentinels, which is a bit, you know, a little curious for this match, or was Talon just getting things together anyway?
Well, yeah, GE, they just didn't get enough out of their defense, to be honest. Darion was doing his best. In fact, I feel like the coaching staff of GE needs to go to Darion and be like, it's third map every map, because on the third map, every time this guy steps up, it was the same thing in the last series. He was doing his best on attack to create openers, to look for picks outside of A, because there was nothing else that their comp could really do on the attacking side, and Talon had such a hot start on their attack against this triple Senti. Didn't really seem to bother them, and you could see from Governor in the interview, it felt like they were just feeling their way out, and it worked out very well in their favor.
Yeah, while Talon were attacking, they had their answers. They baited out all these traps. The Global were trying to spring on them, and it never really found much power. Then as soon as we swapped to that half, Talon have such a tough time on attack with no duelists to try and burst your way through the chokes. They had to rely really heavily on finding openings, and a lot of that comes down to Darion on the chamber. This is one of the things, like, look, I've burnt a few comps in the past. I have overcooked in the past. I'm sure that this will have been successful for them in scrims. I'm sure they'll have had more ideas, but it didn't really come into play for them today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, honestly, at the end of the first half of Lotus, you could see what they were trying to do, especially that combi with Teho and Vice for the post-plant situation, but I mean, it wasn't quite enough. And honestly, Talon like to be a little tricky, you know? They like to say Primi's gonna be on a duelist, or where they just do crazy stuff in their scrims. They don't show stuff in their off-season, and, well, this is the result.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see Primi on a proactive agent like the Clove. He was just taking aim duels. He was playing the way that you'd want him to, on attack, even, you know, taking that first entry and just pushing into C-Link and cutting off the rotations. That's how you want to see Primi play, and I just want to see him continue to play agents where he can be proactive and he can get involved in the early to mid round. I can understand from, especially like I said, a fundamentalist kind of look at how you like to play TAC FPS. My star player has to be alive in the mid to late round if I'm going to win the round. I just don't think it's the right formula for Talon as far as I'm concerned. And I know that they said in the interview that Governor said he wanted him and Ban to be on the double duelist, but I just feel like not putting Primi on a proactive agent, on an aggressive agent, it just doesn't make much sense to me. Look how much better he played in terms of fragging and impact on the third map compared to the other two.
Yeah, I think this Clove is the perfect fit for him, to be honest, where he doesn't have to dive so hard for those entries, but he's still able to take risks because he can still smoke while he's dead. I think this is the perfect role for him, and I'm glad it really came into fruition for him today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad we finally got to see it. I'm pretty sure the fans are really happy too. Now we have Udotan. We need to give a shout out to him today.
Yeah, Udotan was fantastic, and he's been a bona fide star since he came into this GE roster. I really think that, you know, there's a reason why so many people are backing GE, and it's because of their fantastic pickups. You know, the core three of this roster has been fantastic to watch between Crystal, as well as Udotan, as well as Puppy, although he did, you know, have some up and down maps in this series. Udotan in particular has been a rock-solid pillar of consistency, and just the fact that he was even meant to be playing Sentinel and they've thrown him on the duelist and he's delivering this much impact. I mean, either you're going to continue to build around this guy as GE for the next few seasons, or you're going to be able to flip him at such a margin after he's had this performance in Tier 1.
Yeah, he's definitely a real bright point of this roster, and it's nice that you're able to frag so hard even when the game gets tough, like it does in Lotus here. I think he's one to watch for GE, especially as they head down to this lower bracket and they need some magic to get that run going.
Yeah, that's right. This is a double elimination, so this is not the last we're going to see of Global Esports. Thank goodness, because I am really liking this new Global Esports and what they can show us in Pacific. Now we have to talk about Primi again. Primi, again, kind of like a slow start for him in this match, but I'm glad, you know, he's just delivered for the fan base here, giving us what we want, just Primi doing Primi things.
The thing that really impressed me about Talon, I will say, before we talk about Primi, is just it was impossible for Darion to get an AWP shot off this entire series. Yeah. Their utility, even on this map with the double controller blocking his sight lines, and then you immediately get a follow-up in terms of a Prowler or something like that. Darion had a really, really rough time finding much impact on defense, but yes, absolutely, Primi was fantastic on the Clove. This is a duelist icon, by the way, guys. Yeah, he did not play a duelist this entire series, and they listed him as a duelist, so even,
to be fair,
as you said, hiding from the analyst desk and from the talent who will be playing the duelist for Talon.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I still got him in my team, so I'm happy.
It worked out for you. I mean, to be fair, all of offseason he was on Jet, so
Yeah.
This was a
That's fair.
surprise for us.
They hit it very well.
And you got really lucky, but you know what? You deserve a win here.
But
Go
I do
ahead.
think, just really fast, I think, yeah, this triple Sentinel comp, it's so hard on attack we saw there. How do you get out of those the B choke and the C choke? I'm curious to see if they swap this up for next time they play Lotus or if they really roll with it.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. How are they going to switch it up? Including for Abyss as well. Like, how are they going to rework Abyss? Now, our match MVP, it was pretty unanimous here that it had to be Jit Boys. While Primi did show up in that last map, Jit Boys has been consistent throughout all three.
Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit underrated on a Talon roster where he does get outshone by Primi, who just shines brighter than pretty much anyone else in the league when he's absolutely playing his best. So I think Jit Boys has been great to watch for a long time. He's so good at finding those lurk timings. He's so stable at defense, playing positionally around different terrain, taking duels at the right times and being able to multi-frag and playing off his teammates' util. He's just great to watch on the Omen and some of these controller roles, and even in the past as well, throw him on a Sentinel, and his great positioning and just great aim and ability to win those duels is just so fantastic for Talon.
Yeah, he's so brilliantly sharp as well. It feels like he has this ability to always win his fights, always win his duels. He always gets two when they come to his site. I mean, you can't ask for anything more for a player like Jit Boys.
I also like how we are seeing their calls a little bit snappier too, well, after the first map. I know there was a language barrier with crews needing to actually translate English, Thai, English back and forth, and it seems they've found a system that's been working for them. So congratulations to Talon again. We'll see Global Esports again on Monday. You'll be facing off against DFM. Now we need to talk about your teams. We have the preferred coach by just like 2 or 3%. Not by a lot, not by a lot. But let's see who ended up being the
I think they threw it up before, and I think Big Time's leading, but he's had 3 players play, and I'm still waiting for 3 of my players.
Oh, are you
to
leading?
play.
Okay.
So
I'm really not
he's
sure.
winning
But
right
yeah, to be
now,
fair,
but I don't know who's going to win overall.
Yeah,
Oh,
to
there
be
we
fair,
go.
you've got like
I'm waiting for
more
Texture,
than next match.
Yeoman, Monya, yeah. There we go, it's back up.
Oh, here we go.
So what were your thoughts, Vic?
You said by a little. That's not a little.
He's got a 3rd player in there. I haven't even got my points for my 3rd player, Vic.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Well, you guys can revote who your favorite
Why you
coach
bully
is.
me?
Someone's got to do
Is it because I'm new?
Yeah, it's because you're the new guy here.
fine with
We've been hanging for the last 2 years.
Right.
But we
okay.
do have our
That's
next
fair.
matchup where we will find out if your fantasy team is going to end up winning, because we do have Gen G versus RRQ. We're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to see this old matchup again.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's fly.
It's day 4 of the VCT Pacific 2025 Kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games. I've been dreaming, but now it's coming true. At the top of the world, enjoy the view. Skip and jump and dance, and you feel it too. Favorite jamming machine, brand sticking new. That's it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. Yeah, so much fun. VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here. Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. We just finished the first match of today, and we're going to go to the second one. Now, this is a matchup we're very familiar with, but we've seen an evolution of both these teams. We saw an incredible performance by Gen G throughout 2024, winning Pacific's very first trophy in Shanghai. But there have been some roster changes, little things. I don't even know if it's the roster change they actually wanted, but things are the way they are. We got Foxy9 now wearing the Gen G jersey. How are you guys feeling about this new Gen G?
I'm still very optimistic. Like, I feel like it's a little, some people are blowing this a little out of proportion. Let's be real, this is still a core 3, Duelist and IGL, whole coaching staff, best rookie debut year that you've seen out of Karon last year. You might even say Yeoman's a bit of an upgrade in terms of firepower. I know the big question is obviously Foxy9 coming in for Meteor. Meteor's irreplaceable, but he does have some role flexibility as well. I mean, for me, Gen G are still outstanding favorites to win this whole thing.
I'd see
the core of the team's still there.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also feel like other people are catching up. I don't know if their changes are necessarily pushing them forward in the same way other teams' off-season moves are. I think we can't know until we see this team play, and I think it'll be very apparent if this is the Gen G of last year where well, they'll fire on all cylinders, or if it might feel a little bit flatter.
Now, speaking of another team that we've seen improvements from every single year,
yeah,
is RRQ. Now, yeah, they don't have a trophy in their hands, and they've been stopped all the time, every single year, every single season. And I like the improvements we have there. We love Coach Ewok, and they have the addition of Indonesian player Kushi on their team.
The time is now. I keep saying that whenever I talk about RRQ, but the way they built their roster, this is the very peak of it. This is the year where it really has to all come together, and there's no bigger hurdle for RRQ than Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a team that stomped them, that has stopped them rather, and at times stomped them at every hurdle. Although RRQ is not really the kind of team to get pushed around too much, especially in their opening game. They were fantastic. I really felt like they could have even 2-0'd there. That Abyss game, I felt like they kind of threw that one away, and they recomposed themselves and bounced back so beautifully on the next 2 maps. Jemkin is the highest rated player in the tournament with that performance, up plus 30 across the series. We have to mention Warbirds coming in as well. That is a really good brains trust of coaches on this team. They've kept the majority of the core and a lot of solid players together, and Kushi has been handpicked by Ewok. He's scouted him. He's been the missing link that they needed in that initiator role. Although he still doesn't have a lot of experience, he's already played great series against PRX in the off-season. You know, it's not like this guy is really choking against some top-tier opposition. However, now is another test for him against the likes of Gen G, you know, some of the better Pacific players of last year.
Yeah, I think he's really slotted into their team really seamlessly here. And of course, we got Texture and Manyan, and as you guys both know, They used to be on Global Esports, which I'm going to touch upon in a little bit. But this is their 7th matchup. And every single time, on the really crucial moments, it's been Gen G that's been holding people like Monyet back, people on RRQ back. They're kind of like an in real life barrier mesh. Like they can see all the action beyond that, but they're just blocked by Gen G every single time. And I know this friendship goes way back. And can you clarify? Everyone's always like, why did Global Esports let go of Texture on Monyet?
Yeah, I mean,
we got big time here. Tell us.
I would have loved to have kept them. I really would. You know, that was kind of our initial plan. But it's esports. You know, it's a business at the end of the day, and you can never begrudge an org when they need to make moves that are better suited for them financially, or when they have different objectives in mind. But things are not always as simple as.
But you wanted to keep them.
I would have loved to have kept both of them. I think they're both amazing players.
I think I heard these exact words out of Big Time's mouth. He said something like, "I made Texture and Monyet the players that they are, and I can't believe that they couldn't stay on my team." He said those exact words.
Okay.
I think my words were, "It was all me, 100% me."
If it's
when
all
they
you,
won the championship, Big Time was cheering. He was holding his own trophy. You know.
But I want to ask, if it was all you, why did you put Texture on Sentinel?
Oh, this is a big
Tell
one.
us.
Yes,
Explain yourself.
I get asked this all the time. A big reason for it was his level of English was not as good back in 2023. He wasn't really able to communicate in the way we needed a duelist to communicate, because your duelist is your front man. He's the one who needs to be relaying what they see, because they see more than anyone.
You know what? Just go anchor a site. You can't even speak English.
Also, he was very good when we moved across the Sentinel. We tried him on Sentinel. I clicked immediately, and he was great. Obviously, he looks great on duelist in Gen G. I'm happy to see him doing well there, but it's a Korean team. I think he's much better suited to that. I'm really glad it's worked out for him in the end.
It has, and you know what? I'm just giving you crap right now, but I can fully understand why that ended up happening. It's very, very important for the duelists to make those calls, especially in a very fast-paced game and a crazy game like Valorant.
Yeah.
And we got our map draft coming in here. Ooh, we got a Fracture. I love watching Indonesians play on Fracture. It might be, you know, Boom's fault with that, but I think this is a very dynamic map. Always a lot of fun here.
Oh, for sure.
And Lotus, okay. This is the first time we're going to see, well, Gen G play at all this tournament, so.
Well, RRQ, I think Fracture is an interesting one. It's not really a map that either one of these teams have played too much, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of like an out of left field pick that they're trying to shake things up a little bit. Lotus is an interesting one. I think RRQ played OT versus Talon, if I remember correctly, and then lost a game in the off-season on Lotus, whereas Gen G stomped Talon like 13-2 in the off-season. So if you're going to use Talon as a measuring stick for performance on Lotus, that might not be a close game, but I don't know if you draw those conclusions. Haven's an interesting one. Like, it's been a pretty safe one for RRQ, and they even stomped DFM just the other day, whereas Gen G, they played a lot of close games. I think they haven't had a game that's been less than 24 rounds on Haven in the off-season, and they've even played some NA teams and things like that. You know, they've been playing these off-season international tournaments, so they've really tested it against a wide range of teams. So both teams should feel pretty confident on that third map decider.
Yeah, I really hope it gets to go to Haven, because Gen G play the Viper comp, of course, which is a very interesting little mix-up. I'd like to see how
I don't think anyone else is really playing that,
What are your predictions then? Let's start with our predictions for this. Some might argue I'm an RRQ yellow, but maybe it's gold for Gen G.
This is crazy to me.
Who knows?
This is crazy.
It's still 50-50. Today it's a 50-50 split.
4 people are going against the core 3 of Gen G and the coaching staff.
You just like stepping on the little guy.
Is
Have
that
some
crazy?
whimsy in your life,
That's
man.
crazy.
Believe in something.
I know the RRQ management is watching me say this right now, and they're like, "You didn't believe." But like, come on, man. Like, seriously, we're all going. Like, half of you are going against Gen G.
What's your case for RRQ?
So I do think they're the underdog in this game, but I think they have good momentum. I think this is kind of a little bit of a revenge match for them. They have all these storylines going for them. I think their roster has improved. I think the Gen G roster has dipped a little bit.
Okay.
They played each other close last year, so I'm excited.
I'm super excited, and I know Ewok does not want to lose against Gen G, so let's see if he can make it happen. We're going to go to the stage and welcome our 2 teams, RRQ and Gen G.
2025.
The pride of Indonesia, RRQ, is facing off against the Masters winning team, Gen.G. Gen.G is a team who've completely transformed since 2023 here. In this very stadium, it was a very different team, and they're returning back this year, 2 years later, with that Masters trophy. Now, RRQ, on the other side, have shown improvements every single season, but qualifying still eludes them, thanks to these opponents. Now, both teams adjusted their roster just a touch, but the core still remains. The question is the results going to be different this year?
That's the question. For me, this is the biggest test for RRQ that they're going to have to face. This has been the team that shut them down time and time again. If they manage to overcome Gen.G today, that's when we start to get on the hype train, right? That's when we really start to get that copium flowing. But, you know, if they get defeated today, do they end up just being that middle-of-the-pack team that we kept seeing them be? I think this is by far a massive game for them, a massive game for them mentally as well, to kind of overcome this roadblock.
Yeah, RRQ have been stagnant. They've been stuck in the middle of the pack. It's always been almost for RRQ. It's going to be so frustrating to go up against Gen.G time and time again, and Gen.G are really the trendsetters here in Pacific.
Map
and we'll see
2.
with their new additions whether they continue to pave the way for excellence out of Asia internationally.
Ooh, new accessories on the coaches too. We got Solo and Ewok here. Yeah, I like the scarf. Jacket always looks super swag on RRQ. I think they're going to be dropping, showing new stuff very soon in the coming weeks for their merch. Map draft coming through here. These teams are very familiar with each other. And you guys know we're going to be starting off with a good old Fracture. I think we're going to start this match with a bang here.
Yeah, it's a big question mark for both teams. Again, we've seen recently, it feels like the meta is falling into a similar kind of core agent comp of what it used to be with the Brim, with the Breach, with the Sentinel in the mix. However, you know, we used to have things like Sky being mixed in, or even Fade, at times KO. Now it feels like Teo is really filling the void of that initiator role, and a lot of teams are really liking him on Fracture. So we'll see what these teams do choose to go towards, because especially Cushy, he's someone that I'm looking at, and Yeoman as well. These initiators are the new additions. They're probably going to be the ones that will have to pick up something like a Teo, and I feel like both of those players, I associate them more so with Sova and things like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely very curious. As you say, we've definitely seen this become a bit more of an established meta, so I'm curious if these two teams will lean into that, if they've kind of noticed that developing in scrims, or if they have their own flavor on this map.
Wow, these huddles are longer than usual.
Yeah, that's normally in the huddle, you're just trying to not mess anything up. You're just trying to keep everybody calm and just make it very relaxed. What you say in the huddle, 9 times out of 10, they don't say the team name. You say all kinds of random stuff.
Oh, you guys do that too? That's what, it's so funny. It looks like, you know, this is the time to like get them all together. I think people have like different, I don't know what you guys did. Some teams have like random chants. So let's say what's for dinner, for example, to shout like spaghetti.
Well, I think it's you can't win the game in the huddle, but you can get in your players' heads and mess it up. So I just think you wanna take it easy, don't add too much pressure, just remind them of what they can do well. That was a big screen.
They definitely did whatever they shouted looked intense.
It was passionate.
But Gen.G too, look at them. This is serious. Solo's actually having a deep discussion with them.
I mean, I love Coach Ewok. I love Warbirds, but you can't argue against one of the most successful, if not maybe the best Asian TAC FPS player of all time heading up the coaching staff of your team. That is just not something you can ever measure up to.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order, but this could be the year. This could be it. We're getting our agents in.
Sova on Yeoman, and Sova as well on RRQ. Is this a mirror?
Jen and...
No, Neon.
Not quite. Neon for Raze, and that's the only difference between these two teams. But the core four of the agents, you know, the only difference being the fast lane is going to be a little bit more chaotic with the movement on Monyet. Texture favoring the Raze, so the paint shell's really going to be helping a little bit to break some of the KJ util here and there and break some of those setups around stairs, but not really Cypher trips or anything like that.
Yeah, I think both Xfero and Foxy9 are very happy that the other team didn't pick Teo. They get a nice little ease into the game without getting their ultimate destroyed every single time.
I just think Texture on Raze facing off against Monyet on Neon's gonna be so much fun. They give each other crap all the time, and I think it's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we're gonna go into this match because we're super excited for it. We're gonna go to our casters, RRQ's unofficial biggest fanboy, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. I think we can all agree on one thing. When these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger. Like, we like to talk about only bangers on Split, only bangers on other maps, but it's only bangers when these two teams face off. I mean, you saw the record. Gen G 5-1 in this record against RQ, but 4 of those maps, or 4 of those matches, were not 2-0s. They're all 2-1s, whichever way they go.
Yeah, and there is that, at least there is that one. There is that one for RQ.
But I will always put a disclaimer on that one, because that was the one match that didn't matter, right? Because the results were already determined for the Stage 1 playoffs. And I know the RQ team felt the same way, where it was like, wow, we finally got it together, but it was when it didn't matter. So maybe it's a pressure thing, maybe it's some other things you need to consider. But as the Desk, hammered home, it's Gen G always blocking RQ's path. Can RQ finally break that wall in 2025?
If that win didn't matter, this one does matter, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's definitely still going to be that question of, can RQ really break it through? They looked pretty darn good against the FM last week, so I'm hoping some of that performances can carry over. But looking at the composition, I mean, you got Monyet back on the Neon, right?
Yeah, so I wonder if there was, because as I just mentioned, neither of them really played this during the offseason, and some other players we've never seen playing in officials on Fracture as well. So there's a lot of question marks, but one thing that I felt that RQ, or whichever team was going to face against Gen G in their very first match, was going to do was target Foxy9. Try to take him to maps where we can really make him uncomfortable, because that was always going to be the big question mark for Gen G. Can you get Foxy9 into your system, or do you have to rework your system now to really accommodate this new player? Because in 2024, everybody knows it was such a Meteor show, right? It wasn't just about Meteor, but they utilized him to the max. So now you have to adjust those things a little bit.
Yeah, especially on a map like Fracture. I mean, Foxy9 definitely does have a little bit of slack to pick up, so it's not going to be the easiest thing, and that's where you can kind of work your game plan around. But I'm also kind of looking at how, some of the role swaps have come through. Jemkin on the controller, I mean, that's not something you see every day. I'm wondering how that kind of fits in to RQ's game plan here.
Yeah, well, the Neon coming in for Monyet, we do know that he's a great Neon as well. So, 2 old GE players now trying to prove which one was actually the better duelist now in their new teams. Monyet versus Texture. That's another thing I wanted to touch upon was, I wonder if RQ absolutely just assumed that Texture wouldn't be playing the Neon, especially after the nerfs. It's not something that Gen G was really a big fan of last year. They picked it up during the offseason, but Neon nerfs come through, so we believe Neon is still better on Fracture. We should be able to overcome them. We'll see what the game plan is, as Gen G will actually be starting on the attack.
Yeah, so far a little bit split all throughout, but also, I mean, this is a map where you definitely want to have a lot of that early A main pressure again. I mean, especially with some of the smokes they can throw off, and there it instantly is, to allow Monyet to kind of creep in further through.
All right, off the bat, we're seeing those cross-map recons come in. That Silva becoming more and more popular ever since EG popularized it 2 years ago. It's a good hit onto Yeoman, trying to go for a chase, but instantly the pinch. RQ knows they have to push out. They need to isolate these fights, and Monyet's going to slide out. He doesn't see that, but he's able to do an absolute 180. That's 2 kills to 1 in favor of RQ.
Just a swing back, right? But Texture does find that trade, and also already into the site. So everything's already smoked off, and now you're getting the spike planted in for a main. You're going to have to hold further back, but your players are down a little bit low. Texture has to hit the good first shot. He does, but Monyet instantly trades. Now Munchkin, Karen needing to kind of fall back. I mean, where are you going to go? The site's not quite safe. And on the other side, Jemkin is marking out from defender spawn as well. So hearing the footsteps inside of A main, Munchkin's trying to hold, trying to play around it. The smoke comes up in time, and that's when Xpero peeks out. Jemkin from the back. It's the incendiary as well onto the spike, working against them a little bit, but still nonetheless, RQ picks up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Karon just trying to buy time, trying to make sure the double coming in from A main, not able to get onto the site, nor the spike, but alas, he gets picked off through the smoke as it comes down. Munchkin and Karen didn't really have many options, right? They didn't really have any other info about the other parts of the site or the defender spawn. So Munchkin holding that close angle, I don't think you can really fault him. It's the only thing he had going. He just wasn't able to get that one-shot kill with the right click. Texture with a clean shot, but I love that Kushi also goes out. He already only has 5 HP. He says, I'll be the scout. Then you get the trade, and RQ, the fast push out with Monyet as the battle cries come out, is successful in the pistol. We're seeing Share spot up from Gen G and some half armors as well. See if that maybe bites them even going in to their bye round next round.
So far, though, at least, I mean, maybe a bit of damage. Gen G has been known to make those things happen before, but right now, just kind of splitting themselves across again, right? More respect towards that A main pressure, but this time, you're looking at RQ kind of having those defenses up, set up towards B.
Okay, yeah, so you recognize it's the judge. I love that they're trying to get this information because they go for the ult orb as well. They recognize it's a judge up in heaven. either you go in with util or you just don't go there at all. Just keep him tied up there. That's one person you don't have to worry about. And Gen G, they do want to group up. So what's the answer towards this killjoy? You can't nullify any of the util, but it looks like it's going to be a trap play to force him into uncomfortable positions. Lineups at the ready. You've got both the Sova and the Breach over by Arcade as well.
Trying to set it up at least, right, but here. RQ will respond in kind. Smokes just to delay a little bit further as well.
Jemkin has to play this so well. Xfero just going to be able to hold onto Heaven alone. He goes for the spray. He gets two. He's ready for the third. Trying to bounce back and forth. Eventually gets taken down by Foxy9.
Just to kind of flood on through, right? Nanostorm's on the site as well, so just to make things a little bit more difficult. But onto the judge now, Xfero onside, able to fight back. Munchkin gunned down, and RQ makes it relatively safe enough. Estrella does pick up the Spectre.
Yeah, so all weapons carried over for RRQ. Not too much damage done. Gen G, 3 members with half armor, so they will be starting a little bit weak on their buy round. I love that Jemkin tries to be heads up, but eventually he still gets traded down. But it's a good wraparound from RQ as well.
Yeah, still able to kind of swing back into the site just for that retake against Gen G, who were able to deal with the judge a little bit. But that's it, down into the next round. That judge does carry on over. This time it's in the hands of Monyet.
Yeah, and I was wondering if maybe we see an outlaw, but that's not going to be the case here, as RQ choosing to just go for these fights, given the nature of Fracture. So we see that Vandal being bought up to match the firepower. That's 3 rifles, a Vandal, and 2 Bulldogs against, of course, all 5 Vandals and Phantoms for Gen G. Gen G, I mean, they recognize it's a bonus round. We don't know what kind of crazy they'll do with the Neon. Let's just hold, and then we can go for our set play, because hopefully they should be split in their default setups.
Pretty much still doing that, but with time passed, right, you're not seeing anything from the Neon on anyone else. So this is where you're starting to wonder, what are you going to do truly? Thinking about where this Neon possibly could be, or maybe even the judge again.
It's an interesting setup from RRQ because you're actually just giving up all 4 lanes. You're literally only hoping to stop them on the site and get those kills. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it can be disastrous, but if it does work out, chaos ensues, and you at least do a ton of damage, right? Maybe you're just dropping 3, 4 weapons. The spike maybe doesn't really get planted. They just have to finish off the fights, things like that. So we'll see how it pans out. Already only 30 seconds. That's the Molly. Lots of time bought. Still another smoke as well.
A little bit of a gap through the Molly, so still Texture being able to slip on through, but the fault line does connect. Estrella able to take down Texture. Then the judge gets spotted. Monyet goes in on the offensive. Able to trade that for a bit of a rifle as well, but onto the side, Jemkin will fall. Monyet runs out of ammo, sends the relay as he spots out another player. The spike gets planted down just in time, and Monyet picks up yet another Vandal for that collapse onto Munchkin. RRQ, being able to chip down all that time, will be able to pick up the bonus round.
A really well intricately set up, basically site trap play. RRQ says you come to A, we got the Nanoswarms to alarm bot, and we got 2 people high-low setup. You come to B, we've got a fault line that's able to cover the diagonal across the site. We're holding close with a Spectre and a Molly, and then we have a judge up in heaven. So no matter where you come from, no matter what the set execute is, it's just going to be we pick up the first entry, and then we take you out one by upgrading our weapons. And Monyet, a great decision to slide out there, and it works out for that bonus.
Just so incredible. And now it's everything being upgraded up. Gen G, a little bit desperate. It's down to the Sheriffs and the Guardian on the side of Texture. Still looking for some kind of an opening into the sites.
Now these are the rounds you have to watch out for Gen G. Pilsky mentioned on the desk, it's still the same core 3 members. They're all so good with those one-tap weapons. And you can see RQ giving that respect. The high-low doubled up, making sure you don't get both taken out instantly. We'll see if it pays off, as we do see Foxy9 creeping up over Dish, trying to gain some attention.
Still being able to hold effectively, right? But kind of walks into the setup, so nonetheless gets eliminated.
Oh, yeah, and that allows Monyet to go for the foul. Oh, a nice pick, and this is what we were talking about. You gotta watch out. You gotta respect him.
Just because it's Texture. Such a quick reaction. But now RRQ with the information, still able to kind of hide back and hold as well. Cushy kind of lines up the sight lines and gets at least one. Estrella coming back into support as well, and that's the Sky Smoke just to block off Gen G while Xfero moves into place.
Opening the door, just forcing RQ to now have to look at multiple angles. They will, in fact, go into Sands, but already Crosshairs trained, and man, he gets spotted. Estrella, he's going to jiggle back and forth. You still have the high-low. Yeah, Estrella doesn't have to greed for this. You can trust in Jemkin, and they spot him right away. Estrella actually getting both, now only one away from his Rolling Thunder.
That's tremendous value being found as well. So it all kind of pays out. And now economy's starting to hurt a little bit more for Gen.G, just buying up all of those light shields.
I mean, just knowing that it's just a Killjoy peeking out first, it's an eco. The immediate rotation was good. Yeah, I mean, texture, he still got it. He's still the same texture, so you got to give that respect. But it's a very, very quick fill into the site from the rest of RRQ to be able to block that off. Munchkin does have his Rolling Thunder, though. He was only 2 away in that last round. Fills it up, and now we'll see if they use it right away for set play. B main already cleared.
RRQ ने डोमिनेशन दिखा रखा है अपने फ्रैक्चर में और उनका पिकिंग मैप भी है तो ये जीत जाएंगे तो फिर काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो
Rolling Thunder now, but inside of the site, Estrella kind of goes for the track, not quite connecting onto it. Jemkin will fall alongside him.
Oh, not being able to snipe him out. Meanwhile, Munchkin, he's ahead of him. Monyet doesn't expect him to still be watching the flank from out far.
Finally,
still 2 members alive, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough position as Gen.G has 4. Texture only down to 18 HP, but he pushes out. He's a scout, but Xferro gets both Texture and Foxy9 suddenly. A retake, seemingly possible. Yeoman takes damage from the shock dart. He peeks ahead. Ooh, he's trying to displace the crosshairs. Charon, good for that trade. Xferro needs to take the 1v1s. Where does he take him? He gets close, but it's just too frantic. And Charon, as patient as always, will be able to get their first win for Gen.G.
Yeah, just kind of panicking and sprinting straight into the side. Teammate falling off to the sidelines, and at that point, you know, you're just kind of running against time straight into it with Phantom.
Xferro does get some nice kills here, but as you mentioned, the time, the space, all the positioning starts to get dicey, and we see a little bit of that panic mode come in. Meanwhile, Charon, just as sturdy as he always has been ever since he debuted just last year. Now the Rolling Thunder available for Estrella, but we do have some power ultimates 1 point away from Gen.G, so they should be working those orbs. It's going to be that arcade orb right away.
Deploying drone. Being able to...
Ooh, a fast take.
Up for more value. Boombot will get spotted out, so Xferro kind of anticipating some kind of push out now coming through. Additional support from Cushy, but the flashes come out. It just throws it off just a bit, but still being able to drag that crosshair across. Yeoman will be able to strike back against Monyet, though. Now trying to get a bit of timing into her spawn, but no, Estrella strikes back.
And Foxy9, he was just waiting for information. He was waiting for the lineups, but none of it. The calls don't come through. It's just silence on the other side. And now all alone, 1v3. In all honesty, this could be where he shines. He loves to do it. He's talked about it even in some of those Gen.G vlogs that, you know, they come fight me. I love that. But with the positions they have, and you have to go hunt for these. Yeah, there's the fault line, and it's just well set up. Jemkin able to clean things up, now 1 point away from his own orbital strike.
So in the round, just trying to go for a quick pace.
अगले राउंड RRQ ने वापस कमबैक करी और काफी अच्छी लीड ले चुके हैं 3 राउंड की लीड 4 राउंड की लीड अभी भी
quick enough despite the flashes and everything. Cushy
RRQ के पास
finding that value alongside his teammate on the site.
Cushy has been so impactful for this team ever since he joined, even in those off-season tournaments right away. A lot of people agreed. If I didn't know about Cushy before, I believe in him now. We'll see if he can keep it up for this entire match. A true test against reigning Masters winners as well from last year. But so far, he's holding his own, and Gen.G will call that timeout.
I mean, they are close to their ultimates.
I mean, this is a big chance, and you kind of need it, right? 5-1 already, RQ. They've already got that minimum, right? It is fracture, so you could go both ways, but they've got that minimum to try to flip things back and forth. And so right now, it's on Gen.G to try to bring things back, try to at least tie it up, get those 5 rounds to even things out for the second half. The just mentioned, of course, the coaching staff, Solo and HSK, already so successful, and then as players as well. But then they had that addition as Perry. So Perry now joining his old teammate and his old captain in Solo, back when they were on Neutron, back when they performed at Masters Reykjavik, now coming in as a coach after his tenure at D+ Kia in the challenger scene. See if we can notice any of that impact. People were wondering, does Perry maybe do some one-on-one coaching with some of the rookies? You know, where does this come from? But so far, it's RRQ really forcing Gen.G's hand.
Yeah, bringing their own
उनका
assistant
eco
coach
round
in the
है
form of
और
Warbirds
काफी
as well,
अच्छी
but
दिख
right
रही है
now,
RRQ इस map में.
Still just controlling that A main, right? Early information outside of it. And as soon as they get a little bit more in towards B, they're sending that utility through.
Okay, the multi-bash just to try to get some scratch damage onto Gen.G. It is another Sheriff and Guardian round, another one you have to respect. Sphero just keeping his distance. He's positioned to be ready to bail out as well. Finds him, gets the shot onto Texture. That's a big one, just a little bit ahead. And there's the Rolling Thunder to pinch through Cushy. He's good for 2 right away. The recon just to be safe, and there's the push out. Cushy for 3. Still maintaining an Unjustiri, no need for it just yet.
Just had the perfect setup once again. I mean, you start things off early on. Monyet pushes out into Haymane, calls it clear, and everyone is kind of already anticipating some of these potential ultimates or whatever that Gen G might have. And you can see Xfero's holding it, instantly swaps on over to the shorty as soon as he gets contacted by the fault line. The Rolling Thunder to top everything off to allow Cushy to push up to collect on those kills.
So now back to the rifles, only half armors, but you have the lockdown, you have the orbital strike, you have the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of counters on the other side, but Gen G, they gotta push and pull a bit more because like you said, this A main, it's been a thorn. It's just so much free information. Door opened. It is a crossfire set up from RRQ. And you have that fault line support ready by Estrella as well, up by the rafters.
Comes down to a little bit of contact. Sky Smoke comes out. Monyet spots all of them out. That's the fault line being sent through. Is he gonna push? No, actually falls back because the push comes out from drop instead. Cushy, though, with the Hunter's Fury, will connect into 2 players from Gen G.
He catches both after the fault line. So, in fact, it's Monyet being the bait, and then they're able to just back out into sand, still holding that line of scrimmage.
Just holding it up even further off, even though the spikes planted. Pressure is on for Gen G. Thanks to the new updates. Yeah, they're going to have to try to spray through the smokes, but even with the overdrive, Monyet just kind of keeping them at bay, adding the pressure even further on for Xfero to come up with the flank from behind, the double kill through. It's RRQ who are looking so unstoppable right now.
What a setup from RRQ. The whole time you've always just set Monyet alone. Maybe you set him up after the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, Jemkin watches with him. You've got so many ultimates, and after the fault line goes through, you tag one, and then you're able to chase through. You tag the second as well. He instantly recognizes it and finishes off the double kill. That was huge because it allows everyone to just say, all right, let's back out in sands. You know, Spike already planned, it doesn't matter, give him a main, because now we've got the flank coming in from Xfero as well. Very, very patient and calculated from RRQ.
And now they're still cycling on through with those ultimates. Orbital Strike and Lockdown on the next, but Gen G has some ultimates of their own, just the gun's not quite there. Monyet in with the relay bolt, pushing out into it, taking the fight against Gen G, and now it's just Foxy9 holding out. The pinch comes through with Cushy on the back.
I mean, the tempo change as well. RRQ playing with full confidence. I'll be very honest, I don't think we've ever seen RRQ just adjust so well round to round ever in any of their matches. But right now, you can tell by their movement, by their reads round to round. It's against an eco, and you still say, let's go. We haven't pushed out that far yet. It's already round 9. We're up 7-1. Let's go for a fast push because they won't have strong weaponry. They get one kill, and then they back off. They have the pinch, and they say, Spike dropped. We don't need to overextend.
Now they're just kind of marking every single entrance that Gen G is looking for, hoping for, down through the dirt. And it's being spotted as well.
Yeah, Estrella catches sign, so they know one sewers. You don't really have to worry about anything other than ropes at this point. Turret set up to watch the flank from Dish. 40 seconds. This could turn into an all-out brawl, though. I am a little bit worried as RQ has put all their eggs in one basket, but Jemkin gets one. Estrella for the trade, and surely this should be the round over as Monyet wraps it up, building towards another overdrive.
Just having that advantage. I mean, this is a fully confident RRQ down to the last 2 players, you know, spotting them out by tunnel. Once they get that bit of contact, they continue to swing. I mean, look at how Monyet was just selflessly kind of swinging out alongside with that play. So the whole team's just being able to flow in this form, and Gen G, you know, even off of the timeout, not quite able to find the answer.
Yeah, with the weaker weapons as well. I mean, you have the stun and you have the neon. Those one shots maybe not going to be as effective. Monyet just having a time of his life right now, but it's Cushy with 11 kills and only 2 deaths, leading the board.
Still sitting comfortably for now. Gen G, this time just a little bit more hidden movements into it, but spotted by the drone.
Yeah, but look at the switch up, right? Killjoy no longer here in Gen G. They're still scouting for any of that setup. Still sending some of that util. There's the paint shells. Monyet, he wants to get ahead of it, and he knows exactly what Arrays thinks. He'll take him out, but it is a trade. It opens up heaven, and then the site as well onto the B site.
Cushy, though, still around the corner, trying to stay alive, waiting for his team to kind of get back in. So he uses that smoke. While they clear out that turret from the back, Foxy9 looking to hold, able to get the first flick against Jemkin. Fault Light comes through, but he evades just in kind. Next Pharaoh will be able to fight back. 3-on-3 as Cushy now pushes out, takes out Karen, and the relay just to spot things out, but Yeoman kind of avoids for now, pushes straight himself into tunnel, and Cushy knows where to look. Munchkin, the last one left, onto the site, evades the Rolling Thunder, holds the ground with a fault line being sent out. He took down Cushy already, just needs to do a little bit more, and down to the last one left, it's just Estrella who swings out, still takes the duel against Munchkin, has enough time for the defuse. RRQ are still making it happen.
I mean, we were all thinking the same thing. Munchkin doesn't lose these. He even got the double fault line there at the end as well, and it looked like it was all lining up once again for one of the clutch masters on Gen G.
One more round.
But no, it's Estrella,
the
other IGL that fights back. Monyet understanding his mission, just to make them weaker as they come into the site. It was all about the flank. RQ going for a different setup, then wraps around. It did look dicey, but Cushy, I mean, we got to get this round to him. He just takes out so many members and pushes them all out, just limiting only Munchkin on the site.
So much value, the new addition to RQ, and there he is. I mean, 13 kills now. Xpharaoh onto 12 too. Now the setup's kind of swapped up a little bit more. Less pressure out towards A. Well, that Sky Smoke is out.
Double digit के लिए खेलती हुई RRQ.
No.
पता भी नहीं चला, हम डबल डिजिट में पहुंच गए हैं
इतनी जल्दी. Just yet.
क्या ज़्यादा dominate किया है.
Could spell trouble. That's the core of Gen G. Once again, another pinch. You still have Estrella standing by. You still have the orbital strike as well. Where do they go? It's down into Sands. I love the pinch. They know Sand has been very important. Jemkin does get the trade, but eventually Gen G will push through. They will dominate that area.
In with a showstopper as well, but now looking through it, it's the yellow line, and Monyet will be able to take down Yeoman.
Well, special delivery through the ropes right now, and Monyet, I mean, it's pretty much just up to him. They've got so many ultimates as well. You got to go fast. Got to get those 1v1. Spots one. Goes out for a Cushy. Already gets another kill. The lockdown just to buy time. You gotta try to eliminate Karen. Monyet's just gonna go in with this
पोजीशन पे भी 2v2 देखने को मिल रहा है यार गाइस या तो ये जीत सकती थी Gen G ये राउंड.
Meanwhile,
I don't know
he's already
कैसे ये
through.
राउंड
This is not looking great. Foxy9, he's not in a good position to stop this defuse. Half already done, and he's not gonna be able to get the kill.
One more round.
Monyet
Double digit में पहुंच चुकी है RRQ. क्या domination देखने को मिला है RRQ की तरफ से. ये राउंड सच में था Gen G के लिए. I don't know कैसे वो हार गई है.
You do something like that. No slide available, but still thinks of sprinting through with the shorty out.
I mean, this is pure heroics. And then the drone as well to make sure Foxy9s are not already holding the angle.
Sigma boy.
Wow, I mean.
Sigma boy.
We gotta see more neon from RRQ after this. I mean, Monyet unleashed right now.
ये राउंड इम्पोर्टेंट है या तो 10-2 है लास्ट राउंड इन द हाफ या 10-2 हो रहा है या 11-2.
Push out in towards B as well right now. Last round of the first half and things are looking this comfortable.
Domination देख के RQ का मजा आ चुका है मुझे. Gen G को बैकफुट कर दिया. Gen G को कभी मौका ही नहीं दिया गेम में आने का. और ये काफी सही चीज देखने को मिल रही है.
Mark the outside of B main as well, so just to go in for that high-low, and it works out perfectly. Jemkin, what is that double kill? The utility to flush him out, but Xpharaoh is there to trade back in kind. Dodges the Hunter's Fury, and the push-out comes through to mark the spike. Lockdown being deployed.
And then holding close with the shorty, they have to push you. He knows, okay, Foxy9, he is gonna be able to break it, but lots of time bought, and as you mentioned, Spike already stranded. And you know where these members are.
और
Yeoman hasn't had much impact. We haven't had a reason to shout his name. Can he prove it? Only 30 seconds left.
Just a bit of util, but is it going to be enough? Foxy's so darn low. Look at Monyet marking his ankle, but ooh, a big swing. Foxy takes him down, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough. Yeoman down outside of tunnel still, and Cushy will pick up the final kill. The last round of the first half going to RRQ.
Wow.
Domination देखा हमने क्या domination के साथ ही
game RRQ did win that one best of 3. I don't know if it's ever felt like RRQ was entirely on top. It always felt like a grind and a struggle. Obviously the map's not done yet, but the prep coming in from RRQ. the way they understand Fracture, the confidence that we are going to understand this map better than Gen G. What a good map pick so far in the first half.
Yeah, a map that Gen G hasn't really shown much of or even played much of in the previous year, which was, you know, arguably one of their stronger years. And it's just really showing how much RQ really has in store for this entire thing. Estrella with the breach setup, the fault line setups, Cushy with his performance so far. But now down to it all. I mean, Monyet's starting to pick up on it as well with some crazy antics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just the confidence, the movement, the fact that you have a Neon who can move like that. Oh, look who it is.
Oh!
All right. Calling some of his friends little piggies. Our own little Korean Busio. No, but I mean, we'll see. It's the T1 members trying to scout out some of the opposition on the other side of the bracket right now. And Meteor watching his old team, seeing if they can recreate some of the same magic. Now, coming into Kickoff, Munchkin did say on his own little Q&A session, AMA session, that, you know, it's always tough against RQ, but we always win. We're going to be able to win again. You know, just exuding that confidence, saying that we were going to be, you know, prepared and ready to go. But so far, maybe they just didn't see the Fracture. Maybe they just weren't quite sure what kind of power Cushy brought to this team. 15-4 with 4 assists.
So far, could this be a different story for the first time in a while?
Gen G.
Starting things out now, Gen G on the defense. They're slowly pushing outside.
Oh, he's waiting for them to check for ropes. Goes out, doesn't get the kill, but now you have to start moving. Xfero is trapped. Fault line gonna keep them at bay. It's a nice trade. Monyet still able to push through with the frenzy. He's trying to draw the crossers away, just barely skirts out. Xfero eventually falls, and that does open things up for a retake.
Straight up for B main, but yes, bit of an opportunity for Gen G outside of Arcade, but needing to work alongside, yes, the spikes, and with that wraparound through, Yeoman with the recon.
And we'll see if Monyet gets sight. Where does Estrella go? Does he push through? It's a relay boat to try to buy time. He's stuck now, but Cushy already good for 1 kill. They're buying time for Estrella. It's all for Estrella. They have no idea. He comes in from behind. He misses so many shots, and he absolutely blunders that wraparound.
Now it's down to Cushy. He's got the recon. Shock dart sent through already, and the spike continuing to tick away. Unfortunately, though, the recon doesn't find anything, so has to push through the smoke. And Karen's just sticking it all the way through. Yeoman gets the shot at the end of it, and Gen G gets to stay alive.
The lack of confidence. When you have something like the Frenzy, when you have something like the Stinger, you just gotta spray him down. You gotta move and spray him down. Trying to just go for that headshot. Unfortunate for Estrella. The full setup from his teammates. That one hurts because this could have been a quick wrap up to the very first map.
Still though, having that many rounds, you gotta imagine they have to just shrug it off. But it could be a bit of an opportunity for Gen G now. Look at the buy-ups, everyone on an upgrade.
And like you said, lots of rounds. RQ not gonna go for any type of force. They're just gonna wait with the classics, build up for one big round, try to get to that map point. It is a stack, and now just wrapping around sewers on the B side for Xfero, but look at this. It's not just A main, it's the entire spawn taken over by Gen G. The turret setup is gonna let you know that he's waiting for someone to push out of B main. He has no idea how close people are. So they're just gonna have an angle.
So if Xfero receives contact, I mean, if you're RQ, you just surely send it into the side. That's exactly what they're doing right now, but do they have it enough time though? Foxy9 still kind of lurking up around the sides, up around Canteen. And that said, as soon as they sneak on through, the pink shells, everything, Munchkin able to fire back. Down to Jemkin inside of the smoke, and Foxy9 spots him out.
RQ would have loved to do some more damage, and it looked like that's what they wanted, just holding by the spawn, seeing where else other members are. They just weren't quite sure how many people exactly were wrapping around. So they had to just get whatever picks they can. It's only going to be one, not the damage they would have hoped for. Meanwhile, Gen G starting to see that they still have that window of opportunity. This team, this core, they never gave up last year, and they could be a scary force if RQ is not able to close things out, you know, anytime soon.
Possibly. But here it is, a chance for RQ to slap it down to 12. Full buy round.
Deploying drone.
Big drone spots out the Neon. So you gotta assume there might be some setup there. Even with the relay boat, the Neon usually going to rely on some sort of setup to occupy that space, so it draws a lot of attention towards A main. Meanwhile, Xfero's still waiting with the same setup, trying to bait them into checking ropes over by Arcade. It's going to be that B hit. Everybody committed to this. They expect that they bought enough time on A main, and they would be correct for now. But Gen G, when do they get a sniff of this? Well, that's going to be the signal.
And as soon as that shock dart goes off, Monyet now trying to sneak on into the site, but against Karen, Jemkin actually takes the duel. Now off to Foxy9, and he's maybe looking for the timing, but knows that the site is too hot, so holds for that save instead and waits for his teammates to get on through for spawn. Xfero hears the footsteps though, and now has an opportunity to hold the angle, takes down Texture, and that might have just thwarted the entire retake. The fault line though for Munchkin will work out so far.
Yeah, but there's another one holding another angle. Monyet, okay, Yoman's gonna wrap around. It's a good double peek. Another drone. You need a couple more kills ever since those ping nerfs. And now time already ticking down. There's the molly. It looks impossible for Gen G. Looks like they'll have to give it up. Fault line at the ready here. And yeah, that's gonna be no time for Gen G on the defuse. Yoman draws him in, but that's time gone, and Jemkin will just go for the kill, get that extra orb.
One more round for Gen G, or finally match point.
Nice
Sorry, one more round for RSQ.
Yes, I mean, still is that round
match
for
point.
RQ, and Cushy with his performance so far now has the Hunter's Fury next.
Like करो guys video को channel को subscribe
I mean, this time the stun definitely wasn't cosmetic. Munchkin very calm on that one. I love the assist from Yoman as well, but alas, it's just too much. I mean, this has always been the case with Fracture, right? You have that Brim on the other side, the molly comes through, it's so much time bought, even with the ping nerfs through the smoke. And now a different look. Back to pinching onto A. 4-man stack onto dish, fault line at the ready. Texture, he gets spotted, but instantly traded. No fault line needed.
So they get to save that up and continue
one
on through to the site.
Oh, bit of a miss there.
But
Cushy's job just to try to draw some of that aggro. Allow the main force to get in. It's a good wraparound. Monyet can't get that kill. Sand's still in control for Gen G. They push through. It's a double team onto A main. And now numbers advantage for Gen G.
Starting to feel a little bit claustrophobic for RQ as they're stuck into it.
Oh no!
Pushes out of the smoke. They found Foxy9, and this is a quick transition over onto the B site.
They're gonna get orbital strike as well. No molly, but it's gonna be a good post plant. And Estrella's still waiting. Does Munchkin get a read onto this? He has an inkling, so he's gonna wrap around. Meanwhile, Yoman already sprinted forward. He gets the kill. Nor over to strike ready. Estrella, no ult. He does have that fault line. He does have the aftershock, but if he fault lines, his location will be given. He wants to swing out and isolate. Oh, he catches off Munchkin. Must have heard him on the cross. There's the aftershock to push him away. And Yoman wins it, keeping Gen G in the game for our very first match.
Guys, one more round.
Reading the aftershock, still stuck inside of the animation to swap back to the weapon. That's when Yoman swings out for the kill. I mean, good effort from Estrella, but still, Yoman now really starting to show why he was added to this Gen G roster.
Slowly waking up, but how many more chances do they have? See Texture trying to get back in the zone. Things not quite going his way on Gen G. Meanwhile, RQ, still 8 more chances. They won't rush for anything. They have a couple, I mean, they could build up all their ults, right? Obviously, Gen G will get their ults as well, but go for something special prepared. For now, it's gonna be a fast push out from Gen G. On to B main, constantly erasing one part of the map. Xfero just holding by, might get a timing on the re-clear.
Now looking for it at least, while the rest of the team pulls the aggro back into them, out towards the top of halls.
The position's not great for Gen G. You're allowing them to close the gap a bit, but Texture still holding just below the stairs to make sure he has that distance advantage. Monyet gets one, but he instantly gets picked off. That's the spike stranded. And Xfero just on the other side of the map. See if he can get a pick or two.
RQ के लिए एक और round आ रहा है.
Oh, Foxy9's ready for it. He hasn't really been able to group with his team much this map, but the kills have been racking up on the scoreboard for the new Sentinel of Gen G.
Get this.
That's still is RQ slowly starting to cycle back up through Ultimates Online for the next round.
Yeah, but the real question is can they make sure that they get ahead of Gen G or past Gen G's ultimate turn? Because Gen G, I mean, they're no strangers to long games. They might just be able to constantly get the read. Munchkin's very good at that. And match ult for ult. Gonna be that cross recon. But this time on to Sands, immediately taking control. Smoke, Magnet, he gets through it, he spots one, the judge out. But it's just too much chaos. They're able to just branch out, but Foxy9 already gets rid of the Neon. Meanwhile, Jemkin through, but Karon never quite cleaned up. Now he's stuck, but Spike stranded. And it's just absolute chaos as it continues. There's the showstopper. Cushy trades again, 2v3. They're circling around. Gen.G trapped on their own site, trying to protect the site. They have no idea. Xfero's lurk. It's coming from the other side, and he turns around, gets one kill. 1v2. Xfero, good for one. He's ready, but Karon swings out in time for the headshot.
Just having the numbers again. I mean, full-on chaos and pandemonium, but it still is Gen.G being able to react calmly, collectively enough to thwart the efforts of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have gone either way, but I think the big thing was Karon just holding true, trusting for Foxy9 to get a bit more information, to get that first kill, and then he's able to swing out and slow things down, and that's the spike dropped. And now they know, Xfero, 2 rounds in a row, 1 eco, 1 buy round, flanking from the other side of the map. That's something that Gen.G will be looking out for.
Xfero with his lurks. Constant presence all throughout the map, but at the same time, at least in that round, RQ was able to flesh out or draw out a lot of those ultimates from the side of Gen.G as well. So now at a score of 6-12, the timeout being called to try to look for an opportunity to close.
Now, RQ has tried all the different lanes of attack. The only main one that we haven't seen is perhaps, you know, a 4 or 5-man snack onto B main, but that's always tricky, especially with a lot of the default Killjoy setups. See if that is the last choice, because if it is, I have to imagine that Gen.G will have a decent read on it. With the lockdown available, it looks like it's what it's going to be. RQ just hasn't really taken that choice yet. It's a 5-man stack. Do they go for the lockdown first, or will it be used against the retake?
There's the question right now. Starting things off with a little bit of pacing. RQ already branching out.
Oh, the wraparound under sewers. Gen.G's ahead of it. Texture, he's ahead of it. He swings wide, but he gets taken out. It's a 5v4. Alarm bot at the ready. RQ holding to see if there's any other information.
Not going for the lockdown just yet.
Now, Karon does have the orbital strike. That bought them time to get that ult orb. So this lockdown will be eliminated instantly, and RQ getting a sniff of that.
Lestria continues to hold if someone does peek out. He's 1 kill away from the Rolling Thunder. Gen.G still keeping themselves defensive, continuing to hold. I mean, Karen's positioning outside of Arcade as well.
If they're going to go to A side, I wonder if RQ uses the orbital strike to clear the site, because you have 0 information. You're trying to draw a lot of attention on your B. It's just going to be the bait. He gets 1 kill. He's still alive. Chaos ensues once more. He gets a double kill. All eyes on the B side. Foxy9 panicking on the A side. What does he do? What's the call? We still do not know where the spike is, but no more movement on B. Foxy9, he's ready for it. He needs to get He's stunned up. Can he do it? He tries to anti-flash. He only gets 1 lockdown. Now opening up the site. Orbital strike will break it, but the spike still going to plant safely in the corner.
Hops on over onto Heaven to try to look and clear. Slowly isolating the angles, but the Rolling Thunder at the right angle.
Finally, bye. Let's go.
Just as it's about to collide, RRQ will close out the first map.
13-6, given an 11-1.
VCT बंद करो.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Whatever the run, I'll fight them.
Sova, I accessed your background file. A good story. But that's not really how you lost your eye.
And your file is missing, Amir. Explain that.
तो नेक्स्ट कौन सा मैच है प्रीमियर में?
अच्छा
Reloading.
मैं भी रीच कर सकता हूँ।
हाय नवीद भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो।
Enemy spotted B.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted B.
अरे
पीछे गए पीछे गए
पीछे खेल रहा हूँ।
पीछे गए वो भी प्लान कर रहे हैं।
डोर देखो फिर मैं आठ एंटीडोट पर
डोर देख रहा हूँ।
एक तो ये बैठा है, एक और है यहाँ पे साइपर है।
डोर मैं देख रहा हूँ।
डिवाइन बता भी कैसे भाग के बोला मीम देखा बंदर वाला पीछे भाग
साइपर अभी भी यही है, वो शायद साइपर फेक कर रहा है, बाकी के दोनों पीछे होंगे मिड आई थिंक।
अरे ये मैच नहीं आ रहे हैं, पिछला मैच यूटी लूटी तो ध्यान देते गेम खराब हो रहा था।
लेट्स गो फर्स्ट राउंड अपना है।
देखना सुजान जा रहा हूँ।
हाँ मैं खेल रहा हूँ, मैं लॉन्ग दे रहा हूँ।
Revealing area.
30 seconds left.
दिखाए
मिड तो कोई नहीं
खेलेगा क्या पूरी जिंदगी?
ए रश मारे तो डिवाइन तो है। हां बी
Take flight.
तो मरना मत।
प्लांटिंग लेफ्ट साइड प्लांट।
One enemy remaining.
ऐसा
Spike down B. Spike spotted.
नहीं दिखाता ये
मिड पे भी नहीं है क्या?
माइट बी फ्लैंक
क्या मारा भाई?
I still can't get over that
AFK
owl
था क्या?
solo. It's too cute. Why is it
क्या
so
बता?
cute?
नहीं AFK नहीं था, मारा तो इसने।
AFK था।
ओह अच्छा।
देखो भाई पूरा गेम हार जाओ लेकिन ये राउंड मत हारना प्लीज प्लीज।
बाय करना है क्या?
क्या खेल रहे डिवाइन?
पर ऑनेस्टली इधर
Scanning ahead.
अबे क्या
एंटीडोट देखो वहां पुश मार देना। वापस आ
हां वही देगा, कोई नहीं मारेगा।
बी नहीं छोड़ रहा।
ओके डोर की तरफ आ रहे हैं।
Deploying drone.
अरे मैं
सोवा डोर है। राइट गया ये तेरे
8
अच्छा उसके राइट। हाँ बरोबर, मेरे पास गार्डियन थी, ले ले।
एक और है मिड।
रिवील था तेरे को?
एक और मिड है ना?
8
लॉन्ग रहेंगे दिन के शायद।
Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left.
एक मिड है, डोर से आया एक। इस तरह तुम्हारे राइट चेक करना। बोला हूँ मैं।
ठीक है चलो फ्रिज में निकालेगा।
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
AFK है।
स्पाइक ले। अरे ऑल्ट टैब ले। राइट है क्यों बोला? मेरे लेफ्ट हुआ।
Hold your celebration.
मेरे राइट हुआ।
We're not done yet.
अरे उसके लिए राइट ही हो।
उसके लिए राइट होगा भाई, उसने बोला तेरे राइट पे है देख।
अबे तुम्हारा भी तो राइट ही था, तुम भी तो उधर ही से देख रहे थे।
अरे मैं
उसके लिए वो लेफ्ट होगा।
मेरे लिए लेफ्ट होगा ना ये।
तब मुझे लगा देख लोगे तुम।
लाना डिवाइन बाय दे।
हेलो ना चाहिए रे तुम।
हाँ मेरे बंदे
400 क्या करवाएगी?
ओके मिड डार्ट आया उसका।
डोर्स क्यों छोड़ दे?
अब देख रहा हूँ मैं, डार्ट पीछे गया था।
भाई अभी नहीं
पुशिंग पुशिंग
यही होता है।
200 दे सकते, 200 ही दे सकते, उतना पैसा नहीं है अभी।
Target down.
अरे कॉल तो उठाती है नहीं।
आ रहे हैं टूल्स पे निकलेगा।
Spike planted.
सो जाती है कभी, उठाती नहीं, हम क्या।
अब बंद करो बे।
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
ये तो AF क्या है भाई, वो 4v5 गजब खेल रहे हैं।
My ult ready.
भाई चक्कू
नाइस कर दिया।
We are above this. We are above this. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
ये हो रहेगा पिक।
पता नहीं, मैं लॉन्ग पिक नहीं लेने वाला, मैं कैंप कर रहा हूँ।
अरे जंप पिक तो ले।
डोर पे कोई नहीं अभी, मिड पे है बंदे।
अबे यार
I know exactly where you are.
आर्ट है, मल्टीपल आर्ट।
Deploying drone.
हमें ले लेना सेट तो।
Spike planted.
Scanning ahead.
रोने से आगे चलेगा तो बेड।
One enemy remaining.
नहीं ना नहीं ना
नहीं।
मारो भैया।
चक्कर से टूट।
चलो ठीक है।
Reloading.
It is over.
क्या बोल रहा है तू भी?
Listen for the wind. It will tell you where their jet
अरे
is.
इसके टिप्स कैसे टूट गए वो पूछ रहा हूँ। इतने
एंटी होगा और क्या?
अच्छा ले जी मैं। ओए ले जी आर्ट आ गया।
अगले राउंड आएंगे।
स्मोक करने के चक्कर में हम खुल जाएंगे।
Revealing area.
स्पाइक मिड में गिराया या मेन में? बी में। अरे
बी में ना।
दो बी में। स्मोक दे दिया।
पुश कर गया।
जेट घुस भी गया।
ओए साइफर लग रहा है।
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
डोर से लॉक करता है वो।
डोर्स बोले तो अच्छा।
ऐसे स्प्रे नहीं करता है कभी।
बॉडी पे है तो स्पैम करा करो, ऐसे 2 गोली मार के रुक के जाते हो।
अबे 3 गोली लगा।
It's falling down.
Let's go.
रशियन में क्या बोल रही है?
ओए लेजी तो इधर आ जा।
आ रहा है।
मैं भी
ये साउंड आ रहा है।
जा प्रेजेंट ये
आटा साइकिल
मार देखने तुम आगे मार
देख रहा हूँ। दोनों में 120 प्रेम। अबे प्रेम 120।
Spike down A.
सो के बाद उड़ी ना आराम से।
वो शील्ड खत्म होने से पहले
ब्रिम 120 है गाइस, आराम से मरेगा। ब्रिम को मार दोगे।
अल्ट मार।
नहीं रुक प्लांट करेगा तब।
दोनों 39 है। नहीं सोवा 39।
ब्रिम 120 है, आराम से मर जाएगा ब्रिम।
ओडिन है सो तो भी जा सकते।
फॉर्चून व्हाट द फक। हेलो भाई फॉर्चून भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। व्हाट द फक यू एंड सोवा समथिंग इज सीरियसली रॉन्ग हियर। अरे ब्रो कोई नहीं
बोला।
Thirty seconds left.
ये दोनों पीछे खेलेंगे, उन दोनों पे लाइन बोल रहा हूँ।
बे बी गए क्या? बी गए बी प्लांटिंग।
No distraction.
Spike planted.
राइट।
Last player standing.
निकालूंगा मैं भी।
बट दोस्त
स्पीक देता मादर।
Why you not inviting me anymore to the game or texting me? Bro फॉर्चून भाई ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है, आप बिजी चल रहे थे यार। मुझे लगा आप बिजी हो गए। अभी मैं मैच भी देख रहा था VCT का। मैंने वहाँ भी मैंने सोचा आपको कॉल मिला के बात करूँ, बट मैंने सोचा
One enemy remaining.
इसलिए मैंने आपको नहीं बोला। यू चीटर गॉट न्यू फ्रेंड्स। अरे भाई फ्रेंड्स की बात नहीं हो, भाई हो यार आप मेरे। फ्रेंड्स का क्या हो भाई? कुछ नहीं भाई हो मेरे।
ओडिन मास्टर।
You were amazing.
ओए एक काम बेस्ट ट्रिक है भाई, यहाँ पे बैठो, यहाँ पे
मुझे दोगे ओडिन में। ओडिन कैसे उठाएगा?
रात तो मेरे को फैंटम स्किन दे डिवाइन।
बाय मांगो मेरे पास पैसे हैं, बाय मांगो भाई।
Thank you.
फॉर्चून भाई आओ, आपके साथ खेलता हूँ मैं अगर फ्री हो तो। और नेक्स्ट आउट।
हां ला तेरी भी अच्छी है। ये
आठ दे।
Scanning ahead.
बिल्ड नहीं है वो।
एंटीडोट बट ड्रोन करना ऐसे कर।
फुट बी फुट ए फुट।
Nowhere to run.
ओहो
हमें वो के लिए पिक मत करो।
Show me a target.
रिकॉन मार अंदर।
बी 20 सेकंड
अंदर रिकॉन मार देता।
Prepare for hell.
पीछे देख रहा था मैं, मार के चला गया वो।
रुको पिक कर ले।
नहीं ले रहा मैं 30 HP हूं।
गेम खेलना पड़ता है यार। दोनों टेक अ बात विल कम आफ्टर दैट। ओके श्योर। आ जाओ ना हटे भाई।
स्पाइक नहीं है ना?
कर रहा हूं। फ्रिज भी
स्पाइक उसके पास ही है, शरीफ है साइफर के पास। और मिड पे ही है अभी भी। डोर केयर करना। डोर आ गया अभी।
फ्रिज पहले मेरे को पिक लेना है।
Spike planted.
बंदा रुक। मरना नहीं।
एक सीटी से आएगा ठीक ना? एक सीटी से आएगा जेट।
देसी तेरे पास ही बंदा।
डेफ करो जल्दी आओ डेफ करो।
आ रहा है।
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
दिमाग खराब हो गया भाई।
किधर देख रहे हो तुम लोग?
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
Need a drop.
एंटीडोट भाई देखो स्मोक आ जाएगा ना, तुम अपना डार्ट पट से मार दो साइड पे, रिवील हो जाएगा।
अरे भाई 20 सेकंड था, डार्ट नहीं था मेरे पास। मिड रिवील करा था ना।
तुम मिड में ड्रोन करो और साइड पे रिवील कर। वाइस वर्सा हो गया। इधर आके ड्रोन करके क्लियर करो तुम।
Over there.
बस वहीं से।
Take flight.
टॉप मिड है ऊपर भागे टॉप मिड। टॉप मिड है एक बंदा।
नाइस वीक है।
मैं हार्ड देख रहा हूँ, मेन देख रहा हूँ।
Revealing area. Show me a target.
Spike down A.
I'm watching art. Cypher art.
एक आर्ट है।
One enemy remaining.
मैं पीक मत देना।
मैं एक जगह कॉल सुना ही मत। जब भी देखता हूँ मैं किसी की कॉल ही नहीं सुनता पूरे मैच में।
You're okay, fam. Good evening.
डिवाइन का टिप्स से मैं खेल रहा हूँ 3 किलो।
ओए पापा
साइफर वाला ये जाओ।
ठीक है इधर।
यहाँ पे कैंप खोलना मत जब तक एंट्री ना ले।
अबे कोई आर्ट तो देखो।
Get out of my way.
एक बंदा इधर से इधर देखो मिड डोर्स। मैं आर्ट देख रहा हूँ। मेन देखो सोवा भाई।
तोड़ना ओए।
पी है क्या? पी है। प्लांटिंग भी।
फाइंड कर रहा है।
कहाँ प्लांट?
Scanning ahead.
Camera taken out.
There they are.
डोर मिड डोर। सोवा तेरे पीछे।
आर्ट गया शायद, जेट पीछे से आएगा सिटी से।
Gone.
एक और है।
Oh my god.
$30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted.
ओ बा। आई नहीं तो मत।
इसके चक्कर
मर जाओ भाई कुछ पैके पी।
If I may, I'll go in first.
Reloading.
I'm saving their numbers.
Reloading.
ओए इको करो एक।
Reloading.
भाई नहीं
करो मेरे पास 24 तो है फिर भी मेरे को मिल जाएगा भाई।
भाई दो लेके भाई।
ये राउंड पुश करें क्या ये से?
Midasi. Thanks.
डिवाइन
ये कुछ कर सकते हैं, मैं पुल करूंगा तो।
I am with you. We are strong.
एंटीडोट भाई कर।
वे मिड पे देखो यार, क्या आप सब न्यूज़ देख रहे हो क्या?
इस तो बोला कुछ।
Scanning ahead.
बी आ रहा, बी फुट आ रहा।
चल तो नहीं है मिड पे
तेरी मैं खेलने ही नहीं वाला आगे से। मरो साला आगे जाके।
Spike planted.
105 जैक है। नाइस। वन मोर।
Breaking.
खेल ले।
Prepare for hellfire.
अच्छा है।
सिटी
Last player standing.
Every fight is a lesson.
Reloading.
ऐसे मारे जाते हो।
Reloading.
फोन खेल रहा हूँ, जो भी साइड में आए ना फिर मैं जाऊंगा। जाओ डिफेंड करो मिड भी।
अबे तू ऑफ करना सेव करके। जेट खेल रहा है।
करना मेरे को ऑफ कुछ नहीं करना, मिड भी नहीं खेलना।
Bro is tweaking.
वो तो साइड में ही देखो क्या मिड भी देखने का।
I'll find them.
भाई
Bro is tweaking.
Take flight.
B foot. A foot I mean A foot.
टॉप मिड चेंबर।
ए 8 चले
भाई 8 बिल्कुल ही छोड़ देते हो यार।
Spike planted. Nailed them.
जेट 8 पे है, कनेक्टर आ सकता है, जेट कनेक्टर आ सकता है।
One enemy remaining.
Someone is A.
बढ़िया।
मत कर गन लेने दे, रुक।
बढ़िया। अब मारा भाई। ये लूँगा। कौन बैठूंगा? जो साइड है बताओ। आऊँगा। मारूंगा।
क्या करते हैं?
Last round before the switch.
Equip yourself.
Need a drop.
So money
Thanks.
safe a lot. Spend it.
कैमरा में से अल्ट है तो पी जरा सा सारे स्पॉन खेल लो ना, मैं भी आ जाता हूँ।
अबे यार
खेल लो भाई, जो खेलना हो खेलो, मैं लास्ट में निकलूंगा।
You want to play? Let's play.
फाइनल बॉस 20 मौका है।
मिड नहीं है अभी भाई।
क्या है?
कोई मिड नहीं है अभी कुछ कर।
जेट घुस चुका है।
Revealing area.
जेट मर चुका है।
मिड देख रहा हूँ।
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Shot done.
Spike spotted B.
अब मर जाएगा एक दिक्कत।
अच्छे किया।
I set the punishments on them.
भाई 80 टीम का टप कार्ड।
Switching sides.
बिजली कड़क जाता है भाई, मारता है।
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
सारी दोबारे भाई आप ट्रिप लो और बहुत मांगो।
Need a drop. Midasi, thanks.
देखो साइफर के से डरना नहीं, मेरे को पेट करना है।
अबे क्यों पेट करना है? आपने में सोवा है, ट्रिप मार दो, यहाँ पे एक मार दो, यहाँ पे
हम फंसे तो मार देना।
वॉक
नहीं, पहले राउंड आउट दे। स्मोक दे जल्दी।
Obscuring blocking vision.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Oh my god भाई।
अबे भाई कौन है जो यहाँ पे केज कर रहा है भाई, प्लांट
We
कर
gotta
रहा है
pick. We move in. Got it?
तो केज के थ्रू आके मार दिया उसको।
राइट क्लिक करके गया शायद।
है भाई बहुत मारा है मेरे को केज।
Reloading.
अलग कोई कवर भी नहीं दे रहा था उधर से।
मैं देख रहा था एक बंदा केज पे मार नहीं पा रहा था, वो कौन था भाई? मेरे को समझ नहीं आया।
किसको मारा भाई? कुछ दिखे था बना।
मैं 8 को मार रहा हूँ।
करके रखा था।
ये सब हरामीपन है भाई तुम्हारा, नीचे
मारना कैसे?
Show me a target.
मरेंगे, लेट्स गो।
Scanning ahead.
किस मौके में रखा?
Obscuring vision. Reloading. Reloading.
Take flight.
अबे छोड़ो भैया, मर जाएंगे।
मर गया।
एक एल्बो गया।
Backstab.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
एंटी भाई एंटी।
दो पे निकला नहीं।
I didn't bring a snack.
Reloading.
Did anyone bring a snack?
Reloading.
वो एंटीडोट रहने दे।
Reloading.
ड्रॉप नहीं वाली।
Reloading. Reloading.
ये आओ। एक फास्ट करते हैं, नहीं हुआ तो स्पान स्लो करेंगे। देखो
मैं पीछे खेल रहा हूँ, बड़ा फायदा है।
एक्स्ट्रा
मैं पोल में
स्लो वॉक कर, यहाँ के बाद फास्ट करेंगे।
Let us hunt.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
नहीं करना है ये अभी।
ये क्या मारा?
Try again.
Oh my god, nice.
Die. Stopping fire.
Enemy spotted A.
अबे हट पे।
I planted. My ult breaking them.
Someone is
Blocking vision. One enemy remaining.
My god, मैं 2x20
इसका ट्रिप स्कोप कर गया है भाई।
कोई वो क्यों नहीं कर रहे
Race
तुम?
it to the spike sites.
इसका क्या बोलते हैं? एरो तोड़ो भाई।
देखो एंटीडोट भाई, जब हम लोग घुसे ना तब आप अपने डार्ट मार रहे हैं यहाँ पर, तब आसानी हो जाती है, पहले वेस्ट नहीं।
एरो किसी को तोड़ना नहीं है क्या? इसके एरो से मर रहा हूँ मैं हर बार।
ऑपरेटर हो सकता।
देख एरो करेगा ना, तुम अपना स्मोक में छुप सकते हो। स्मोक देख छुप जाओ।
Where to set up shop?
Spikes here.
साइड तो ले।
क्रॉस कर। क्रॉस कर।
Show me a target.
Spike low.
Revealing area.
मैं ला रहा हूँ spike.
There they are. I have the spike.
मत जा, रुक।
Wait.
ये तेरा बंदे को भाई कहाँ लगा है? अंदर के साइड लगा था ना वो।
अरे हट जाओ बे लोग।
कोई है भाई, हट गया भाई
Spike down B.
Concealment.
Last player standing.
Soul shots.
Nice. 2 more.
एक ऑपर है। हेलो।
30 seconds left.
वो भी लेफ्ट में।
अरे हम बोल रहे थे कि आप
नहीं यार।
अरे आप बुलाते तब निकलते बोल रहे हैं।
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways. I'm saving.
करो ना, तुम्हें साउंड नहीं आते हैं क्या? 5-6 बंदे तो रोटेट मारो।
नहीं है,
नहीं आ रहा। उससे पहले डैश आ गया।
मैं पीछे आया बैक से देखने, तब कोई नहीं आया। जब मैं उधर गया तो बैक पे आया।
उनको बोला था अभी टाइम देख रहा है
कि उनको पता चल गया ना, इनको थी उन पे सारे बंदे।
I have the spike.
हाँ बहु बजा तक आइए, ले लेंगे। ठीक।
8 पे वो पीछे।
8 पे करूँ?
नहीं।
1 मिनट वेट।
और रुक जा आप।
अरे मिड पे ही है बन।
Spike down mid.
पुश किया चाहिए।
ऑफ पे।
चेंबर पुश किया है, देख के।
Reloading.
What? किसने मारा वो?
Idiots.
ये खाली है।
My ult's ready.
स्पाइक वगैरह नहीं है।
जाओ।
घंटा बाद।
1 घंटा।
आटा टोली है।
आटा टोली है कि तू निकल गई है। कितना समय?
अरे ऐसे मत जा। ऑफ है उसको।
30 seconds left.
अरे आप बात की हम बात
ट्राई करना, ट्रिप लगाया तो जा।
Trinity, you're welcome.
Making cover.
जाओ ट्रैप लगाओ।
10 seconds left.
Destabilizing.
Blocking vision.
बढ़िया
मत कर भाई इससे।
कैम लगा दे कहीं।
एक आ गया। मैप देख।
Camera taken out.
वो कर दिखा चल बढ़िया।
Last player standing.
39
कोई नहीं कर।
अबे यार हम नहीं कर सकते भाई
तेरे को
सोलो
क्यों करना था वो मैं समझ नहीं पाया।
अबे मैंने यहाँ पे पुल किया देख वो जेट नहीं दिखा ना मेरे को मेरे
अरे
को
वो तो तू ठीक है पर तुझे मार नहीं क्यों था जब वो उधर आगे देख रहा था। मैं छोड़ देता उसको।
हमने मिस कर दिया पहला शॉट उसको।
अब मुझे लग रहा है चुद गया है जो पता नहीं क्या हो रहा भाई। समझ नहीं आ रहा है चुद क्या हो रहा है भाई।
आई वो डालो भाई।
अरे एंटीडोट इधर इधर जा रहा है इधर हम लोग के पास है।
You want to play? Let's play.
और मत कहीं जाइयो तेरा डार्ट काम आएगा।
100 टैग है ब्रिम।
Scanning ahead.
बचा हमको।
बढ़िया टिम्बर को लिया ना।
एंटीडोट में
मम्मी
साला कितना मार
नहीं
रहा
भाई।
तेरे को भाई।
बहुत
क्या करना है बताओ।
रुक वेट। सोवा भी इधर है। हम लोग यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं हल्ला तुम लोग एक घुसने का ट्राई कर। चल ये चल डिफेंड निकल।
मिड देख लेना मिड देख।
ऑफ कर रहा है यार।
अच्छा
ओए बी जाओ ऑफ कर रहे
हैं वो। अबे ये क्यों आ रहा हो। खाली हो गया ना निकलो।
ए इधर जेट
30 seconds left.
अबे फिर से केच मत कर बा।
One enemy remaining.
Got it. Target is star.
Cage triggered.
उधर ही था सिटी साइड ही था पीछे ही।
ऑफ सेव कर या तो
इवन आर्ट देख।
आर्ट किया था।
Careful now.
एक मत देना।
Destabilizing.
Nice.
ये मत ना ऑफ दे लेता हूं थोड़ा
जो होगा
ये ले लो।
वहां पे आ जा।
इवन फैंटम दे अपनी।
I need this. My thanks.
बहुत गंदा हक किया था भाई चेंबर में।
स्पाइक लो।
Reloading.
अरे बी चलो मैं इसके वो तोड़ दूंगा ट्रैप घुसना नहीं उससे पहले भाई 1 सेकंड रुक जाना।
Reloading.
यहाँ लगाता ना वो एक।
Keep up.
तो क्या है
क्या है डिफेंड।
Reloading.
संभल के ऑफ होगी।
Show me a target.
Revealing area.
अबे यार
Eyes down.
Stopping fire.
Prepare for hellfire.
My ult is ready.
Reloading.
ओए जेट बेस्ट आ रहा है तुम लोग साइड देखो साइड। आज जोन मत कर वेंट
कर अभी नहीं कर रहा यार रुको ना। बस अब कर
ऊपर हो सक
कवर में जा। ड्रोन भेज।
Deploying drone.
हाँ होल्ड कर ड्रोन को लेके साइड होल्ड कर बस।
उधर
या
रिवील मार दो मिड पे। हाँ
हाँ
जल्दी करो अरे बाउंस।
Revealing.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
अरे
Hey, we all see this.
तुम लोग तो मार
यार रुक जाया करो यार कुछ पल्ले नहीं पड़ता है मेरे।
Match point.
Need a drop. They're desperate.
भाई देना
मेरे को फैंटम दे तेरी।
अरे
हाँ है अबे ये क्या मिल गया।
हैंडल मांग
भाई ये रही।
Right here.
ले पकड़।
Gun here.
अरे
बोलता मार ही नहीं रही। देखो हम बी में फेक करके आते, तुम लोग बी डूड में थोड़ा संभाल, अकेले हम फेक कर सकते थे।
उनपे भाई नहीं होना, देखो स्टैंड अप।
हाँ
ले पकड़।
एंटीडोट कर नहीं देना।
I am the hunter.
ब्रिम लो है, लगी ब्रिम को।
Deploying the
bomb. मैं जा रहा हूँ, ऑफ से देख।
Got the spike.
साइफर।
Scanning ahead.
क्या डाइट है वो, कोई नहीं तोड़ सकता।
हार्ड
A fine death.
रुको 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 रुको।
Let's go Andy.
हार्ड जाओ, हार्ड साइड जाओ।
Shock dart.
बंदा क्लोज है वहाँ पे। 100 है ब्रिम। नाइस।
अरे बोल रहा हूँ हार्ड आओ भाई।
कहाँ जाए कहाँ जाए कहाँ जाए?
हार्ट ए जा।
मेरे पास स्मोक नहीं है, देख के आना तो।
हाँ ये आ रहे हैं।
30 seconds left.
Here.
तू देख।
एकदम ओपन काट देंगे, ठीक है ना भाई?
Obscuring vision.
तोड़ दो इसको एक बंदा।
दे रहा हूँ मैं।
पूरा नहीं कर सकता हूँ।
One enemy remaining.
कहाँ बता, उठा ले।
Right there.
वहीं पे था, उसके साथ ही था, वो पता।
होल्ड कर। 4 है।
नाइफ नाइफ
कर दो।
नाइफ करूँगा, नाइफ करूँगा।
नाइफ नाइफ नाइफ।
ब्लॉक करो ब्लॉक करो ब्लॉक करो ब्लॉक करो ब्लॉक करो। अरे
अबे
यार।
Attackers win.
Of course we
पता है
won.
भाई, नाइस है।
Charlie, don't insult my personality.
वो भी लिखता है कल आना कल।
चलो तुम लोग खिला आते हैं, ठीक ना?
मजा आ गया। भाई क्या ऐसा भाई।
चलो 8:30 बजे आते हैं,
जान
खेलो तुम।
कितनी पब्लिक है? अब तो फिर मैं अभी 8:30 बजे आता हूँ, क्या करूँगा
जाओ सारे
पर
8:30।
फिर बुला लेना 8:30 बजे, चूतिया मत काटना, मेरे को भी जाना है, ऊपर जाना है भाई। अभी भाई बहुत ठीक है, कॉल कर देना। ठीक है चल रहा।
जा फ्रिज भी 8:30 बजे आना।
अरे खेल रहे हो, जा रहे हो?
मैं तो जा रहा। जा फ्रिज भी 8:30 बजे आना, जा निकल।
चलो भाई लेट्स गो।
चल ठीक है आंटी।
ओ आगे हेलो हेलो
हेलो।
आप आ गए? मैंने सोचा था आप खेल नहीं रहा था।
अरे मैं एक्चुअली ना मॉनिटर लेने जा रहा हूँ अपनी।
हाँ नया वाला खरीद लिया क्या 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 क्या?
हाँ वो ये खराब हो गया ना, मेरा ज़्यादा सही नहीं चल रहा है।
कौन सा है आपको अभी पर?
अरे वाह BenQ की है, BenQ।
BenQ?
हाँ BenQ
नाम तो बता।
हाँ BenQ नाम है ना भाई, BenQ नाम की कंपनी
भाई मॉडल नाम तो बता।
यार मॉडल तो नहीं पता मेरे को। 3
रिफ्रेश रेट कितना है?
रिफ्रेश रेट है इसका 120।
हाँ मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे पास भी BenQ का है।
कितने रिफ्रेश रेट है?
165।
मेरा सिर्फ 60 है, मेरा सिर्फ 60।
तो मेरे पास या मैं प्लाट तक पहुंचा। मेरा वो 60 हर्ट्ज पर प्लाट तक खेला मैंने। प्लाट 3 तक पहुंचा था 60 हर्ट्ज पर।
आपने सेंसी कितनी रख रखी है?
0.28।
0.28 ओके। और DPI 8000 समथिंग ही होगी माउस की।
800।
800? कौन से माउस से खेलते हो भाई आप?
डेथ मैच वार्म अप।
डेथ और रेसर का
8000 होगी, 800 DPI से कैसे खेल लोगे भाई?
भाई सच में 800 पे कर रहा हूँ
भाई। नहीं भाई कुछ भी ऐसा मत बोलो फॉर्चून भाई।
आपको प्रूफ चाहिए क्या? मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको।
भाई फिर तो आपके हाथ देखने पड़ेंगे मुझे। 800 DPI माउस कैसा चलता है?
भाई हम सब मेरे दोस्त है ना, वो सब लोग 800 पे खेलते हैं सब।
अरे तो कितना DPI है आपके माउस में बेटर देन? 12,000 है ना? तो कम से कम भाई 6000 पे तो खेलो।
नहीं मैं तो सभी टाइम
800 तो बहुत है।
800 पे ही खेलता हूँ। क्या हो गया ये? जनरल 60 is too
I feel something over there. Can't place it. Like us, but fight. Time to mobilize my pack. Kill their owners.
कौन सा एजेंडा? आपका एजेंट तो बता। हाँ क्या है?
कौन से हो आप?
सोवा। अबे यार
हो नहीं पाएगा।
मैं तुझे मार लूंगा यार, देख।
Brimstone down.
अरे यार मैंने जाते ही पौड़ी कर दी इसको। हाँ पीछे जाके मार रहा है।
एंटीडोट टू
A ramps।
ऐसे तो बीच है। चला भी है पहले। वही है।
पूरा मार दिया मेरे को पीछे से भाई। ये चेंबर
मैंने बदला दिया।
लेके बैठा है। अरे बहुत मार रहे लोग मेरे को।
Taken out.
कहाँ? चल चेंबर चल अपने घर को निकाल।
तू बी पे है क्या?
बी पे हूँ बी पे।
मैं भी तो बी पे हूँ। हाँ देख लिया। सिर पे क्यों नहीं लग रहा? मार दिया मैंने तेरे को।
साला बड़ी देर में मारे हो।
ये फिर से मारोगा अब। कलर की जैकेट पहना हो आप।
सॉरी।
मेरे वाला तरफ फिर से मारेगा।
अरे लकी हो भाई आप, हमेशा गलत।
ओ भाई। ओके मैं फिर से मारूंगा आपको। अबे कहाँ से आया तू? ओके अपन बदला लेगा, देख लेना। देखा मैंने बोला था ना बदला लेगा।
भाई ले लो बदला ले लो भाई।
Brimstone down.
इसको 3 हेडशॉट देना पड़ा।
कल
भाई तू तो अभी भी मेरे नीचे है, मैं तुझे मार दूंगा फिर से अभी, देख लेना तू।
कल अबे मैं नहीं आऊँ क्या फॉर्चून आ गया। अरे भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ अभी थोड़ी देर में। 8:30 बजे मिलेंगे।
Mark my words, this is fortune. Okay?
खेलना सीख लो पहले फॉर्चून भाई।
आप कहाँ पे है भाई? तो मैं आपके मारूंगा।
बी में।
कहाँ पे?
ए।
मैं भी ए पे हूँ। भाई
10 kills
मेरे सामने ही
remaining.
तुझे मार दिया यार उसने। छी भाई तू तो सच्ची।
कॉल कर दूंगा भाई।
ओ भाई ओ भाई ये चेम्बर बहुत बढ़िया मार रहा है यार। भाई चेम्बर
5 kills remaining.
अबे नहीं हो रहा क्या फॉर्चून भाई? नहीं हो रहा क्या?
तू तो सामने नहीं आ रहा, फिर से तू भाग लिया।
असल में मुझे कोई और लगा, वो इसीलिए मैंने फ्री फायर बन गया।
ओ भाई फिर भी मैंने तुझे मार लिया ना।
कल ब्रो
That doesn't count भाई, तूने मेरे फाइट पे
ब्रो कल
आजा चूती, तू मेरे सामने आ जा। कहाँ पे तू?
बी पे।
मैं तो है।
1 kill remaining.
अबे
मैं 1v1 कर लो, हार जाओगे 1 मिनट
फिर भी 24 kills bro, 24 kills।
1v1 करो,
प्योर
आप हार
स्किल
जाओगे।
डिफ भाई, प्योर स्किल डिफ।
स्किल डिफ।
तुम तो एक नंबर का नूबड़ा निकला यार।
मेरे से करना जरा कस्टम में 1v1, हार जाओगे आप।
ओके आर यू श्योर?
यस प्रीटी श्योर।
एक मिनट रुक, मैं अभी रीसेट करके आया। एक मिनट रुक, मैं अभी आया। 1v1 कस्टम। ओके